Welcome to the Sharpe Way Show. So happy to have you with me this evening, right at 7 p.m. on the East Coast. And it is a special day. It is a special show. It is the 4th of July, 250th American birthday show. You might go, but wait a minute, Larry. It's actually not the birthday until tomorrow. And you would be correct to say that. But I'm not doing a show tomorrow. So you get it today. And here's the best part. It's not going to be like mixed in with other people's cheesy shows. It's my cool show, and you get it today. Home run for everybody. This is win-win across the board. You guys should be all very happy that we've done it this way. It is the best way of doing things, and it will probably be a very long show. Mike was bugging me, and he's like, Larry, you got to do like a 75-hour show because he does 97-hour shows. And I'm like, I'm not going to do a 97-hour show, Mike. No, you got to. So he bugged me. So it will be a long show tonight. I hope you can stay with me the entire way. And if you can't, you'll step in and step out. But I will be punishing you or punishing myself or punish us both for a long time tonight. That's what I will say. There will be some punishment, but it also will be fun. I know it will be. And you guys know it too. So do what you need to do. You know the button. Lima, India, Kilo, Echo. It is the time. Yes, it is. And or put this into other people's, put it into a Facebook page, put it in someplace. Do the share thing. Repost this on X. Do what is required to move this show forward to get more people hearing it, because we are talking tonight about the most important thing here. We are talking tonight about America. We are talking about our 250th anniversary. I'll put that here right now. That's where it is now. I've just changed it. It was the Sharpe Way Show. Now it is the special Sharpe Way Show, which is the special Sharpe Way 250th USA show, which makes it even cooler. See, there we go. What is an important piece here? Important piece is, what are we feeling right now? Now, some of us were around for the 200th. I was. Some of you weren't. I was. And there was a very different feeling back then. Back then, we were doubly, triply, quadruply proud like there's no tomorrow. Those days, not so much anymore. A lot of people are thinking a lot of different stuff, and there's a bunch of surveys out here talking about this. And I wanted to pop up with a couple of these, so I think was kind of important. This one, I thought was interesting because it shows our division, it shows our worries, but it also talks about what's important to so many Americans and why, in some cases, while we are succeeding, we are also failing. Both of those are true. We are both succeeding and we are failing, both of those. And let me show you a bit right now, if I could. This here is from YouGov, and as a survey of what's the value Americans say best represents the United States. And you walk down this road, and they divvy it up between U.S. adult citizens and then Democrats and Republicans separate after that, right? They do both. So when it comes to U.S. citizens, number one thing, freedom. Nice. When it came to Democrats, then one thing was democracy. Still nice. When it came to Republicans, it was freedom. Nice. Okay, these are all nice things. I do like them. These are all nice things. But the part that was interesting in this is capitalism. Capitalism was actually very low for Republicans. One would think it'd be very high, but it was actually very low. Does that mean Republicans don't like capitalism? I think it's obvious that's not true, but also means something else. It means they take it for granted. It's an interesting tidbit on how small capitalism came up. It means that Republicans either see capitalism and freedom as the same, right? Which they aren't the same, but they see it as the same, or they take it for granted. That's not good. Taking it for granted, you're going to lose it. You really should not be taking it for granted. That's not a good thing. And then when I saw that, I was surprised to see that. The other thing I was disappointed in was opportunity. Opportunity was higher among Republicans, but still low. And Democrats even lower. And overall, not very high. Opportunity is one of the biggest things we should be talking about. And as Americans, we're not. That's an issue. That bothered me. What I thought was interesting also was patriotism. Patriotism did not pop up high because Americans don't think about that as much anymore either. It's just interesting looking at that on who we are and what we're thinking. But when you walk down the road even further, What value should they aspire to, right? What they do and then what they should. Republicans were right on the same par. They said freedom and should. So like, yeah, we that's what it is, and that's what it should be. Boom, boom, connection right then and there. Democrats were similar. Should be democracy, but they went more for equality. Think about that. Equality. But you might go, well, that's just Democrats. No, equality was the highest one on all U.S. adult citizens, and it was number 2 for Republicans. What do I keep telling you about? What do I say is our biggest problem of all our problems? Our biggest one, wealth gap. Wealth gap is the biggest problem this country is facing right now. We say it's this, it's that. No, it is the wealth gap. The wealth gap will cause problems. The wealth gap will cause revolution. The wealth gap will cause violence. The wealth gap will cause everything. The wealth gap will get us socialism. The wealth gap is the biggest problem. I've been saying it for how many years now? And I'm still saying it. And you see it right here. Number 2 for Republicans is equality. Number 1 for all Americans. And obviously number 1 for Democrats. People are bothered by the wealth gap. It is a big issue that we continue to ignore, that no one talks about except guys like me who talk about the ideas of ownership, getting people back into the game, getting people to own houses, own cars, own businesses, co-ops, owning their job, etc., etc., etc. We see it right here. Miss next thing. Look how low opportunity is. Again, not high. 4th, 5th, not high. Opportunity should be higher. And again, this is aspirational. The first one, if you saw, was what best represents it. And the second was what it should. That is a big deal. That shows you where we are in America. I bring it up all the time, and it's true. And it's true. That's the part that I think we have to understand. So James says, I think the reason why we are so divided has to do with the failure of the two-party dictatorship. Yes. It's why I do hope the LP can nominate someone who can be seen as hope of victory in 2028. I agree. My 4 picks will be Thomas Massey, Justin Amash, Rand Paul, or even Jared Polis. Please note Polis is my nominee of last resort. I'd accept any of them that would do the job. Any of them would do. Yes. There we go. I completely agree. Yes. Andrew says, as for me, though, it's a beautiful reminder of how far the founders' experiment came. I think I must have missed your first one. Did I zip past it? I might have missed it. Yeah. Can you blame them, though? Yeah, exactly. Yes. Mike says, YouGov is a massively biased push poll. It's meant to shift perspective to the left if you analyze each question. It's not massively biased. You're exaggerating. It isn't. It's not massively biased. YouGov is biased, but you're going massively. It's not massively. The questions, are they going to push things in a certain direction? Of course, that's the norm. You're not wrong. But massive, no, it's not true. Generally speaking, when you add this to say like a McLaughlin poll or something, it's going to wind up being equal when you add the two together. It isn't that massive. So, yes. Gracie says, do you think Tucker Carlson has the chance of forming a third party? Not if it doesn't call me. Not if it doesn't call me. No, not if it doesn't call me. So, all right, as I move down this road, I thought it was an interesting piece. This like was really weird. Which event in U.S. history are Americans most proud of? Most proud of. Founding of the country, Republicans, number 1, right? And U.S. adults, number 1. Democrats, abolition of slavery. Still good. I like that. That's still a good one, right? Still a good one. But it was like 4th or 3rd when it came to Republicans. It's kind of an important one. It's kind of important. So Civil Rights Act, abolition of slavery is up there, I agree. Election of Barack Obama? Okay. It's proud. But to be number 4? Okay. I mean, but here's the worst part. Democrats love Barack Obama. Of course they do. That's number 2 for them. But when it comes to Republicans, election of Donald Trump was number 2. Which event in U.S. history are Americans most proud of? Republicans. Stop. Number 2 is Donald Trump. Number 2. I get you love Trump. I get it. You love Trump. I'm not mad you love Trump. I get it. Number 2. Come on. It's you're more proud of that than abolishing slavery? You're more proud of that than winning World War II? You're more proud of that than women giving the right to vote? I mean, that's bad. What that shows is not what Republicans think overall. That shows how much power Donald Trump has in the Republican Party. That would be number 2 is insane. Now, again, Barack Obama is very popular in the Democratic Party. I get it. He's number 2, right? But he was the first black president elected. That's something. Trump was just another rich white guy. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just being the truth. Trump was another rich white guy. We've had lots of rich white guys get elected president. Okay, and lots of them. Lots of them had lots of real estate. That was a common thing. And they're like, that's the, my God. Wow. That was a funny one. I just thought it was kind of interesting. And World War II victory, whatevs. Everyone's like, whatevs. Winning World War II, whatevs. That shows a lack of history. A lack of historical knowledge. Whatevs, World War II. Just, that little thing we lost 500,000 people, whatever. So yeah, that's a big deal. Next one, which parts of your history are most ashamed of? Most ashamed of. Okay. Most ashamed of, Republicans say the election of Joe Biden. Republicans, that was their number 1. That shouldn't. Republicans, you looking real bad here. Maybe Mike was right. Maybe this was 2 buys. You looking real bad here. Like that shirt, that's the thing you're most ashamed of, is that? Don't get me wrong. It was bad. I'm not disagreeing that it was bad, but that's nowhere near my number 1. Like most Americans, slavery, kind of a bad one. But not if you're a Republican. Joe Biden was worse than slavery. Jesus Christ. Joe Biden was worse than, he wasn't worse than slavery. I mean, he was bad. I've attacked Joe Biden many times. Yeah, worse than slavery. I'm not going to go there is all I'm saying. I'm not going to go that. Now, Democrats listed Donald Trump as number 2. Damn. So Democrats went slavery and then Donald Trump. So Democrats thought that the treatment of Native Americans was nowhere near election Donald Trump. Yeah. At least Republicans were like, no, treating Native Americans, that's messed up. We should have done that. They were like, yeah, that was bad. Yeah. Worse, Republicans were more worried about racial segregation than Democrats were. Democrats were like, yeah. Well, remember, Democrats were that was kind of their thing. But yeah, this is weird in this one. I thought this was very interesting, watching how people thought, and they dealt with that, and they completely just blew off the Japanese people they completely blew it off. Yes. Just absolutely. Imagine how it says the Republicans are torn on slavery. Yeah, like, what are you going to do? Yeah. But segregation, they were pissed off about. They didn't like that. Democrats like, segregation, yeah, not so bad. I don't want to be slaves, but don't mind my daughter. That was Democrats. So I guess that's how that works. So, yes. That's terrible. So, any case, I thought that was kind of funny. Ida says, poll results, people are dumb. Well, no, I just thought it was kind of interesting. So I thought it was good, interesting. But I have another one I'm going to show you also, something else interesting. So who's the greatest American in U.S. history? The greatest American in U.S. history. Okay. Republicans said Donald Trump. The greatest American in U.S. history. How much control does this man have over the current Republican Party? How much control does this man have over the current Republican Party? Okay, reverse. Democrats said MLK. Okay, I like that. That's good. But Republicans didn't even get 1. That was the bottom. The lowest Republicans was MLK. The greatest American, the lowest one was MLK. Damn. This does make Republicans look bad. This does. I mean, they gave Lincoln a little bit. They gave Washington a little bit, which is fine, which is good. Okay. But man. Yeah. Nosy goes, greatest American in history is damn sure an elected official. Yes. True. Brona says like Sanders Spooner. Of course. Who else? Yes. Yes. Robin says Trump, the greatest in U.S. history. Not just president, the greatest American. That does show that. James says, I do agree with the idea of worker co-ops. People will be much more willing to put in more business if they have an ownership taking the job. Yes, 100%. Yes. Ownership is the way we fix this. Ownership is the way they fix this. Absolutely. So, all right. Who is the greatest American business leader? Who do you think Republicans said? Donald Trump. And they had options: Henry Ford, Warren Buffett, Elon Musk, Steve Jobs. They said Donald Trump. And funniest part is Democrats, zero to Donald Trump. They're like, nope. This showed TDS, right? Then the TDS came out. So how much power the Republicans have? Trump has over Republicans showed, and boy did TDS show. TDS also came out. Yeah, worst American in history. Worst American in U.S. history. Democrats 64% Donald Trump. TDS came out here too. So TDS came out, and by far they thought he way worse than EpiPen. Democrats hate Donald Trump. Oh my God, do they hate Donald Trump? I love this piece because it shows. Now, why am I even showing you this? I'm showing you this to show you how divided we are. To showing you how divided we are. Now, the worst part is overall, about 34% of adults in general said Trump was the worst. But why is that? Because almost all Democrats hate him. This is TDS coming to pass. This is TDS coming to pass. There are more Democrats than there are Republicans in the country. I forgot by how much. Is it 5 million more? Whatever that number is. There's more than registered. So you're going to have more people hate Donald Trump than not. That's going to happen, right? Because Democrats hate Donald Trump. So, yes. So that was interesting. I hope you guys enjoyed that piece. I thought it was kind of fun to watch that. I have another piece I want to show you afterwards, but I just thought that's kind of fun to see that one. So I do appreciate that piece. Let me grab some more comments if I could. Notice says, I'm ashamed of the ongoing civil war. Yes. I do think that's a big problem. Absolutely. Andrew says, tremendous control on the surface. If that were the case, though, we'd be having tariffs double what they are now. Oh, I think that must be for someone else. I'm sorry, I missed it. Okay. Hal from New York says, greatest American history is Fred Rogers. Oh, that's actually sweet. Mike says, again, Larry, what were the choices? They're right there. They show it. You can see the pick from right there. You can see the choices. They could have picked whatever they wanted. The choices were there. So yeah, of course they're gonna put Donald Trump in there. Of course they are. So yeah, of course they're gonna put that. So yeah. Gracie says, greatest American should have been a founding father. They risked everything but self-representation. It's one of the reasons why, I will often credit George Washington. Think about it. If we lose that war, George Washington goes to the gallows. Right? If we lose that war, Washington goes to the gallows. Where's he going to escape to? Canada? No, that's British controlled territory. Going to go to Spain? Maybe. Where's he going to go? Right? We lose that war, and he didn't know the French were going to jump on board. So he couldn't have gone to France either. I mean, I guess he could have at the end if he had known that, but he didn't know that. So where's he going to go? Can't go to France. Can't go to England. Can't go to Canada. We're going to go to Spain? I guess. Try to hide in the Netherlands. Otherwise, he's going to the gallows. So I'm with you. Now, could some other founding father maybe scam their way around with the bribe here or there? Maybe a couple of them could have got away with it with some kind of bribe or some type of apology letter or surrendering of some property or something or whatever. Some might have got away. Who knows which ones, who would have and who wouldn't have. But Washington, he's leading the armies against the king. No way. There's nothing he could give. There's nothing he could do to not go to the gallows, right? The other guys, maybe. Depends on who they are, who they know. Is there a way to get around it? Maybe. Not Washington. That guy's gone. He's gone. So, yeah. That's it. So, any case, I just thought that was kind of interesting. So, all right. That covered that one. James says, to me, Republicans saying Trump's greatest American ever shows one thing. They're not a political party. It's a cult. He has a lot of control of the party. I think that's a valid issue. He has a valid control over the party. He really does. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see here. You covered that one. No, says, I never liked Donald Trump. It has absolutely nothing to do with the red or blue. Yeah, look, I'm not a fan of Donald Trump, except when he does things that I like, but he often doesn't. But I don't have TDS. I wouldn't be like, he's the worst president ever been. No. Yes. So, all righty. If I walk down that button, Mike says, I don't think the average Joe walking down the street is as biased as they have been trained to be. Move past surface level, get different answers. Maybe, Mike, but you live in New York, man. People here hate Donald Trump. I mean, let's with Republicans, right? Republicans in New York still like Donald Trump, right? But if you're not in a Republican area with Republican people, they hate him. Girls, when they date, they ask about it. Like, I'm not making that up. That's a thing. So, yeah, I do think that's an issue, right? There is some reality to this, particularly if you're thinking about American history, what America's about. A lot of people feel bad because of where America is now. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of that. All right, let me grab another piece if I could. This was based on a poll, but this one is a video. It's an interesting piece that talks about where we are right now. This is from PBS NewsHour. Talks about a little bit similar stuff, but has a little bit of different take.
The country and its citizens can best be summed up as complicated. It's according to a new PBS News NPR Marist poll. Most Americans say the nation has drifted from its founding ideals. And a growing number say the divisions have become so severe that violence may be necessary to set the country back on the right path.
And that's the part. I'm going to have a secondary piece after this talking about this issue, that because we're so divided, there are lots of people who think the only answer is violence. That, to me, is one of the toughest things we have to deal with. So many people who believe that.
Liz Landers has more insights from the poll and its respondents.
Flags, fireworks, and fanfare. Beneath the pageantry of the country's 250th birthday, some feel a sense of national pride.
Yep. I've been fortunate to travel and work with a lot of people from around the world. This is a good place. You know,
he's not wrong.
With all its faults, there's not much like it in the world.
You know, the part I often bring up is, for those of you who know, I've traveled a bit in my life. I've lived in a couple other countries. I've visited some other countries. And the other piece I'll bring up, which is kind of interesting, is if I want to, I actually have the option to leave. My mother was a German citizen. I could still, if I want to, I could have in the past and could want to apply for German citizenship, and I could pack up and move to Germany. I'm half German. My mom was born in Germany. I could get that if I wanted to. I'm not moving. I'm staying here, right? Lots of people can move to other places. A lot of them aren't moving. They're staying, except some of the wealthy now. But a lot of people recognize that while there are aspects of other countries that are better than us. That's true. You can find many countries have one thing or two things to do better than us. That's true, 100%. And we don't change, which is silly. We should change and get better, but we don't in that regard. But it doesn't mean I'm moving, right? I can acknowledge that the country isn't perfect. I can acknowledge that certain countries do certain things better. I can acknowledge that too. But I'm kind of still staying.
Gerald Jacobowski remembers America's bicentennial 50 years ago, which he says felt like a national party. He says something is different this year.
This time it's unfortunately not as joyful as it could have been.
It isn't. I think it's
At
very
this
true.
milestone moment, 2/3 of respondents in the latest PBS News NPR Marist poll said they are proud to be American. 1/3 are not. Those feelings are largely defined by political alignment and the party.
Yeah, but the thing she doesn't say, and this part that bothers me for this specific show, they don't bring up a very important piece here. And that is, it's not just political party. It is. Republicans are far more patriotic than Democrats are. That's 100% true. But it's something else. It's age. The older you are, the higher chance you're patriotic. The younger you are, the higher chance you're not. It is also age. It's because a lot of the youngsters don't see hope. This is a piece I keep bringing up.
Partisan gap is enormous. 93% of Republicans say they are proud. Just 45% of Democrats and 61% of independents say the same.
Mm-hmm. I am not proud. It's embarrassing what is happening in this country.
Veronica Valdivia Vera is a naturalized citizen and a political independent. She says the Trump administration's anti-immigration agenda has her worried.
Now, here's the point, all right? I get it. Maybe she has family and friends. Maybe she's mad about immigration, whatever. Okay, so now you're not proud to be an American? I'm embarrassed with our damn gun laws. I'm embarrassed right now that Dexter Taylor is in jail. That's embarrassing. We should be ashamed of that. particularly as New Yorkers. We should be ashamed that we put a black father of a teenage girl in jail for creating no victim whatsoever on BS ghost gun laws. That is embarrassing. I can't stand that. Doesn't mean I hate America. Doesn't mean I'm not patriotic. I could accept that we have some crappy laws and we got to change some stuff. I totally accept that. I accept we're not perfect. Him being in jail is a perfect example of us not being perfect. It's all over the place. But now I'm embarrassed being American. Now I'm not patriotic anymore. This is the part that bothers me. I think a lot of this is not, as Mike says, Pavlovian. I think it's actually, it's virtue signaling. It has become cool among certain people to hate your country. That wasn't the way it was. You could protest in the past and still love your country, but you protest a part of what your country, the thing you don't like. Like there were lots of people protesting the Vietnam War, but didn't hate America. They hated the Vietnam War. So did I. It makes total sense. I still hate it. Yes, it was a terrible idea. We should have never done it. It was embarrassingly bad. Doesn't mean I hate America. It means we should be fighting. We should have never fought in Vietnam. So I think that piece is a critical distinction. Just because I'm pissed off at something doesn't mean now I hate the country. And I think it's because it becomes acceptable. Not even acceptable. It becomes cool. I'm virtuous because I don't like America anymore because it's not the perfect thing that I want it to be.
I was born in Mexico, so it fills me with sadness to see what is happening to immigrants, other fellow immigrants.
Okay, I'm not mad that you're angry and you want different immigration. I'm not mad at you. But then that means you don't love America anymore? Right? Phil says, this is my country. The communists are going to have to leave. Sadly, they're not like coming here. They're kind of becoming communists. I'm going to cover that in a second too. 6022 says, nations are people, not the governments. I like that. I do like that. Yes. Mike says, massively less enthusiasm now than 1976. It's a stark difference. Agreed. And youth would be amazed how unified the nation was with more bias and problems then. And that's my whole point, Mike. I think you're correct. There is an age gap that this I guess report does not bring up the age gap. There is a Republican-Democrat gap, obviously, but they don't bring up the age gap. The age gap's a huge piece. Younger Americans are far less patriotic. And again, what I understand, the system doesn't work for them, and they see no hope in fixing it. The system doesn't work for them. They see no hope in fixing it, and I pop on again and say, wealth gap, wealth gap, wealth gap. Minor threat, you hit it perfectly. Thanks to the Hassan Piker story. Yes. Guys like Hassan Piker, who, by the way, have some valid concerns. It's not like everything he says is wrong. He's got valid concerns, but guys like him do make it cool to be like, I hate America. They make it cool to do that. That's accurate. I think that's the key piece that didn't exist in 76. Like, again, people were still pissed in 76 about the Vietnam War. They were still pissed about Nixon. They were still mad about those people, but they didn't hate our country. They were mad at Nixon because he resigned. They were mad at the Vietnam War because of all the guys were coming back, but they didn't hate our country. They were just mad at some of the things that were happening. It's a big difference. So Ryan says, I'm embarrassed by our government and our awful politicians. I still love New York country. Yes, I love my country too. 100% agreed. Yes. Bronna says, Larry, for 20 years or maybe more now, both sides claim I hate America because I'm an anarchist. Morons. Yes. Agreed. Yes. Robbins, I love my country. I fear my government. Yes. Yes. Mike says, she was born in Mexico, but won't live there. Says a lot. This is exactly my point, Mike. She's an American now. Okay, good for you. She's naturalized. But you're born in Mexico. If Mexico's better, why aren't you there? If Mexico's not better, why are you ashamed of me? Are you more proud to be Mexican? Now, she didn't say she was, but is she proud to be Mexican? If she is, why aren't you there? Why aren't you back in Mexico fixing Mexico? I'm not trying to be flippant. It's just, if she's going to say that, why isn't she? I said, I have an option. If I want to, I can go and I can become a German citizen. I can apply for a residency if I want to, apply for citizenship. I could have done years ago if I wanted to. My mom, again, was born in Germany. I could go. You see, I got my flag here. I keep it here. I don't do it. I ain't going nowhere. I'm not doing it. I'm proud of my German heritage. I am. You see, I say it. I am. But I'm American. And I'm happy to be here. I ain't going nowhere. And yeah, I spend every other show complaining about America. Mike, you do too. You complain all the time. It doesn't mean I don't love my country. And that's, again, what bothers me about what she's saying. I get it. You don't like immigration policy. I get it. Lots of people don't. But now you're ashamed of your country? That part bothers me. And I think the Hassan Piker piece is a point of it. I mean, he's you over-exaggerate his power, but it is him and people like him. And I will show you one more piece coming up here later that will show it up. There's a lot of people who are that way. So, yeah. Loons, thank you for the $5. Everyone is competing for the monopoly on violence. Socialism depends on which side of the hole punch you are in. Fast change equals human conflict. Yes. You know what? I have a piece for that. You read my mind. I have a piece for that too. But two things. You're right. The monopoly on violence is the key. You're looking for that. And again, I remember someone asked this question. I forgot what it was, how do you make great things happen under socialism? I said, be on the side of the oligarchy, right? How can I become rich and have all these great things under socialism? Be on the right side of the oligarchy, right? If you're part of the people, to your point, who have monopoly on violence and you're enforcing socialism on others, you're on this side of the gun, you're good. That life is good. I get to have my kids be rich and go to great schools and start businesses and have monopolies and do all that, all good, right? But I'm on the opposite side, not so good. So yeah, I agree with you completely. And fast change is called disruption. I did a piece on disruption, believe it or not, almost 10 years ago. I'm going to show some of that tonight because you read my mind. When you don't talk about disruption or accept disruption, you're asking for violence. You're begging for it. I agree. MC Soja says, how much further eroded will the FOS be to over the years? I don't know what. There is a cycle that the Chinese speak about. Other people speak about it too, but it's comes from old Chinese cycle, which is there always has to be some type of reform in any type of government or it just decays and dies. It has to reform itself in some way. If it doesn't reform itself, it has to die. That's all it can do. It will reform or it will die. There's no other option. It must do one of two things. I'm hoping for reform, which is one reason why I keep running for office, because I would like reform. But I'm not blind. I see that it might just decay into garbage. Literally, once that happened like yesterday. I'm trying to avoid that. I would rather it go into reform and not destruction. So, if we don't do something, we're not going to make another 250. And the funny part is, most people won't even know. And why do I say that? Most people in the British Empire didn't even know it fell. Like, it was just, did we have an empire? We got a king, right? Like, they didn't even know. The people in the Roman Empire, most of them, when was it Visigoths took over? I think it was the Visigoths, right? Someone remember. I think it was Visigoths. It was the Ostrogoths. When one of the barbarian tribes took over in 475, is that right? Is my math right? 475? 4 something. I think it was 475 AD. They thought they were the new Romans. They didn't think the Roman Empire fell. Like, no, we're the Romans now. So yeah, so it's fine. It's still Roman Empire. It's just, now it's us. But no, that wasn't true. The empire had fallen. Now, in the East, the Byzantine Empire or the Eastern Roman Empire still existed. So they were like, yeah, those guys fell, but we're the real Roman Empire anyway. So yeah, nothing happened. So sometimes when empires fall, the people don't know that they've fallen. And the other part is, right before they fall, the elites rarely know. Like, months before literally Rome is getting sacked, there's elites in Rome like still having slaves and eating grapes and doing the cool stuff. And they don't know that, 2 months from now, the house is going to be burned and some guy wearing a wolf's clothing is going to be, having sex with his wife or whatever, right? That's going to be happening. They don't even have any idea. I mean, he may not care. Roman Empire, probably everyone was having sex with his wife. Anyway, but that's the point. So yes, let me keep moving if I could. All righty. Andrea says, I am proud to be an American, but I haven't been proud of my government my whole adult life. So 32 years. Yeah. Yes. Massman says, I don't blame Gen Z for not being patriotic. They've never seen a country worth loving. Ooh, look at that. And I'll go one step further, Mastermind. I'll go one step further. You're right, but I have to add on to that. The education system is so shitty. They haven't been taught of anything that's worth loving, and have been taught to love their country. Neither one of those. So yes, on top of that, if you ask most people, they don't know anything about our history. They have no idea. So I'm going to go further. You're correct plus more. You're correct plus more. Yes. All righty. Let's see here. I think we covered that piece already. All right, let me go a little further on this. Here we go.
And how we're being targeted because of our color of skin.
Nearly half of Americans say the country has moved far away from the principles and ideas on.
But here's the problem with that. This piece doesn't really say much. Why? It says we move far from our founding principles. But what does the individual believe our founding principles are? There's the key on that one.
Which it was founded. Just 16% say it still represents the nation's founding beliefs.
I think it's come a long way from the beginning. It was nowhere close to perfect at the beginning of this country. True. And I think we've come a long way.
Mark Hawking is a political independent from Indiana. He's proud, he says, but clear-eyed about how far the country still has to go.
There are doubts.
And there's, to be forward, this is the part that gets me angry sometimes. When I hear some people who are so pro-American that they just act like America's perfect. And look, if you're comparing it to others, I get it. But they don't do that. They act like America's perfect, love it or leave it, blah, 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 blah. And that makes you go, stop. Now I'm mad at you. Right? Now I'm not leaving the country. I love my country. I'm not going anywhere. You see, I got an American flag right there. Screaming at me. Right? So yeah, I'm not going anywhere. But it doesn't make my country perfect. Stop saying we're perfect. We're not. You're not a 10, sweetheart. You're not a 10. You're not. Maybe 9. You're not a 10. So, yeah.
About where we are and where we're headed.
Lee Miringoff is the director of the Marist Institute for Public Opinion.
I don't think it's really surprising as much as it can be still considered shocking that after 250 years of this grand experiment in democracy, folks are having serious doubts and wondering how far we've strayed from our principles.
Those early foundings.
This is true. And I'm going to cover that piece true coming up here from both the left and the right a little bit later in the show. Because this is why I wanted to start with this. Hopefully you guys will be with me for most of the show. I'm going to cover two different spots. A left side and a right side on how this
statements
works.
That all men are created equal, that the pursuit of happiness is a central right, continue to face new tests in the 21st century.
True.
There are lots of people that are really questioning in this moment whether those things are true anymore.
Beverly Gage is a historian at Yale.
And this is something else that many people, when I hear that, they'll go, well, what do you want to go back to communist Russia or whatever? They say stuff like that, right? And the point is, Americans don't gauge themselves against the Chinese or whatever. They gauge themselves against other Americans. We gauge ourselves against our own peer group. This goes back to, I know I'm a broken record, but I don't care because I'm right. This goes back to the wealth gap. And I was talking to my daughters about this last week, whatever, a couple weeks ago, about the idea of the difference in the wealth gap. When I was coming up, there was a wealth gap. There's always going to be a wealth gap. If you're going to have freedom, if you're going to have capitalism, there will be a wealth gap always. The question is, how big is it? That's the issue. When I was a kid, as a teenager at least, I grew up very poor as a little kid, but as a teenager, I grew up a little bit, when I was in high school, a little bit better off, more like a middle class versus coming out of ghetto when I was a little kid. And I remember when I was a teenager in high school, my parents, my mom, because my father had died, my mom, we still owned a house. She was paying a mortgage, but we had a house. We had 2 cars. Right? My mom was a single parent. We had 2 cars. Now, some money she had one car she had bought when my dad was still alive, so she kept that old car. But still, we were able to maintain 2 cars. They weren't brand new, but they were still 2 cars. And we knew that like rich people would like buy a yacht. Okay, but we did know other people. We knew a person, at least one, who owned a boat. Not a yacht, but a boat. So I could, if I wanted to, if my mom would ask, hey, can Larry come on your boat? Once in a while, I could go on a boat if I wanted to. So I could go on a boat. Right? That was what I could do, even though I couldn't own a boat. And I knew that rich people owned a boat. Okay, why do I say that? Because today, you can't own a house my mom was in her 30s. You can't own a house in your 30s. Impossible. Can't own a house. You can't have 2 cars in your 30s. Not a thing. And the rich people, they buy their 5th yacht, and you can't afford a new car or car insurance. That is a massive change. So while I knew when I was in high school that wealthy people bought a yacht, it wasn't so far away from me. Like my family had 2 cars. They weren't new, but they had 2 cars. My mom owned a house. Oh, this was paying a mortgage on one, I should say. And I knew someone who had a boat. It wasn't so far away. It wasn't so out of reach. Now they go into space. They go into space and buy a 4th yacht, and I can't pay my rent or I can't afford my car insurance. This is why people are pissed. The wealth gap is a critical piece. We have to close the wealth gap, or this is not going to get any better.
Yale University and author of This Land is Your Land, a road trip through U.S. history.
There have always been in the United States deep concerns about whether the country would hold together, whether we're just this big mishmash of different kinds of people with different experiences and different.
Yes, but this is what I bring up again. When do you think of America? Most people think of America as being one of the most patriotic. Most people think times like World War II, which is true. We were very patriotic during that time. Look at that time. How much control at that time did the federal government have over our daily life? In theory, not that much. It did here or there. Like it did when it wanted to step in and take gold, it would just take it. But daily life, not that much. We were much more localized, relatively much more farming, relatively than today. I mean, still we were industrializing, but compared to that. But again, in that case, we were still, our community supported us far more than government did, right? So localized communities who were linked upon the idea of leave me alone was actually what kept us together.
Beliefs, or whether there's something that really unites the country. I think we're seeing a particularly acute sense of concern over these questions now.
But what does it mean to be an American? In the new poll, freedom or liberty was the most common response. More than a third of respondents said so. Other common answers included patriotism, constitutional rights, and diversity.
To be an American, I think just the opportunity. Anybody can do anything.
Yeah, that's because this guy has gray hair. I'm not trying to be mean. This guy has gray hair. He's probably my age range. That's why. I mean, I look better than him, obviously, because I'm super handsome, but that isn't the point. The point is he's probably in my age range. With that in mind, yeah, when he was coming up, we believe that. Kids now don't believe that. What he says is just talk. They don't believe that. They do not believe it. And that's the problem. So Michael Long says, the thing is, a lot of Mexican Americans get discriminated against by the system when they have mental health issues and get thrown into jail. Just ask Laredo, Texas, and their police department there. Well, no, you're not wrong. I think it does happen. Depends upon where you are. Again, it doesn't mean that I should be, just because there are areas of the country where people will be affected negatively based upon their ethnic background, which does exist. Of course it does. Again, doesn't mean I hate the country. It means I may hate that aspect of that area of that nation. Sure. Yeah. I think it's positive. Gracie says, Blakeman and Hochul are embarrassing, but you don't see a lot of moving to Miami. Not yet. I'm not going to Miami. It's true. Bill says, lucky to be American, but won't allow me back. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. All right. Andrew goes, not yes, Greg. Not yet. Yes. D says, I love my country. I despise the government. I am with you on that. I am with you on that. Bronna says, I've always loved this country. It's a beautiful, prosperous place. Never really felt that American pride thing, though. I have, and I still do. Bronna, I have, and I still do. I still do feel proud being American. And I think I felt my most proud when I was overseas. I felt my most proud at those times. So, yeah. Johnson says, all governments are evil, but we live in an amazing country. Yeah. Agreed. Absolutely. All right. Massimo brings it up. The country's great for about 1% of us. And I keep bringing this up, and this goes right back to yet again, the wealth gap. If you have assets, you're doing fine. I'm going to cover that today, too, by the way. I have a bunch for today. So, yes. Andrea says, alcohol, tobacco, and tobacco farmers should be the name of my favorite store, not a bureaucratic arm. Yes, the ATF should be a convenience store. Agreed. Going to ATF, what? Give me some alcohol, tobacco, and some firearms. Yeah, I'll be back at 10. Bye. Completely agree. Yes, 100%.
Based on ability, but also based on circumstance.
Despite clear differences in the view of American identity, there was some overwhelming agreement. More than 8 in 10 respondents said that the issues that divide the country pose a serious threat to the future of democracy.
That is the other piece that I'm worried. And this started mainstream. I think it started mainstream with the TDS, with Trump derangement syndrome. The Democrats saying democracy's on the line. Remember, they told us there's not going to be any more elections. Remember that? They told us we're not going to have any more elections, all that stuff. That's where it went hardcore. Now, don't get me wrong, Trump has doubled down on that stuff too. Oh, the communists get rid of everything, blah, 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 all that stuff. But that was Democrats telling us that when Trump gets elected, there's going to be no more democracies. There'll be no more elections. That was all that garbage. And that stuck. And still, people still think that. Like democracy, they still say it. Biden still says it. If when he ever shows up and he still goes, democracy online. He still says that stuff. None of that's true. None of that's true. The courts are beating up Trump left and right. He's winning one, losing another, win another. Doesn't matter. And look, here's the worst part. I'm going to cover this coming up here. Hochul loses in the Supreme Court for the Second Amendment and just triples down on stuff. So, yeah. Anyway, let me look over at Rumble. Phil says, thank you for the rant. Today's cars are much more expensive for a lot of reasons. Financing has covered up the cost creep, which includes emissions, safety, and other regs. Also, better power windows, nicer seats. You're not wrong. But why does that? Nobody cares if I can't buy a car. Right? To explain. You're right. And so if I go, hey, 30-year-old guy, here's the reason why you're screwed. And you go, great, thanks for the lesson. But I'd like to buy a car. Oh, no, you can't. No, because here's reasons. Thank you for the reasons, but I would like to, I don't know, have a girlfriend or a boyfriend and be able to drive to their house. Oh, no, you can't have that. Well, then I'm pissed off and America sucks. That's what happens. So people would like to have cars to drive to their lover's house or to go pick their lover up or go to work or whatever is the thing they care about, or go to an amusement park or go to a very cool Dungeons and Dragons convention, which would be the cool thing to go to. Whatever, right? You go to where you want to go. So, yeah. Phil goes on to say, people are buying 30-year-old small trucks from Japan with none of the safety regs. It's cheaper to import and operate them than new cars. Average new car is $40K. Close to, yes, you're not wrong. You're 100% correct, Phil. And that's a problem. So if our system doesn't correct for that, and it hasn't, then we're screwed. So, yes.
There's very few institutions who have not, developed recent scars.
And that's the piece I'm going to bring up too, which is why I love this piece. He brings up the most important piece of this chunk, which is institutions. We are supposed to, we're not obviously, but we are supposed to respect our institutions. We don't. And it's not like magical. We don't respect them because they've given us reasons to not respect them, right? Why would you respect a college campus that doesn't actually teach kids anything worthwhile from going out, but it just teaches them all to be activists? Why would you? Why would you respect the court system that puts the wrong people away and ignores others? Why would you respect the justice system that goes after people for political reasons? Why would you respect that? That lets the EpiPen people get away with it. Why would you respect that? I get it. He's not wrong. And that part's tough because I now have to use, if I want to do what I want, which is reform, if that's what I want, I have to use institutions to make those reforms. Well, if no one trusts the institutions, how can I get my reform? The only way these institutions can do it, is by radical, ongoing transparency. All the good, all the bad, radical transparency until eventually, over time, we trust them again. And that will take a lot of time. And that will take a lot of transparency. But there's no other way. We don't trust them. That's the issue. We just don't. Bill says, I have American pride, but I'm losing faith in the government. Yes, I lost faith a long time ago. Ryan says, I'm hoping that two-party system will die. Me too. That would be amazing. I hope that does happen. Yes. So, All right, I think we covered that piece already. Notice says the problem is the NWO is here, New World Order is here, and we Americans still think it's coming. Just like the past, changes made in many small steps, and then it's here. And no one's, that was my whole point. When it falls, those people won't know it's falling until it's too late. We're going to be like, oh, it fell like 5-10 years ago. Oh, yeah. It fell. Oh, damn. I didn't even see it fall. Yeah, me neither. None of us saw it fall. It's gone. I think you have a valid point. It's a valid point.
From just the kinds of sentiment that people are seeing when, things are not improving.
As Americans see stagnation in the direction of the country.
And now they brought up both things not moving in stagnation. And I look at China as an example for this. China basically said, all right, okay, we're going to give you guys some capitalism. This communist stuff ain't working. We know it. You guys are starving to death. We're going to give you some capitalism. But we're going to control it all. So we're going to give you some capitalism, but we controlling all of it. And people went, but what? No, don't worry. You'll get rich. And they went, really? Yeah, you'll get rich, but we're going to control everything. So you're going to give up all your personal freedoms so you can be rich. And Chinese people were like, we starving. Yeah, you won't starve anymore. All our personal freedom? Yeah, everything. All right. They went, okay. And so they're doing it. That's what Chinese capitalism is right now. It's state capitalism. They control it all. They take everything from their people and they let them be rich. Oh, well, relatively. It's relative. Obviously, I shouldn't say rich, but compared to what they were rich. How about that? They get that. Well, what happens when you don't get rich anymore? See, Americans are similar in that regard. We didn't care that much that there was a rich people doing stuff. We weren't mad at guys like Ford or whatever because we were all getting ours. So we were fine. Well, now we're not getting ours. Now we're not getting better. The youth aren't doing anything. If you're maybe a boomer, maybe you're doing fine, depending upon what kind of investments you have. Boomers as a group are doing better, depending upon the boomer, obviously. But as a group, they're doing better. Particularly if they have investments, they're doing fine. They have assets, doing fine. But everybody who's not, they ain't doing fine at all. Not at all. Gifted memberships from Andrea. Thank you so much, Andrea. I appreciate it. Thank you for the gifted membership. Phil, gifted membership. Thank you, Phil. Appreciate it, my friend. Everyone does count. I appreciate it tremendously. We're going to have a member show only in about 15 days, July 18th. Members only show. First a panel, and then a behind the scenes cool stuff where I might be a little spicy, but I might not be. We'll see. Depends how it works. John says, difference, immigrant coal miners during World War II on their one day went to local bar. All activity stopped when Kate Smith came on saying, God bless America. Men stood hand to heart, many in tears. True. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I think there was, yeah, absolutely. Phil says, the West Roman Empire moved their capital to Milan and then Ravenna. Yeah, they didn't even know it was gone. I'm with you. They were still like, we're still here. Yeah, we're still here. Absolutely. No, he says, it's all by design. It's here. Well, what are we going to like, when are we going to know? No, is he like, when are we like, oh yeah, they took over like 5 years ago. I don't know. D says, I love how this is a continuation of the conversation yesterday with Topher Field. Love it. So it is kind of, isn't it? Topher was all about it. He was all about it.
There is also an uptick in acceptance of political violence.
Bingo.
37% of Americans believe their fellow citizens may need to resort to violence to get the...
Over a third of Americans think violence is okay, needed, required. I hope they are wrong. I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm saying I hope they are wrong.
Nation back on track. That's a 7-point increase since October.
Yep.
It's not a great sign for our democracy.
Gage says the current sentiment is not without historical precedent. Violence has been a part of the American story from the very beginning. But she says what distinguishes this moment is what makes it most alarming.
The two things that I think are really distinct about...
Now listen to this, what she says. She tells on herself with this. She tells on herself. Now, you see pictures right now. They're showing pictures of people fighting, citizen soldiers, fighting in the revolution, fighting locally, fighting the Civil War. Violence has been how we've solved some problems. They're not wrong. It's true. I'd like to stop that cycle is all I'm saying, but they're not wrong. And she goes, this one's different. Okay, tell me why it's different.
our moment are one, the seeming popularity or resignation to the idea that violence might become necessary.
So do you think that wasn't true during the revolution? This woman writes books. For those of you who know, and actually, believe it or not, to Dee's point, Topher and I spoke about it yesterday. Before we started shooting people up, before that happened in 1776, we had done all the other things. For those you don't know, those who pay attention, guys like Mike, you know this, but some people may not know the film, should know this too. We petitioned the king. We were like, hey, can you do something? Hey, would you stop? We did the Boston Tea Party, right? And the was it Boston Massacre? What the massacre? Whatever. These things happened before we kicked off the Declaration of Independence. Like, we did other things, and most people in America did not want to fight the Revolutionary War. Most did not want to fight it. Most said, no, we'll petition the king. We'll get him to give us some stuff, and we'll be fine. We can live our life and whatever. We weren't even that mad about the taxation part. We were mad, but not crazy mad if he'd give us other stuff. Like, give us some other stuff and we'll do it. Right? We were like, okay. It took years before we actually went to that point. So this is a silly point. We're doing it now. Why do you think so many people are talking about independent parties? This is the time. I've been talking about it for years, but others have been also. Right? Tucker Carlson going to become one, blah, blah, all this kind of stuff. Everyone's going to become one, this and that, and the other thing, all that, right? They're all talking about it, right? RFK Jr. in 2024. This is the time, right? This is the time. So this part is bogus. And the second part?
And secondly, the technology, the weaponry we have today, the widespread nature of gun ownership.
The widespread nature. You just saw pictures of citizen soldiers. We had militias. Individual people, I said it before and I'll keep saying it. Individual people literally owned battleships. Like, you would own a ship, and they were called privateers. And the government would go, hey, we're at war with whatever, France or whatever, or the Barbary Pirates or whatever. We don't have enough ships. Can we use your ship as battleship? Yeah, sure. How much? And they'd give you a letter of, letter of marque? I forgot what it's called. Letter of marque, whatever it was. They give you a piece of paper saying, we're the government, so we bless it. You are now a warship. Go blow up Frenchies. And that was it. Right? And they'd get the militia together and be like, we don't have any cannon. Oh, Joey, he got cannons. How many he got 3. Let's go get Joey's cannons. That was what they did. And now she's like, well, the level of arms. Like, every house had a gun. And then, like, your neighbor might have had a cannon. I'm not making it up. And then the guy, in the city at the docks, he probably owned a battleship along with the trading ships. Or a trading ship he could turn into a battleship when Joey put his cannons on it. So, yes, the same thing. I mean, this is just, she's telling herself.
And the ways that violence can be turned into mass violence much more easily than it could in the past.
And the poll finds the rising belief is driven most sharply by young Americans.
Yes.
More than half, 58.
Thank you. They bring it up finally. This is the issue. 58%, 60% of Americans under 30 think violence is the answer. And you wonder why there's more mass things that we're talking about. I don't want to say I'm on YouTube. You wonder why? Yeah, they're ready to go. They're ready to go. They've given up.
Percent of respondents under age 30 say violence may be necessary. That's a 17-point jump since October.
These are massive jumps in short period of times. These are massive jumps in short periods of time. Absolutely. Yes. All right, Andrea says they took civics out of most schools, and we wonder why they're straying from principles. Yes. Why would you? The government doesn't tell you to study civics. They don't want you knowing your civics. You might start thinking like Bronner or something. We don't want that to happen. Stop that. So don't learn civics. Well, just believe government right. Get through your head. So yes. Let's see. And of course, Bruce is bingo, Andrea. See, exactly. Of course. Burned in my mind. Exactly right. Nosy said, I've been hearing since the early 80s about the cashless system, and most think it's never going to happen. It's already happening. It is starting to happen. I'm with you. Yes. Shelley says, could anyone who lived through 1976 imagine flock cameras, real ID, no-knock warrants? We the people would have fought hard again. You know, Shelley, you brought that up. If you happen to see the show last night when I was talking with Topher, I said, I remember New Yorkers. We were the tough guys, right? We were the tough guys. We were the guys who were like, I'm walking here, get out of here, right? We were that tough guy. We wouldn't have put up with this. Now, New Yorkers are like, whatevs. Okay. Yes. In 1776, we would have never put up with that. I completely agree. I don't know what's happened. Yes. Bruno says, give the feds control of education. And one of the first things they did was replace civics with social studies because fields are more important than principles. But not just that. As the old saying goes, when you send your child to be educated by the Romans, don't be surprised when he comes back thinking like a Roman. Absolutely. 100%. So, any case. Massman says, and I thought a boat was just a hole in the water that you throw money into. Well, nowadays it is. But back then they could go sell tea or something, I guess. Or blow up Frenchies. Or Spaniards. Or Barbary pirates. Or whatever. Blow some people up. If they wanted to. They could. So yeah. Any of those.
I think it's something that, I can definitely see people doing.
21-year-old college student Jack Borchers is a Democrat. While he doesn't think he'd take up arms, he understands why other young people might.
The other crazy
people. I personally do not want to see violence. I think that we need to resolve our issues without violence, but
it's other people, not me.
I think
that's
that
crazy people
going towards that.
Yeah, that's
path.
what it is.
It's kind of unavoidable. One half of the aisle doesn't seem to, want to play by the rules, so it may be time for both sides.
See, one of the other guys, the other half of the rule. He's a Democrat, by the way. So what aisle? You Republicans don't want to play by the rules. See, Democrats do. You Republicans, Mike, you don't play by the rules. So you guys want violence. He's glorious, and savvy, and smart, and calm. Not like you crazy Republicans want to shoot people. It's your fault, Mike.
I kind of agree that the rules need to be broken.
Despite the grim outlook on creeping political violence, there is room for some optimism. A majority of Americans, 53%, say that America's best days are ahead.
But that's not great. See? She's like, well, a majority. Yeah, but it should be 80. It should be 90. It should be huge. It should at least be 65. At least. This is not a good sign. 53%? It's not a good sign. It just isn't. John says, I only saw my father get upset one time when Michelle Obama said that for the first time in her life, she was proud to be an American. He wanted to take her all to the small town and show her their WW2 memorial. Yeah. And, how do I say this to make this right? There's so many parts to this that I want to bring up, John. Not that your father isn't right. He's correct. But I got to put a couple things. One, Michelle Obama was trying to virtue signal because she thought that's what it took, right? And she thought she could say, it's the first time in my life. What if she tried to play that game? She didn't know. She was nowhere near as savvy as she is now. She would never say that shit now. Like she's learned. She's a far savvier politician than she's ever been. She's much better at moving a crowd than she's ever been. Michelle Obama's far better at doing that now than she was then. So that was one part of it. But I'm not trying to give away. I'm trying to explain, not validate. I'm explaining. But she built that based upon something real, right? When you're in that world, particularly in that world of, black people, that concept becomes, because he's black, because we're black, that's what makes me proud. Not that he was good or bad at something or whatever. He was a Harvard. I mean, Obama is, whether you like Obama or not, he's obviously a smart guy, right? Whether you like him or not, he's still smart, right? And charismatic. That's true. She didn't say that. It was because he was black. So I think those two reasons why he said it. That makes any sense. Well, she said it. And she'd never said it again. She'd never said it again. Even if she meant it, she'd never say it again.
Administrations change. Maybe this one will go down as, maybe that wasn't so great. But there's always another one. It can be better.
I hope that, those ideals and ideas that they came up with 250 years ago will still exist 50 years from now at the nation's 300th birthday.
250 years in, the poll finds a country with a common vocabulary, freedom, opportunity, the promise of something better yet to come.
Moments like the 250th, I think, also help people step back, take a little perspective.
That's true.
On the
She's
moment
right.
That we're in, and
100% true. And that's why we're doing it. I completely agree with her on this. She's right. As a historian, we should take this time and look at it and go, okay, what are we proud of? What are we not so proud of? What can we make better? What can we fix? Where have we gone? Where have we fallen down? This part, she's 100% correct.
By the measures of history, maybe come to the conclusion that while there are certainly deep problems today, maybe all is not so doom and gloom.
She is correct in that. Agree. Phil says anyone can write a book, whether it's good is yes. Good point. Yes. Adirondack, gift of membership. Thank you so much. Johnson, gift of membership. Thank you. Garrett, back in the house. Haven't seen you in a while. Glad you are here. Gifted membership. 2 of them. He's coming to play as always, my friend. Thank you so much. You show up and you start spreading the love. I appreciate it tremendously. As I said, will be another member show on June. On July 18th, about 2 weeks from today, about 2 weeks, July 18th, another awesome show. I will be next week in Freedom Fest for like 4 or 5 days. So you can miss me for a bit, but then I'll be back in action, rocking and rolling as always. Master now says, we used to get fighting mad about 3% tax on tea. Yeah, we were shooting people. We were dropping dudes for that. Yes. We were dropping dudes. Yes. Agarad says, can't afford fireworks, spent it all on ammo. Plan to make some noise in my own way. Okay, good for you, man. I like it. D says, Lara looks way younger than that guy. It's true. I do. Yeah, because I eat better. Yes. Nosy says, Americans don't truly have any of those things like 250 years ago. Correct. So she's like, it's worse now. No, it's not. No, it's not at all. It's not worse. Remember what you said with sheriffs. Remember, there weren't police forces. That unless you were in a major city, there weren't police forces. There was a sheriff. And the sheriff, when he would need more men, he would deputize men, hence deputies. Well, those guys often had their own firearms. The sheriff doesn't have enough guns to get the deputies. So he grabs 4 or 5 guys he trusts, deputizes them, they bring their own weapons, and they become the police force, go get some bad guy, do something bad. You so set up a posse. Remember that idea of a posse, make a posse, grab people together, and they go. That was the way you do it. You didn't have a police force, except in some major cities. There's no police force. You hire a sheriff, or you elect a sheriff, and the sheriff decides how many deputies he or she needs. Well, at that point, how many deputies he needs at any given time. And being a deputy could be temporary. So I need like 7 dudes. Mike, get your gun. You're deputy for the next month. Wow, we got to go get bad guy Bronner. Bronner got his mouth open again. Go get him. And he might shoot us back. So bring your big guns. We got to go get Bronner. So we all get together and we'll get Bronner. Now we bring Bronner back, put his ass in jail where he deserves to be. Then I say, Mike, you ain't deputy no more. Go away. Does Mike give his gun in? No, he still has his gun. But now he just defends himself. He's not acting for the people anymore. He's just acting as Mike. And Mike is too uppity. I get Andrew. Andrew, get your gun. Mike talk too much. Let's go get Missy. Missy got her mouth open. Let's take care of her. Anyway, my point being, that's what we would do. So yeah, you're totally correct. Phil, let's see here. Did that already? Okay, yes. Let's see. It looks like Phil's another one here. Is compliance because it's kind of good? The people who survived world wars, depression, and poverty were tough. World War II was followed by the Battle of Athens. You're right. Yes, that of Athens, Tennessee. Is that right? Yes. Yeah, it was people who weren't going to put up with it. You find that constantly when soldiers come back from war and then government tries to curtail them, the soldiers go, no, we were dropping guys overseas. We'll come back and we'll drop you too. That was a thing, which is one of the reasons why governments very often would have to do good things for their soldiers to keep them there, or the reverse, send them someplace else. Either one. So you're correct. Yes. All right.
What still divides Americans today is whether they believe those founding ideals and the promises of a new nation are still being kept.
Yep.
For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Liz.
I thought you guys might enjoy that piece. I have more I want to grab. Let me keep going here. So Andrew says, I know this ain't an AMA. It's fine. I'm happy to have this conversation anyway. But I thought I might ask for you, what does it mean to be American? Is it color? Is it creed? Is it culture? Is it standing allegiance to one flag, one nation, or God? The standing which I do, the allegiance which I do, and the pledge which I do, those are symbolic. But I do think the concept of being American, for me at least, and I think a lot of people would disagree with this, it is the idea of me being able freely to follow my pursuit of happiness. That's what I see it as. I get to go follow my pursuit. People came here to pursue happiness and whatever they thought that was, whether that was building out a family, getting education, starting a business, whatever that was, going out and getting land. They came here to try to find a better life and or happiness. The pursuit of happiness is a key piece. That's what it is. Am I free to go find happiness? I'm not. That's not American. Now, some people, happiness is community. They're happy to stay in their community and make the community better. That's happiness. Some people, it's going off and starting some business or going to the big city and becoming a star, whatever. Like, each person is supposed to find their happiness. And to be forward, as we've had better lives, it may be more than one pursuit. So as a youngster, you may pursue X. And as you get a bit older, you pursue Y. As you become then older, you pursue Z, whatever. But you're always free to pursue happiness, right? This is why I think socialism does not work in America. I'll tell you why I think it hurts us. Because socialism is also freedom. I know you guys who are libertarian hate when I say it, but they do see it that way. It is freedom to versus freedom from. Socialists believe it is free. It is free when they say we want Medicare for all, because they're free from the burdens of worrying about their health. They can go do things without that burden. That is how they see it. Now, I know many of you don't see it that way. I'm telling you, that's how they see it. You know, having gun control, they see it as freedom from being shot, that no one's going to shoot them. I mean, it's not true, but this is my point. That is how they see it. They also see it as freedom. They see freedom from. I see the American aspect not being freedom from. It's freedom to. I can go achieve the thing that I want to achieve, or I can pursue it. I may fail, but I can pursue it. So I do see that. That's what I see it. My ability, obviously without hurting or harming others, to achieve or to pursue what I believe is my happiness, even if I'm wrong. Even if I think I'm going to go be the greatest star in New York City and I'm wrong, it's a disaster and it's terrible and I'm a terrible actor and I can never do it. Doesn't matter. I thought it was the right thing. That's it. So yeah, I hope that makes sense at least. All right. Let me walk down here. Adirondacks says, I don't really know my neighbors now like people did when I was growing up. It's like a bunch of islands have committed. Very true. And I think a lot of that actually is media, social media, phones, a lot of that. Not all, but a lot of it is. Yes. Yes. Mike says, part of the economic divide is the emphasis on distraction spending. $500 sneakers, dozen streaming services, legal drugs, etc. Wasted buying power equals no assets. Who should be blamed? It's a valid point. I agree with that. There is a piece of but this adds on to, or exacerbates, maybe is a better word. This exacerbates the wealth gap. Because now, Mike, what I'm going to say, and this goes back, this is how a socialist would answer that. Well, why does Elon Musk get to go into space when I can't even have, $200 sneakers? It's not fair. So I should be able to get some of that money so I can have $200 sneakers. And your response is, yeah, well, you got to earn it. Well, Elon Musk didn't earn that money. That is the response. And he doesn't work much harder than I do. Why is he a million times richer than I am? Right? So it's not fair. So I want to get a little piece of the pie too. Elon Musk gets to have as many sneakers as he wants. I'm just asking for $500 pair of sneakers. Why is that so much? Why do I not deserve that? That is the response they'll say. Now, you might go, well, that's not important. I get your argument. I'm giving you theirs. And here's what makes it harder. Now they're on TikTok. And they're on TikTok or Instagram or whatever. And they see all the people there with the $500 sneakers and they're being flown out to Dubai and hanging out in Miami in a cool car and doing all the drugs they want to do and blah, blah, blah. And they go, well, why can't I have that, Mike? Why do you hate me, Mike? Why are you so mean, Mike? I want that too. How come I don't deserve that? That's where their heads are. That's the freedom from. And that, of course, exacerbates the gap and makes things worse. So I wasn't trying to say you were wrong at all. I was explaining and actually jumping on board on top of that. Who should be blamed? Here's what I'm going to say. The problem is our government is an anachronism. If we're going to blame anybody, and if we can really, but it's the system. The system needed to get away from, and it's going to make some of you angry, the whole concept of us doing hourly work, trading labor for dollars, has been an anachronism for 30 years at least. For at least 30 years. We should have been getting paid for value a long time ago, so that we can start getting paid for value. And then the second piece, not worshiping labor, but instead worshiping assets and getting people to get assets, and not thinking, hey, Mike, I need to, have a good job. I should be saying, Mike, I need to have a nice house or a nice car or a nice stock portfolio. And everyone should be thinking that way. And we haven't done that. We've talked about getting a good job with benefits. So is that the system? Maybe it is. I'm not really sure, but I think it's a valid point. I'm agreeing with that. All right. Anyway, I do want to walk down the road if I could. And we've been talking about it a little bit. So this is the part that's happening here. This is the idea of the Second Amendment. I'm going to bring up the Second Amendment piece if I could. Yeah, here we go.
Supreme Court, the justice is announcing they will consider striking down bans on assault weapons.
The Supreme Court just agreed to decide whether your state can ban your AR-15, and half the internet's already spiking the ball like the game's over. But let's pump the brakes real quick.
Now, Colin is savvy. This guy's smart. You will see how he speaks. You'll understand why. He's talking about what's happening now with the Second Amendment. Now, why do I bring this up? Because on our 250th anniversary, we're talking about having all the guns and all those issues and stuff. All of a sudden now, Supreme Court's starting to rethink, can they do all this stuff?
Yes, this is the biggest Second Amendment case in years. I'm not going to pretend it isn't. But the ruling is only half the story. What these states do the second it lands, that's the half nobody's warning you about.
Yep.
Stick around for that part, because it's the whole reason this isn't over. Let's start where the news started.
It's like the one in Connecticut. News 8's Ariana Boss joins us live from the control room with more on that. Ariana.
Good evening, Ann. Connecticut's gun law will be really at the forefront of SCOTUS's decisions later this year. The justices agreeing today to hear challenges to state and local government bans on AR-15s and other semi-automatic firearms from here in our state and Cook County, Illinois.
Do you understand how long we've waited to hear that sentence? The most popular rifle in the entire country, and for years, states just ran around banning it. Connecticut, Illinois, Jersey, California, pick a blue state.
This goes to my point I brought up earlier, which is once you give them any piece, they start pressing, they start moving forward. So once they said, well, you could do X, and then boom, Y, and the next state, and the next state, and the next state, and the next state, and the next state.
They've got a list, and the Supreme Court just wouldn't touch it. So these states got comfortable, real comfortable. They banned, they restricted, they wrote the rules, and now the highest court in the land is finally going to tell them whether any of it holds up. Now, here's the part they don't say on the news. Why now? Keep that question in your head, because the answer is the whole story.
Yes, absolutely. Let me see if I grab some more of these comments before I keep going. Andrew says, freedom from tyranny, persecution, oppression, and being skull bashed by a crazy guy sure is real. Yes, you're not wrong, but there's a whole different way of thinking about it. That's all I'm saying. It's a different way of thinking about it. So yes, Mike says freedom from is not real. It's justification for oppression. But when you feel like there's no hope, that actually seems to make sense though, Mike, right? When you feel like there's no hope, it actually seems to make sense. When I feel like I'm being oppressed already, like I feel like it, right? Oh, because I can't have the cool things. Well, here comes government and it's going to give me the cool thing. Well, see, that's freeing me from oppression, Mike. That's not oppressing me. I mean, it's oppressing you because it's taking your stuff and giving it to me, but it's not oppressing me. That's oppressing you. And you're clearly the bad guy because I deemed it so. So you're the bad guy. So that's justice. That's justice. Why do I even say these things? I say so you'll understand why people think the way they think, so we can talk and get them to understand things. Mastermind says Elon was born with the emerald spoon in his mouth. True. Don't get me wrong. He was. But again, he becomes the poster child. Remember, the idea is to find someone who's the bad guy, and then that validates my action against others because I validated the bad guy. Right? That's how that works. It's okay because it's against Elon Musk. So yeah. Okay, I think I grabbed that piece already. We covered a bunch of these. Mike says, hey, I'll call. Yes, cool. He's really good with this stuff. He is good.
Revisions to Connecticut gun laws were a direct response, as many know, to the mass shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School in 2012, where 20 children, 6 teachers were killed by a gunman using an AR-15 style weapon. And that is the style of firearm that has been used in multiple mass shootings.
Now, they will bring that up all the time, multiple mass shootings, but most mass shootings are not done by an AR-15.
All across the country.
All right, let me be real with you for a second. Sandy Hook was a nightmare. 20 kids, 6 adults. I'm not going to sit here and wave that away like it.
This is one of the reasons why Cohen is so good, because he does show emotion. He doesn't just do facts. He doesn't just go, it's the law, or what people say all the time, shall not be infringed, all that shit that people say, which just makes people not like you. He's saying that was terrible. Yes, it was horrible. Yes. And those pictures are terrible. Yes, you can admit that, say that, show respect for that, and still say, yeah, Second Amendment is still Second Amendment. You can still do that. You don't have to be angry at it and dismiss it.
It doesn't gut me, because it does. And I understand genuinely why parents who live that would spend the rest of their life trying to
100%.
make sure it never happens again. That grief
100%.
is real. That instinct is human. So I'm not fighting the feeling. I'm fighting the policy they have.
Thank you. Did you hear what he just said? I'm not fighting the feeling. Why? Because you can't beat it. Feelings are way more powerful than facts. I say it all the time. Feelings are way more powerful than facts. It's not even close. He gets it. He's like, I'm not going to fight that fight. I can't win that battle. I'm going to talk about the policy and what the outcome is going to be. That's where I'm going to go, right? That's the issue. Robin says, I'm an actual libertarian. Felt like an island in an ocean of red waves, blue waves, and purple waves. No clear water in sight. Well, you are now in the land of the golden. There we go. You are now in the land. I was actually in Montana at the Libertarian Party event a couple years back. I spoke there. So, yes, I've been there. You could have come see me. If I come back again, you'll be able to show up. So, yes. Mike says, fear is illusion of face reality. You may feel entitlement is good, but empirically, it's oppressive. Yes, but it doesn't matter. Colin just showed you this. It doesn't matter, Mike. Feelings matter. You have to address them, or people don't change. You must address the feelings. Even he's saying he did a good job, just did a great job of it.
On top of it, because here's the hard part nobody wants to say. Banning the rifle didn't touch the actual problem. The killer failed a background check. He didn't buy that rifle. He murdered his own mother and stole it. So a law telling law-abiding people they can't own an AR-15 would not have stopped him. It only stops you. And that's the pattern with every one of these.
Now, did you see how we dealt with that? I teach this literally when I do my courses in schools and when I teach other organizations. It's what I call ETL, emotion, then logic. He doesn't go, dumb, facts. He doesn't do that. He goes, let me touch your feelings. Let me touch your emotion first. Okay, now we got that. Now let me give you the logic. That's why he's as good as he is. That's what he does. He's very good at this. John says, wow, it's crazy how many liberals think AR stands for assault rifle. Yes. Yes. With wooden stock, same yes, exactly. I was joking. I go, you know what? If you were smart, you notice, right? This AK-16 with the magnetic clips and the bulletproof, magazines, right? Then you'd know. And I say something like that, and they're like, yeah. They start nodding yes. They have no idea what they're talking about. I say something, and they just go, yeah. The heat-seeking clips, you know those? Yeah. And then if you click the button, it becomes fully semi-automatic. Fires 2,000 rounds a minute. They go, yeah, it does. It's true. That's how you know. Just say shit like that and then see how they act. The AK-16, you know that one. So, yeah. All right, let me keep going down here if I can. All righty. Phil, oh, yes. Talking about someone else. That's fine. All righty. I think we covered that piece already. Okay. Bruno says lots of red flags in Montana from my understanding. Like, maybe. I don't actually know that. I don't know much about that.
Law disarms the people who'd never do it and does nothing to the person who already decided to.
In response to today's announcement, Mark Barden, co-founder of gun control advocacy group Sandy Hook Promise and the father of a child killed in that shooting, says here in part, Connecticut's decision to enact additional gun safety laws was one of the life-saving protections put into place after the devastating Sandy Hook Elementary.
And that's the issue. Life-saving protections. They use that phrase all the time with literally no evidence of that being true. And the problem is, and this is a valid problem, How in the world do you tell a father who just lost his son that that's not going to work? Right? How do you do that? How do you do that? That's not easy to do. Not easy to tell them that. Not easy at all. But maybe you have to. But boy, that is not going to be easy to do. All right, hold on. Andrea sent you you want a video? Hold on. So I can find it. Hold on, guys. Just send me videos here. Let me see what I could do here. Hold on. I'm supposed to watch a video now. I got people sending me videos. Is it a good? I hope it's a good video. See if I can find it. Can I find the video? Hold on. Now you got me working. You got me working, Andrea. See if I can get the video now. Andrea got me working here, trying to do other stuff. All right, let's see here. Did it pop up? Did it come? Hold on. Did you email it or did you send it? I don't think it popped up. Let me see here. Are you making me work for stuff now? And I don't think I got it. No, I don't think I got it. If you sent it, I don't think I got it. I don't think I did. Sorry about that. If you did send, I didn't get it. Maybe my system isn't working as well as it should be working. So, all right, let me keep going down here if I could, real fast. Let's see here. And Mike says rifles are used about 2-3% of all mass shootings. Overall, 62% of mass shootings are handguns. But media progressives spend a week fear mongering the 1 or 2 cases is pure manipulation. Accurate. That's no lies detected. Absolutely true. When it comes to rifles being used, this is a very common rifle, and that's how they obfuscate that, Mike. You know, when I say, when assault rifles are used, it's the most common. True, right? When you look at those cases that where they use assault, when these rifles, period, the AR-15 is the most common used, but there aren't that many used in mass shootings at all. That's how they obfuscate. So they're not necessarily lying. I mean, they are, but they're more being disingenuous than actual lying. So, yeah. All right. I think we covered that one. All righty. Okay. Yeah, the AR-16. Correct. Me too. It's the AK-16. Get it right. So.
Tragedy. The federal government sets the floor for firearm laws. States have the right to pass additional laws in order to meet the safety needs of their residents in accordance with the Second Amendment.
That is a grieving father, and I'll give him every ounce of respect.
See him do it again. See him hit the emotional again. He says that's a grieving father, and I'll give him that respect. I agree. If I had lost my daughter, I might think the same way. Who knows? So give the man respect. He lost his kid. He's a grieving father. I get it. Doesn't make him right, but doesn't make him a bad guy. There's the difference. There is the difference. Robin says Montana isn't what one might think. Politically, it's crazy mixed. True. I've seen that before. Democrats, Republicans mixed. Yes. And Larry, I'd love to come to an event with you speaking. Next time I'm out there, I'll let you know. Phil says Larry should be able to get his M16A1. When I came in, I actually had an M16A2 because Marines got the new M16s before the Army did. The Army still had the A1s when I came in. The Marine Corps got the A2s first. So my first rifle in 1985 was, how old am I? Was an M16A2 service rifle, not the A1. So, yep.
Look at that argument close, because it's the whole game. The federal government sets the floor. States can add more. Run that logic all the way out.
Terrible.
If a state can always add more restrictions in accordance with the Second Amendment, then there's no such thing as too far. Ban the rifle, then the magazine, then the caliber, then the next scary looking thing. Every ban becomes the new floor, and the next one stacks right on top. That is not a safety ceiling. That looks more like a staircase to me. And it only goes one direction, down, until shall not be infringed means whatever your legislature lets you keep this year.
And that's been what's happening. Mike says, it's amazing how few leftists don't know what a clip or magazine are. It's like how they told me about socialism. They never been a day in a socialist nation, but they insist my experience account. Yes, they don't know. They're just afraid. They're speaking from fear, Mike. I'm scared. That's it. I'm scared. Yes, Andrew, life-saving protections. Yes, cash. people are making money. I agree, but it sounds good. It sounds good.
Brings me to the folks who actually got dragged through this.
But the president of the Connecticut Citizens Defense League, Holly Sullivan, tells us while passed perhaps with good intentions, these laws ultimately violate constitutional rights.
There has been a lot of legislation passed that really didn't include gun owners at the table to talk about how this impacts them. This is a perfect example of the system working. And we shall ultimately see where the justices decide what their opinion is.
You heard her. The gun owners weren't at the table. There it is right there. They wrote laws about your rights and never once asked the people the laws were aimed at, because in their mind, your rights are theirs to hand out. You just missed that memo. And that right there is exactly why this hat exists. Think about what she just described. A room full of politicians deciding what you're allowed to own, and your name wasn't on the guest list. Like the Second Amendment is a permission slip they signed for. You didn't need their signature. You never did. That's the American hat that you see right here, with American displayed up front with the bullet for the eye, representing the Second Amendment, the foundation of which this country was founded on. Put it on, they keep trying to legislate away. Now, back to why you can't relax just yet. Because here's the part I promised you at the top. Say the court does the right thing. Say they rule assault weapon bans unconstitutional.
Hope they do.
Do not think these states just lie down and take it. You
That's
already
correct.
watched them tell you exactly what they'll do. Remember Bruin? The court said flat out, you have a right to carry a firearm outside your home. And what did these states do? Cool story, bro. Then they turned around and made damn near everywhere a gun-free zone.
All around New York, we saw that happen again and again and again. The second Bruin came down, they went, oh, so, okay, so you get to carry a gun outside, except when we call a gun-free zone. We're going to make a gun-free zone on basically everything except like the yellow line on the street. So if you're standing on the yellow line in the street, you can have a firearm. The second you step off, you're now guilty. That is true. He's 100% correct in that. Now, you might say, Larry, I appreciate you saying that, but who the hell are you to say that this is true in any way, shape, or form? Is there anybody else that you have who might have a comment on this? I have someone who might have a comment on this. He is the one and only, the activist, the coolest guy in Philly, the man himself, Maj Toure. How are you, my friend?
What's up, Larry? How are you? I'm wonderful. It's good to be here, man.
Great, man. I'm glad you're here. It's a 250th. I know we're all excited, right?
Yeah, man. I'm excited on one level because I'm optimistic, cautiously, but optimistic for the future. But on a different level, I think that when 250 years floats around, I think people should step back and look at, we beat this average of like when constitutional republics usually are over with.
Right.
And so I just hope that people step back and kind of evaluate, man, republic if you can keep it. And so
yes. Yes.
So like I'm
absolutely
optimistic. I think that people are seeing certain things. I saw something a few days ago that I thought was amazing. It was a group of people that I erroneously and incorrectly prejudged.
Okay.
And they look like what the Liberty Space would call, like normies.
Okay.
And in the process of listening to them, as I was like, oh, they're just regular folks, right? It was so amazing that they were having this conversation about freedom and like, man, I'm not doing that, man. I mean, I got rights. And it just came off so surreal for me because one, it allowed me to check my own little levels of bias.
Was this in Philly?
You know what I mean? Yeah,
was this
in Philly.
Okay.
And I just was like, man, and I'm talking about like young dudes that the outer surface of it would look like there's no way that they would be having this conversation right now. Right. Fit. But in hindsight, I had to evaluate self and go like, who's to say it wouldn't fit? And so it's such a good feeling to see stuff like that. And that kind of gives me a lot more hope going in that direction. You know what I mean?
Well, we were just earlier, I was showing the show that there's a recent poll showing that about 58% of young people under 30 think that maybe violence is the way to get stuff done now in America, to fix things now.
Yes.
So that makes me think that you're going to find a lot of young men who are saying, I'm I guess we fighting then. Like, I guess I'm not going to say yes. I guess we're fighting then. I guess one of us is going to jail or the morgue. I mean, something's going to happen because I'm not doing it. I think that's,
Right.
you're going to find more people doing that. And the key is, what is the tipping point, right? What is the tipping point to where if one guy does it, he's just screwed, right? But what is the point to where, you know, how many have to do it to where they go, okay, right? What is that point?
It's funny. That way that you just said that reminded me of one of my favorite movies. It's called V for Vendetta.
Yep.
And in the movie, everybody knew that something wasn't right about what the so-called establishment was doing.
Yep.
And the detective that was not necessarily V himself, but the detective that was on the case for V, which is like, it'll just takes a moment for, this is what V's trying to do. It just takes a moment for the people to see that he's being bold, but then that the state continues to do things that are just dumb. And in this example, law enforcement shot a child.
Yep.
And traditionally, where everybody would just be like, well, the chancellor and the state said kind of like fall back, but then the people just were like, absolutely not. And hopefully the will and the vibe and those random conversations, and because they all listen to all our conversations, flock cameras and surveillance is all over the place.
Yes.
Hopefully they'll learn that there's more people that are willing to be like, absolutely not. And they'll, go in a different direction, because that is the smartest thing for the state to do. And to the second part of that question, it doesn't have to be the massive amounts of people. Famously, they say only 3% of, people in the American Revolution was like busting their gun against the British, like 3% of the people.
Yep.
And so it doesn't have to be, you got to remember, when your country's like over 350 million people, 10% of that is still 35 million people. And so I think more people are willing to do so many other things before it even gets to violence, just like by just opting out. The last time I was at the airport, it was something like that. I just saw so many people going, nope, opt out. I don't want the body scan. I don't want this. I don't want that. They were just saying no. And so hopefully that's a trend that's going to continue in the direction of liberty.
Well, the other thing, right, is you have to have the right people do it. And the second piece is you have to have some of the enforcers question themselves, right? One of the things that I love when I'm actually out campaigning is very often cops will come to my events. Either state troopers or cops come to my event, and they'll be like, yeah, Larry, we got to change something. I don't like what I'm doing. Like, they'll say that. They'll be like, I don't like what I'm doing. Like, they've heard me say that we've turned a whole bunch of our law enforcement into profit centers. They're not getting bad guys. They're just making money, right? And I say that, and they're like, yeah, I didn't join to do that. That's not what I wanted to do. Like, I thought I was protecting my community is what I thought I was doing, but I'm not. I'm just like giving people tickets and making them mad at me. Like, I'm not protecting my community. I thought I was doing that. So I think when you see some of that, I think that's another good sign when you see that. I can't hear you. Your sound just went away.
I don't think that the job has been honorable in a very long time. And can you hear me?
Yeah, I've lost your signal.
You hear me now?
I hear you, but you're not moving very well.
What the hell is going on? Can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you.
Hello?
Now I'm losing you. I got Maj, and now I'm losing the internet. See that? I lost him. They heard it. They were listening. They were literally listening, and they were like, I cannot have this man here. I got to get rid of him. See that? That's what it was. The point being, though, is that when the enforcers start getting scared too and saying, look, this is not what I want to do. I'm supposed to be getting bad guys. I don't want to just be giving out tickets and making people mad at me. I think that's also a good thing. I think all of that helps us out tremendously. So yeah, Let me grab some more of your comments. I know a lot of you guys are happy to see Maj. That was supposed to be a surprise, so I hope it surprised a bunch of you. So yes, and hold on. And I think I grabbed some of you here. Okay. Mike goes, all the gun control laws are ineffective. They just punish and discourage lawful ownership. That's 100% true. They don't do what their intent. Well, I'm sorry. They don't do what their announced intention is. They do what their intention is, which is what you just said, but they don't do what their announced intention is. So there we go. I think that's true. Yeah. All righty. Where am I here? We covered that piece, covered that one. Adirondack says, I like free gun zones better. Yes. Let's do some of that. I love that. Let's do some of that. All righty. Bronner does not like gun-free zones. See? That's why you have to have free gun zones instead. He's right. Yes. All right. Craig says, I have a wood stove and 2 fireplaces. Love them. So you're basically in New York, you're anti-American. Yes, New York government does not like you. I think you're great. Stay here, but they don't. Yes, Maj. Yes. Hey, Maj. Wait, what? Maj the goat. Hey, Maj. A bunch of Maj is coming. Maj. There we go. Yes, absolutely. Mike says, you get bigger every time I see you. So jealous. That man does not leave a gym. That man's in the gym every day. Yes, making me look bad. Andrea says, I love Maj almost as much as I love Larry. My oldest loves Maj too. She buys his shirts the whole time. So yes, every time I see him, it'd be great. So another Maj. Yep. Maj, the shirt's great, but of the hat. Yep. Absolutely. Yep. Where you can follow Maj. Maj, if some of you looked at the details, I put his Illusionary Center in the description. So if you want to check that out, feel free. So you can check out what he's doing there also. Mastermind says the oligarchy is praying for a civil war because it's the only way to avoid a revolution. Yes. Bronner says you still have a rifle team in high schools. There's got to be rare in the states these days. There are still some states that have it, but not most. There are still some that have it, but not most. So I think that would be amazing. We have more rifle clubs. I absolutely agree. That would be amazing if we did, but we don't teach people that. And there's some reasons behind that. And, Maj does that. And he is back. How are you, sir?
I'm good. You got me now?
Yes, I got you.
Okay.
We're just talking about in high school, rifle clubs. And the thing that I was said, which I loved about what you do, which is similar. A lot of people didn't understand, okay, if Maj cares about his community, why is he focused so much on the Second Amendment and gun ownership? Why? And I said, look, you got to understand something, but a lot of people don't get. Look, I never had a gun when I was younger. My father was a cop, so I saw a gun often. It was in the house every day, but I never owned one. I never fired a gun until I was in the Marine Corps, right? Never fired one before I was in the Marine Corps. But by the way, those who teach firearms know that people who never fired are often the best students. So I was actually a coach in the Marine Corps, so I taught a lot of people how to shoot because I got good at it because I'd never shot before. So I just followed the rules, right? On how to have good marksmanship. I just followed the rules. But the point being, once you have that firearm, you begin to understand how deadly you are and how responsible you must be. And the thing you've said many times in your courses, Maj, which I never forgot, which is if you pull that trigger, whatever happens from that bullet coming out of the muzzle, you're responsible for. It does not matter. If you pull that trigger, whatever happens, you're responsible for. And I remember when you said that, it really hit me. I'm like, you're right. No matter, I got to decide if I want to pull that trigger or not. That's a decision I got to make because once I pull it, I'm responsible. Go ahead.
It's the toothpaste. That toothpaste don't go back in the tube.
Yes.
And you got to make sure you're ready to, it got to be time. And so, and again, this doesn't mean that a person has to be, like nervous. This again, like you said, rifle, shooting teams, clubs.
Yep.
The most decorated Olympian of all times is a woman, Kimberly Rhodes. Yep. She's an Olympic shooter. Shooting for plinking, for having fun, shooting for hunting, shooting for just fun guns for fun and just have a good time. I remember I shot at Hickok 45's house. My point is, it doesn't have to have such a. I don't want anybody to have this ominous feel that like as soon as you touch the gun,
right,
it better be ready for you to shoot the villain from any Marvel comic
Right.
book. You know what I mean? But
Right.
just to have a certain level of respect, to your point, a certain level of respect for this tool and this ability to, I get to defend life with this.
Yes.
Violence is not the answer until it's the only answer. And
Right.
when you train, and to your point, when you have an understanding of the respect that needs to be had for this tool and this power and this right, these are responsibilities at that point. And so making sure that people have that level of information and access, and making sure that they're respecting that responsibility that comes with that right, that would do far much more for the unconstitutional legislation that's continuously being proposed. I just find it very interesting to me. You know, we're obviously all here in support of your gubernatorial run. I just find it interesting at the state of New York that, let's say, go, even if we minimize it down to the city, to, you know, the boroughs, it's just very interesting to me that we speak so much about trying to change racism and change, you know, the disenfranchised, disempowered communities, which I agree with. But then a lot of times those same public servants would get behind, arguably, the longest standing systemic racism in American history, which is gun control.
True.
And when I say that, I think people thought I was being like tongue in cheek and funny. It's so absurd when you say all gun control is racist that people be like, oh, you're just doing a play on words. No, I'm not. Literally.
Yes.
Plymouth, Virginia. Like, it was like the first thing we got to do is make sure that the black people don't have no guns.
Yes.
And so it's just so funny to me to watch these candidates that won't honestly acknowledge the most racist, systemically flawed issue that's the biggest stain on our flag. And so hopefully for the 250th year, we can start having more honest, you know, public servants like yourself that are just honestly saying, like, listen, bro, because we want the human right to defend life and we want to attack the oldest form of systemic racism in America, this does not mean that we're saying we want the Wild West and we want everybody outside just shooting at each other because it's a Tuesday. Like, that's stupid. And so hopefully more people will come around to that holistic approach. And I think, man, I have to give you so much credit, man, for being somebody that's willing to say, hey, I'm going to make my life more difficult because I believe in the state of New York, the people of New York, and putting your money where your mouth is and consistently fighting this race. I mean, like, I ran for local office.
I remember.
And it was like the most stressful time of my life. And to have a candidate such as yourself that is living and exercising and showcasing these liberty values, taking on some of these biggest issues. And, you know, arguably obviously a lot of people say, you know, New York's the greatest city. New York's a great state. And it is. You know, I don't give that much power to the negativity to act like some of the things that are wrong with our great American cities and our great states. I don't give that energy to that. And so for somebody like you to consistently be saying, we can hammer this, we can educate, we can empower. It's amazing, man. It's a marathon, and you are running it. And so I gotta always give you your flowers, man, because people are so silly and so say a whole lot, but they don't, you know, when it's due time, when it's time to do and what people have been doing, that's a different conversation. So I always just want to make sure that everybody understands the importance of what you're doing, liberty in action. You know what I mean?
I appreciate that. Absolutely. Thank you for that. Thank you. And it's one of the reasons why I keep pushing the idea, because if we can fix New York State, we can fix the country.
Yeah.
Right? We have the worst gun laws. The worst. And what I keep saying, I've been talking about the idea of the wealth gap and all these things forever, right? We have the worst wealth gap in the entire country and the worst gun laws. And we still have mass shootings, and we still have school shootings, and we still have gang violence. All the things that this is supposed to stop don't stop.
Right.
And we still have Dexter Taylor in jail, who didn't do anything wrong. Right. So we still have all these things. So, and if you're going to give me 8,000 laws then I should live in utopia by now, right? Should my life be perfect? Should I have a jetpack and I should go off to have my hot women all around me and my beautiful car and everything perfect because I got 8,000 laws. Well, I got 8,000 laws. I still can't pay my rent. I'm not, that doesn't make any sense, right? My kids still can't read. I don't understand.
You know what's crazy? I actually would contend that even a little bit more liberty loving people, we're not this we just want to say F the system all the way. It's not like in a vacuum that this is happening, right?
Right.
And I would contend if you saw more of a Shangri-La in some of these places, more liberty people would, because we're by and large, we're objective. We would kind of be like, well, I don't know, guys. It's kind of perfect over here.
Right.
But to your point, that's not happening. Y'all giving me all of these laws, and I'm having these same problems. So
nothing's changing.
And backwards.
Yes, I joke often about Norway because Norway is a small country, and they have a lot of great stuff in Norway. It's true, but they also have a $1 trillion sovereign fund, which just throws money at it. So then people go, well, it's like socialism. Well, no, when you add capitalism. So when you add $1 trillion for 5 million people, you get healthcare. You get health. I'm Oprah with healthcare at that point. You got all the money. It's totally fine, right? So if you're going to do that, then the Norwegians go, yeah, you could have some socialism. I don't mind. Because they're getting utopia. They're fine with it. They get utopia.
Socialism. The socialism can exist off of the host. The host is huge.
Correct.
The $1 trillion for this 5 million people is huge.
Yes.
And then they go, okay, cool. And, it just depends on if people want to have honest views and look at this for real from a legitimate perspective.
Absolutely.
If you really want to go, okay, cool. Does this make the quality of life better for Americans? I mean, okay, cool. We got some socialism. We got the fire department. We got tax dollars going to that. I'm not mad per se at a mixed economy. Something you say all of the time, like if you guys want to do communism and socialism over there in that commune in America, okay, cool.
Yep.
If y'all want to do it, you have the freedom and the liberty to do that.
Yep.
Now the question becomes, when you can't buy the land and you can't build the homes for the people to be on this commune, maybe you guys want to sell some stuff at a free market enterprise, and then maybe you guys start the whole commune thing over again. But you have the right to do that. So I'm not, we're not mad at the mixed economy concept in a freedom-based space. The question just becomes, if the government is doing these things and the restrictions that it's applying to allegedly make these things better, if you have a legitimate and honest, and we gotta have good faith conversations.
Yeah.
Is this actually making your quality of life better? We'll be talking about most of the areas of human activity: education, entertainment, law, politics, religion, sex, war. Like if this is 7 out of 10 in most of those areas, say it. But if it's not, you have to honestly say, nah, it's not. And if we're breaking even if it's exactly even, but you're giving me more and more restrictions.
Why? Yeah.
Then it's not worth it. And so
absolutely,
you just have a way, you personally have a way of just breaking stuff down in a way that I think the general public that feels what we're saying, you have a way of breaking it down in a manner that the people go, that's what I was feeling. That's what I was feeling. And that guy's like him. What he's saying is what's in my head.
I'm trying my best. So, well, Dee is on your side. She goes, you like Maj's shirt? Go check out his merch. blackgunsmatter.shop. Yes, please go check it out. My daughter owns several of his shirts and she wears them all the time, but she only wears them in certain places because we live in New York City. So she can only wear them in certain places. She can't wear them every place. Remember, she got that communism one, and we got Mamdani now. So that shirt's not popular no more. So
are the people that are in New York City, like boots on the ground, how are they feeling like about Mamdani?
They love him.
Really?
Love him. He's at like 65% approval rating. They love him. And I tell you why. People don't understand why. 2 reasons. Number one, everything what people who are more logical minded don't understand. His policies are bad, but we're not going to see the outcome for years. We're not going to see it. It takes a time for the market to respond. We're not going to see for years. So for right now, he just got elected. He is charismatic he's so charismatic, and he's doing promises made, promises kept. Looks like he's doing stuff. Plus, it's going to sound dumb, but it's still true. The Knicks won. You know what I'm talking about. As soon as Trump showed up, that was the first loss in 14 games for the Knicks, and they never lost again. The day Trump showed up, the Knicks lost. After that, they won. He is good at that. He has given this city, it's false hope, but he's given them hope. It's true. He's given them hope. So they love him now. Now that will come back to bite him.
Yeah.
Not going to come back now.
It's interesting. Him, when he was on The View, and he openly said, I'm a democratic socialist. Yep. And I was looking around like, he just threw it away. Everybody's going to go, what? And the way that he charismatically explained it, he didn't explain what it actually meant.
He didn't have to.
But for the people that know what it means, was like, did you hear what he just said? But the general public that watches The View and the ladies on The View, he did it in such a smooth way.
Yes, he did. You saw it.
It gave me like Barack Obama-esque.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And
I had him on my show 3 years earlier.
Yeah.
I had him on my show 3 years earlier. He called himself a sewer socialist on my show openly. And I literally warned the Republican Party. This guy's real. They laughed at me. They ignored me. Well, that's stupid. They just ignored because I said, no, you don't understand. This guy's good. He is bold. And remember, when you look at most left and right, generally speaking, the left really wants to feel empathy and the right wants to feel strength. But if you can do both, oh my God, right? When you can do both, very much so. If you're only strong, Democrats don't like you. They think you're dumb, right? You're bullied. They don't like you. You got to have empathy and then show strength. You remember when Biden was at his top is when he was threatening to beat up Trump. Remember Biden was like, I'm going to take Trump out back and beat him up. Democrats ate that up. They were like, give me some more of that. That's candy. They could not stop eating that. They loved it. So when Mamdani says, I'm a socialist, what do you got? They're like, damn, we love that. That's strong. That's not falling back. And he's good at it. He's charismatic. He's good at it. He's giving them hope. I think it's going to come back and bite him. None of his policies are actually good, but you're not going to see anything for 2 years. So he's got 2 years to ride on it.
How does he spin that in 2 years? What does he say?
I'm going to tell you already. He's going to blame every single thing on Trump. Guaranteed. I'll bet you money. When everything collapses, about, if only Trump had done, he will blame. And again, Democrats hate Trump. They will believe it. They will eat all of that up. They will believe it. I'm telling you the truth. I called the whole thing. It is going to happen. They are going to believe.
This is the part of politics that I'm interested and entertained by.
Yep.
But I don't know if I'll be good at it because it's almost very silly.
Yes.
It becomes very like, again, when I say the fact of the matter is a lot of my friends, because I still have obviously friends and family on the left, and they'll use the phrases like, oh, you're literally a Nazi. And I'm like, okay, yes. You understand that the Nazi was a socialist party. And even to break it down to them and like sit down right now, my book for the last month was Gun Control in the Third Reich by Stephen P. Holbrook. And it talked about how the Weimar Republic, the left and the right of that republic, were both advocating for unarming the citizenry. And then the Nazis took over and was like, gotcha, nobody gets guns. And so then the massacre happens. And so I'm looking at history and seeing and being able to explain to people like, you just voted for mob rule and a shifting of a transfer of your wealth via mob rule, if I could simplify that democratic socialist framework. And when they fall for just a charismatic dude, like when you tell somebody, hey,
but hold on, I gotta. If you ever watch, there's a lot of stories about when they ask people, why did you fall for Hitler back in the 30s? Why? And they will often tell you, he made us feel like Germans again. He made us feel proud again. We had nothing. Before him, we had nothing. With him, we had something. We had pride. We had something. They say that all the time. And I'm telling you, when you look at people in New York right now, they have no hope. The youngsters, they're not going to buy a car. They're not going to buy a house. They can't get a girlfriend. They can't get a boyfriend. They have no hope. Dang. So when you go to them and you go, you can't do Mamdani, you're doing X, Y, and Z. What they hear is, so I can't pay my rent. I got to live with my mom at 30. And your answer for me is a history lesson? Yeah. And your answer to me is an economics lesson? I haven't been laid in 3 years and your answer is a history lesson? Yeah. I can't buy a new car. My friends are laughing at me and your answer is an economics lesson? Mamdani going to give me a free bus?
Good. I don't want to feel bad and have to deal with the hard reality of working out of this.
Correct.
Give me hope. Give me change. Give me them Barack Obama slogans.
Yes.
I need more of that in my blood.
That tastes good. I want some more of that. And that's the issue. The problem you have with so many people, which is why I do what I do, is they have no answer. And I say all the time, you give somebody a bad answer and no answer, they take the bad answer. They take it. It's only one. If I'm drowning and a hand comes out to grab me, I don't care what's on that armband.
Yeah.
I don't care if there's a swastika on that armband, if there's a hammer and sickle on that armband. I don't care what's on that armband. That's a hand to pull me out of the water.
Too much. You don't even know if it's taking you to safety. You just know I got something to grab onto.
I got something to grab on. He might be putting me in another pot. He might be, but I know he's pulling me out of this one.
Wow.
I take it. And that's where people are right now. And that was my conversation earlier about this. Americans, particularly young Americans, they're in a spot where I just need something. Yeah. I'm dying. Right. And I mean, look, I was talking about it before. When I grew up as a kid, when I was in high school, my dad already died, but my mom was paying a mortgage on a house. We had 2 cars. They were old, but we had 2 cars, right? So we had a house and 2 cars. And rich people back in those days, they would buy maybe like a yacht, right? If you were rich, you buy a yacht. Well, I did know somebody who had a boat. So it wasn't so far away, right? It makes any sense, right? Now, if I'm 30, my mom was in the 30s when she owned that house. Nobody in their 30s owns a house. That's not a thing. You don't have 2 cars. You maybe got 1 if you're lucky and it's not new, right? So you maybe got 1, it's not new. And the rich go to the moon. They go to space. They got 6 yachts. They got super yachts. So the gap is so big. And then Mamdani says, look how evil they are. They're bad. They're wrong. And I go, yeah, they are. Why? He gets to go to the moon and he gets to have 6 yachts. And I can't pay my note on my car for my insurance. Damn. I got a ticket and now I got to work, I got to work overtime this weekend because I got to pay my speeding ticket because I can't afford it. But he got his 3rd yacht. Yeah, go get him, Mamdani. Go beat him up. That's how I feel.
Sourcing everything, including our hope.
Yes. Which is why I keep trying to give hope. I keep trying to explain ownership mindset. This is why I love what you do. What you do is you give people idea that I have responsibility. I have responsibility. I can change it myself. I can do it myself. I can make it happen. I'm not a victim. I don't need Mamdani to be my vindicator. I can be my own vindicator. I don't need Joe Biden to be my vindicator. I could be my own vindicator. And if more people see that, then we don't fall for it.
Yeah.
But when I think there's nobody there for me, and Mamdani goes, I'm here for you, I go, okay, of course I do. That's why I'm not mad. Like, I'm not mad. I'm saying I got to get a better answer. I got to find something better. I got to work harder for this. I'm not mad at them. I get it. No one's giving you an answer. Here comes charismatic Mamdani who jump in the river and pretend like he's in the beach or whatever. And it sounds cool. And he says he's going to beat up the bad guy for you. I'm going to beat the rich guy up. He's the bad guy. I got you. And I think, good, go beat him up. Give me my free bus.
It's so amazing to me that his family comes from wealth too.
Yes. 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 Absolutely.
But again,
yes,
if they'll conveniently ignore that part of the story because he's Bruce Wayne for them. He's going to go fight the bad dudes.
That's right. He's Batman, so it's fine. He's gonna go beat the joke up. He's gonna take him for you. He got you. So it's all good. 100%. So, by the way, Craig has a Black Guns Matter shirt.
What's up, Craig? I appreciate you, bro.
So he's already got one.
Everybody that was going to go, anybody that has a shirt, I want to do something for everybody right now. Everybody that can show me whether you have a shirt or not. Everybody that shows me that they have donated to Larry's campaign, I want to give you 10% off of everything over at blackgunsmatter.shop. So everybody should just email me.
Damn,
My
there we
email
go.
is majturay@solutionaryuniversity.org. If you show me that you've donated, and I would love for everybody to donate today. If you just shoot me a DM on whatever platform, X, Instagram, whatever, just shoot me a DM. Yo, Maj, I donated to Larry's. I don't care how much it is. I don't care. I know it's tight. If you do the minimum, everybody should do the minimum. Every single person should do the minimum. Minimum should be the minimum. If you go donate, I'm going to give you, matter of fact, I'm going to give you 15% off at blackgunsmatter.shop. I want to make sure that everybody is understanding we can win. We just got to have a collective put together of people going, nah, I'm going to get behind that, right? So I'm going to do things in my favor. I want everybody to fund the situation. I'm saying this because we just saw Thomas Massey, who's, a buddy of ours.
Yep.
They ratcheted up and spent $30 million to keep him on their own team.
Yes.
On their own team, they spent $30 million to get somebody that's liberty-minded out of the situation. The great thing about this scenario currently with Larry, to a certain extent, is all we got to do is get everybody to get on board. Once he gets in, then we'll start having the smear campaigns and this and that, and we'll work around that. We'll
can't
deal
wait.
with that bridge when we get to it. The great thing about this is Larry has tons of solutions. Larry has been consistent, and we all should be doing something to make sure that we're. I don't know how much is in Larry's campaign. However, if it's not $10 million, to me, it seems like a travesty. To me, and
It's
this
not.
is me saying, okay, it's not
It's not.
10 million.
No.
To me, it seems like a travesty. And so if we say we understand and support one of our working class heroes, father, military, this, that, all of these things, liberty-minded focus, we can beat the Goliath. We just got to collectively work together. And so what I'm going to do is just shoot me a DM. I don't care if it was the past. I want every single person to just donate again. If you donated before to Larry's campaign, donate half of what you donated before. But if you haven't donated,
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
I'm telling you, and if you're doing it to get the 15% off, great. Tell me that. Let's make a story out of it. You guys, we can win. We can win city by city, state by state. This is what grassroots looks like. And so I want to extend that to everybody. Please, guys, make sure you are going over to LarrySharpe.com/donate. Take a screenshot, shoot me a DM. It's me. I got my phone right here, right? It's me. I'll make sure I send you a code, get 15% off. We have to support with our resources, our energy, our time, our platforms. We have to support the people that are doing amazing work and get behind our champions for liberty. So please, guys, LarrySharpe.com/donate.
Thank you, my friend.
Everybody,
I appreciate
please make sure you go there and support.
I do have to ask a question. Are you coming to Freedom Fest next week?
No. I'm
gonna miss you there. Usually I see you. All right.
So I am I'm building something.
There's one good thing. My daughter couldn't make it this year.
Yeah.
So now she won't be mad because she wanted to see you. So she won't be there. Okay. So she'll be okay now. Okay. Right. That's good.
Yo,
okay.
when we get off tonight, because I don't have her IG. Send her IG and I'll tell her, I'll give her a thumbs up, hey, this year we won't both be going.
Good.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Good.
But yeah, man, I just really, really, truly appreciate you, man. I mean, the conversations that we've had at times when I've struggled with even our own team. And you're like, team Shmeem, they're the team. They're just mad right now. Don't worry about it, right? I just want everybody watching to understand that when someone, bar none, a lot of people in the liberty space will say these things, but Larry has literally reached out to me, say, hey, watch out for this. Think about this. What about this? And I think that type of teamwork and effort to support the squad is real. And there's a lot of people in the liberty space that I know, like, appreciate, and can respect, but they haven't moved the same way. They have not moved as principally. And so I just want everybody to understand it. And guys, whatever you can, please, please, please repost. If you're following Larry on X, turn the post notifications on. Then when something is tweeted, just repost it. Okay. It doesn't have to mean you gave $100,000, $200,000. If you're a rich person and you're watching, if you got that, cool, donate and support it. Especially if you're, in the New York area. Outside of that, the people that are all across the country that are watching today, sometimes it's just as simple as 1,000 people on social media platforms reposting stuff every day and getting that word out. Do not ignore that type of reach. So I just want to continue to say that and just make sure
I appreciate that tremendously.
Yeah, man.
I do. So I got a couple comments here I want to grab if I can, maybe a comment or two before I let you go. I know you got to run, but Robin says, I work with many young people and they're so lost. It's sad. They haven't been given anything to ground them. That's very true. A lot of them are lost. And what's the old saying? If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything.
Yep.
And that's it. They're not standing for stuff. I completely agree. I think it's really an issue. I agree completely. So Superweapon says socialism is difficult to defeat in the modern era because envy is the worst sin of them all.
Ooh. Very true.
Yes. Craig says, I have 4 kids, all in their 30s, all on homes, but we live in Iowa. I'm glad I should move to Iowa, you tell me. Okay. By the way, I happen to love Iowa. Interesting story. I am an honorary lifetime member of the Libertarian Party of Iowa.
Really?
Yes. I have 3 states I'm an honorary member of: California, Iowa, and I think Wisconsin. I think there's 3. So I'm 3 states I'm an honorary member of.
Iowa is such a beautiful place and it's slept on. I'm talking about they got these blue lakes and rivers, and some of my homies that are over there like, shh, don't tell anybody. Don't you do it, Maj. We don't. Shh, it's horrible here. One of my friends was like, they confused us with Idaho, and we love it. They think it's nothing here but potatoes, and don't tell nobody. It's beautiful in Iowa.
I know. I love Iowa. I've been there more than once. I've spoken at the Libertarian Party multiple times, and that's why they made me an honorary lifetime member of the Iowa Libertarian Party. So yes, obviously I'm a member. I don't live in Iowa, but I get to be honorary, so it's nice. I don't have voting rights. I just get to show up at the events and be like, "Hey, how you doing?" That's all. That's my whole goal. So anyway, Maj, thank you, my friend, for coming. I appreciate all your time. Whenever you show up, appreciate it. Too bad I will miss you at Freedom Fest this year. Maybe next time. We'll see. You said you're building something. Do you want to bring up what you're building? Do you want to talk about it or no?
It's the Solutionary Center on steroids.
Okay. All right. Well, you keep me in touch. When you want to promote it, let me know. Come back on.
Will do. I appreciate you, my brother.
All right, my friend. Thank you so much. I'll see you soon. All righty. Bye. So yes, that was the one and only Maj Toure, of course. Nosy says, who is this Maj? Never seen him before. Where can I find him? His links are right there. Check out his links. They are in my description. You can check them out. I've known Maj for many years. Maj ran for local city office in Philadelphia, I think in 2019, perhaps, in that area. Did not do as well as he wanted to do. And I literally took a trip down to Philadelphia and had lunch with him, talk to him. So yes, we've had that back and forth. We've had it back and forth probably 8 years now, 7 years or so. So yeah, that's why whenever I grab him, he's always happy to come on and say hi and enjoy that. So I appreciate that. Bronna says, long show tonight. Must get some ice for my vodka. Please do so. I appreciate that. D says, Maj has done some solid work. Share his stuff too. I appreciate that. That is awesome. Please do so. Absolutely. And yep. Go to Idaho, not Iowa. That's what he's saying. Yes. I'm Iowa right now. There we go. Keep flying over. You guys don't want this. I love it. Chris says, great show, guys. There we go. I love that. There we go. That's amazing. So yes, the Solutionary Center on steroids. Yes, I think that's amazing. I think that was good. Veronica, that was great surprising, Maj. I think it is. Yes, absolutely. So let me wrap up with the Second Amendment. I thought it was a good idea to have him on for that. Let me do another Second Amendment piece real fast if I can. I'll pop that piece on right now if I can get back to the Second Amendment piece before we go. All right. Let's see here. Larry, does Maj have rum? I don't know. Does he? I'm looking. Hold on. Yes, I'm sorry. A couple of rumble rants here. Phil says, Maj bringing that Philadelphia freedom. Let's cause some controversy. Best place to get a cheesesteak. Also, why is Philly better than New York City? It isn't. So that's a mooted question. Appreciate the point, though. It is not. Yes, he does know where to get Philly cheesesteaks, though. He does. He actually does. If you go to his social media, he will talk about Philly cheesesteaks. Like, he does talk about it. Like, if you want to know where to get one, his social media, he will talk about it. If you happen to be in Philly, he will hook you up. Yes. Robin says, Larry, this is my first time with you. It's been the quickest hour spent in years. I'll be back. Come on back, brother. I'm here almost every day. Yes, I'm here almost every day. I love that. So there we go. All right, I covered that one. Instagram still doing fine. Won't miss that one. All right, let me see if I can find this real fast. Hold on. I got some more stuff going on. Let me grab that. Okay, hold on. This is what was sent to me. Let me get this up here now. There it is. I found it. Here it is. There we go. Thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it. All right, let me grab this real fast if I could to wrap this up. What Corleone is telling us.
Carry, just not here or here or here or there. The right on paper, gutted in practice. That's the playbook. And it's the same playbook waiting for this ruling. Because when the Supreme Court says something is unconstitutional, then what? Nobody goes to jail. Nobody's catching fire.
And that's the point he brings up, right? So when the Supreme Court says this is BS, this is no good, right? Well, so the governor doesn't get arrested. The judge doesn't get punished. Nothing at all.
The state slow walks it, rewrites the ban with new words, and dares you to sue all over again. All it takes.
Literally what New York State did. For those you don't know, once the Brawner case came out, New York State gave 10 more laws, gun control laws. One of those laws is why Dexter Taylor's in jail right now.
This is one anti-gun administration walking in the door to push the exact same ban under a brand new name.
And those appeals will presumably be heard during the court's upcoming term in October.
So October, mark it. If they're just going to dodge the ruling, why does any of this matter? One word, precedent. The second the court says assault weapon bans are unconstitutional, we finally have the legal ground to chase down every workaround.
Bingo. Then we have to get the work begins.
Every loophole, every gun-free zone.
Then
we
the work
drag
begins.
them right back into court and beat them with their own ruling. That's the win we've been waiting a decade for. But I've been talking this whole time like the W is in the bag. It isn't. Flip the coin the other way for a second. If the court says assault weapon bans are just fine, it gets ugly fast. Every anti-gun state takes that ruling in sprints. And the purple states sitting on the fence, they start drafting their own bans overnight because now they've got cover from the highest court in the country. That's the coin we're watching spin. The biggest Second Amendment stakes in a generation resting on 9 people in robes. So here's where we land. The court's finally going to rule on whether your state can ban your rifle. Getting here at all is a massive win.
That is true. That is absolutely true. There he's hit it perfectly.
We're no longer being ignored, but the ruling is round 1, not the final bell. Win and the fight moves to forcing them to honor it. Lose and then the floodgates open. Either way, this does not end at the courthouse. It ends with whether we stay loud, stay engaged, and fight for every single inch, the same way they fight for every single inch of ours. Eyes are on October. That's when arguments start. I'll break down every piece of it as it drops.
Yes, so I wanted to bring it up and wrap that piece up if I could. That part was important. I want to make sure we got that part, but there's another piece I want to bring up. I covered a bunch of these, and this part here I think is important. I'm going to bring up next. This is what we've been talking about. This is the idea. Oh, let me grab this real fast. Libertarian, a social democrat says, you and Maj never give any LP outreach to black people. True, we don't. True, we don't. In fact, if you look at this channel, a lot of black people come on this channel. It's true. A lot do. Dan from Internet comes on this channel. Mike Voss on the channel. I go on to be the Savati show. Mog comes on this channel. Yeah, it's true. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. So yeah, so it is definitely true. That common sense tyranny. I like that. That is pretty good. Yes. All right. So let me move to the next piece if I could here. This part. This is what I talked about with Maj was the idea of why the left thinks the way the left thinks the way it does. Right. Let me show you one of the more popular guys who does this. This guy's name is, or the name he goes by is Second Thought. That's the name that he goes by. He's very popular when it comes to socialism. He thinks socialism is the answer. All capitalism is bad, but he's explaining what he thinks here. Here we go.
Is fracturing. That isn't coming from me. It isn't some old quote from Al's Little Red Book. It's coming from Larry Fink, billionaire CEO of one of the world's largest investment companies, BlackRock.
BlackRock.
They're pretty much running everything.
Is BlackRock evil? This is one of those companies that is a juggernaut.
A company that manages trillions of dollars of assets.
And you will hear him always do this. He will always say things, once it's big, it's by default bad. I will have a counter argument after this, but I want you to hear how he discusses it. Mike said a ton of black people are not Dems. True. I think it surprises many who aren't into politics a lot. Very true, Mike. It's very true. People assume, oh, you're black, you're Democrat. Don't get me wrong. There are a lot of black Democrats. That's true. But the base of the Democratic Party is heavily black women as a general rule. But still, lots of people who are black are not that. I completely agree. Yes.
Has clients in over 100 countries, and together with its clones, Vanguard and State Street, owns roughly 20% of any given company in the S&P 500.
This is
if
true.
Anybody should be worried about capitalism being over, it's not you and me, it's this guy.
See, he thinks that we're only being harmed by capitalism. We're only harmed. There is no good thing in his mind for capitalism. It's only for the elites.
And he's worried. But before we celebrate, is he even right? Well, for one, he's not alone. A lot of big, important capitalists have already been sounding the alarm for a while. In 2023, the CEO of the French investment bank Société Générale was saying basically the same thing.
This is true. They were all concerned. Libertarian Social Democrat says GOP is too racist and Dems are too woke, but LP is needed. Well, I got to tell you, not just that. I think the issue is the Republicans don't even know how. They don't have the institutional knowledge to even try to talk to the black community. The only guy who did it ever well at all was Trump, and because Trump didn't care. Like if Republicans ever come into black communities, the vast majority will either be so out of touch or pander. One of those two. Trump just walked in and said, "Hey guys, I'm here. You want jobs? Great." And we were like, "Yeah, that sounds amazing." But you got to search to find Republicans who can do that. And Democrats just assume, "Oh, you're black, you vote for me." What did Biden say? Biden said it. If you don't want to vote for me, you ain't black. He said it. So I think you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
And every year since, we've lurched from one disaster to another as this whole thing seems to barely stay afloat. Massive inflation, a year of never-ending layoffs, and now a global trade war and bombing in the Middle East that have put World War III back on the table right as we're being told AI is going to replace everybody. In Larry's 2026 letter to shareholders, he's predicting the end of the same signals.
See, he's also about that. Yeah. There we go, Bronner. You ain't black, Jack. Joe dribbling Biden. You're not wrong. Yes. There we go. So, alrighty. But the problem is, though, I keep saying this, I never got my new race in the mail. I assumed the government would then go, I didn't vote for Biden, that I would get a new race in the mail or something. I thought I'd get that. I never got it in the mail. Mike, did you get yours? I didn't get mine. And I was saying which one I wanted. I was going to go with Filipino. I love Filipino people. So I thought if I got to pick a race now, because I can't be black anymore, maybe I'll pick Filipino. But they never gave me the option. That was my choice. I don't know. What were you going to be, Mike? Tell me. I don't know. But Mike says, this guy's on the internet using cameras and equipment that only exists due to capitalism. Stop with the logic, Mike. Damn you. Damn you.
Things are bad. Workers are worse off today than they were 40 years ago. AI is going to get us. It's all crumbling. And we're not even building infrastructure like we used to. And if that wasn't enough, we might soon have a new financial crash on our hands.
And I'm worried about something worse than a recession.
We are headed for a U.S. dollar crisis.
When this thing crashes, okay, it's going to crash. When this thing crashes, it's going to be like mashing up.
So this guy, whenever he talks about this, he will always talk about how everything's going to crash, the world's ending. He always does. But he has almost 2 million followers. This guy's popular. People watch his stuff. If you're left-leaning, you watch it. I watch lots of left-leanings. That's how I know how to speak to these people. I watch this guy, so I know what he does. I watch the guys who just spend all day beating up on Trump. I watch their stuff. I know. So Bronna says, don't fret, Larry. I'm still waiting for my white privilege card to show up in the government mail. See, they probably got crossed. That's the problem. If you get my race card, let me know what race I am. If I get your white privilege card, I'm going to keep it. So you have to order a new one. Anyway, yeah.
The dot-com thing with the financial crisis, because this is so much larger.
Wall Street execs have recently warned that the private credit market's not looking so good. A few bankruptcies and plummeting stock values are starting to snowball and could become the seeds for a new depression.
Yeah, but depression doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to have a problem. So maybe. Mastermind says, Larry's race that I got lost in my $2,000 check. Yeah, we should get checks too. All right, here's what I want. When your $2,000 check comes to me, I'm keeping it. And when I get the white privilege card, keeping it too. But just let me know what race I am so I can check the boxes right. I'm still checking black, so I gotta. They probably put me in jail for that. I'm not black anymore. Damn, I gotta check white now. I don't know what to check. Leave other. I'll do other. I was told by a liberal acquaintance that I'm racist because I went to Glacier National Park. National parks are racist. It's true. You didn't know that. It's true. Yeah. Libertarian Social Democrat says, thank you, $2. As a libertarian Muslim, any tips to outreach? There are some Muslims. I remember one of the more there are some Muslims in the libertarian bar. You find them. They're not as popular as you would think. But I think if you're looking to reach to the Muslim population, it is the freedom to be Muslim is what it really is, right? Remember something. The more authoritarian the nation is, or the government is, or the culture is, the more they punish minorities, right? The more libertarian it is, the more they don't. Remember, socialists can survive in a libertarian world. Libertarians can't survive in a socialist world, right? Amish thrive in the libertarian world. They're libertarians. I mean, they're socialists in their own world, but they're free to do whatever they want. The reverse can't be true, right? So a libertarian world allows people to be free to be who they want to be. They're not going to attack minorities. The second the government, the culture becomes more authoritarian, they attack minorities every single time. The more libertarian it becomes, the less they attack minorities. They just leave them alone. Now, Democrats will sometimes prop up minorities as ways to punish others. Libertarians just leave everybody alone. And that's the issue.
It really seems like capitalism's tearing at the seams because this just can't keep going on. Or maybe it can. Hey, everybody. Just wanted to take a quick second to
pass that
podcast merch. So we do this without you. And now, back to the show. If history's any guide, there's just centuries like this where nothing changes, it all keeps getting worse, and we all suffer.
Now,
so to know if any
you might say, Larry, why am I showing you this? Because remember, this is what a lot of youngsters watch. If you are a under 30 left-leaning American, the odds are very high you at least know who this guy is if you haven't watched his stuff. You know who he is. You might have watched a lot of his stuff. That piece is very important.
This will kill the beast. We need to think about capitalism much, much more deeply than simply pointing to things going wrong. We can't just do Finkus slopulism. Let's start with the basics.
Now he says we can't be sloppy. Then listen to what he says now.
What are we even talking about when we say the end of capitalism? Capitalism is a system that guarantees the existence of the rich in a world where the poor outnumber them but need to work for them in order to live.
That's what he just said. Capitalism is where the wealthy hang around and the poor serve them. That sounds like monarchy. That sounds also, by the way, like oligarchy under socialist and Soviet Russia and currently China. Like that sounds like Saudi Arabia. Like that sounds like every other place. But This is what he believes. He says it, and no one questions him. I'm going to be able to rebut this in a minute, but I want you to hear this.
That was about the shortest one-sentence definition I could come up with. It's pretty vague, but it gets to the point.
It's not. It's very vague. You just said not to, and it does not cover the point at all.
This is what capitalism is about, and that's how it works. For it to end, these things have to no longer be true.
Oh.
Looking around, there's very little risk of that right now. So let's get a better, longer definition that gets progressively more complicated and accurate as we go,
More
so we can
accurate.
refine our analysis a little.
See?
Capitalism is a political, social, financial, and economic order that began sometime in the 16th, maybe 17th century. What makes capitalism is the way that this order is organized around a specific set of rules and conventions. The most important of which are the right to private property and the imperative use of that right to make a profit.
See, this, by the way, in his view, is terrible. This is like an insult. Private property. Fucking losers. That's how he says it. So the right to private property, dumb. He says it. And the ability for someone to use their private property to make profit, stupid, right? That's how he's saying it.
For example, by hiring those who don't have private property to produce commodities and paying them less than the revenue that their work generates.
So he says by hiring people who don't have property, not at all an issue with capitalism at all, and paying them less than what they generate, not true at all because it doesn't count expenses. And this is like Marxism 101, which doesn't work, hasn't worked, is a terrible concept and doesn't work at all. This is totally relevant.
Or by trading debt as money with the confidence that states and central banks will protect the value of those assets in times of liquidity crises, periodically rolling over the moment that the market ceases to exist so that capitalists can continue to transact.
Now that is crony capitalism, right? But he says that's capitalism. He said capitalism is what he just said, right? When the people who have property, I guess magically, those magical people who have property, they didn't earn it. They hire people who don't have property. So you can't have property if you have a job, you don't have any property. And then they don't pay them enough because they're evil for that. And then the government supports them no matter what happens because they trade stuff. And then when it goes under, they get bailed out. Okay, that happens. But he says that's capitalism.
In other words,
and a lot of people believe that to be 100% true.
Capitalism is a collection of strategies for the elite to stay the elite indefinitely.
This is what he honestly believes. Capitalism is a system for the elite to stay the elite indefinitely. He does not recognize how it's brought people out of poverty. He does not recognize how it's made people go up and down. He does not recognize that at all. He does not recognize that. And there's no one here he lives in an echo chamber. There's no one here to show him how wrong he is. There's no one here to question him. So if you're a 25-year-old, a 26-year-old, and again, I keep saying it because it matters. I can't get a girlfriend. I can't buy a car. I can't pay my rent. I'm living in my mom's basement. This sounds good as hell. This is the reason why. This is the reason why.
Status that is based on unequal access to and power over the resources necessary for human life.
See? Mike goes, this guy's a liar and push propaganda. Yes. He has no idea what he's talking about, just pushing through. Yes. And people are listening, Mike. Yes. And people are listening and believing him. Yes. Absolutely. Is capitalism a system? Free market seem like a... Well, I'm going to cover this second. I'm going to get there. This is a long show. I'm going to get there, Phil. I'm going to go... I have something to cover this. I know Phil's ready to chomp at the bit. You will enjoy what I'm going to show. I will have something, but here we go.
And commerce. So this is a pretty theoretical definition. No society is ever completely 100% sticking to these rules at every single level of human interaction, whether it's the US, China, Brazil, Russia, South Africa.
Yep. Robin says, capitalism started when barter first began. Yes. I have something you need. You have something I want. We both gain. True. But again, you're right. But when I'm not being taught civics, when I'm not being taught real history, when I'm being taught garbage social studies, or not even that, or just math and science only, or just math and English only, not even that good, just so I can pass a test, how am I supposed to know that? And again, when the system fails me, and then it tells me one of the greatest things, and I mean great meaning amazing, not good, amazing that Barack Obama did to destroy healthcare was when he said that Obamacare provided a marketplace. I'm not joking. Some of you are going to throw up. Braun, get a bucket. Don't say I didn't warn you. I've heard more than one person go, the free market doesn't work. Obamacare did it. He gave you a free market. It didn't work. Gave you the marketplace. Like Obamacare was the free market. I'm not joking. I have had multiple people tell me that Obamacare is the free market. And because it doesn't work, it's because the free market doesn't work. I know. Like, I know. Don't yell at me. I didn't say it. I'm telling you, I hear that. This stuff works.
Every one of these countries has a blend of capitalist and socialist, even feudal conventions overlapping with one another. But in this era of global capitalism, at the end of the day, the biggest decisions boil down to what generates profit for an elite class of business.
It's always about elite class. It's always about elite class. Mastermind says, I don't think we need to get rid of capitalism. I think we need to get rid of Citizens United. I agree completely. Citizens United was a disaster. I completely agree. I'm with you. I'm going to cover that in the next video. There are certain things that if you're going to have a government, it should do, right? And it doesn't do the things that it should do. And this other guy covers this much better than I usually do, so that's why I'm going to bring him up. So yes. Super says that this schmuck definitely believes in the labor theory of value. Yes, which is one of the dumbest for those you don't know, thank you for this, weapons. There are people who still to this day believe the labor theory of value. What that means is no matter what, if you work on something, whatever labor you put in, that's the value of the thing. The labor you put in is the value. And therefore, unless you get the full value of that, whatever that labor value is, your boss is by default stealing from you. I know that sounds dumb, but it is dumb. Super Weapons is correct. But that's an actual thing that like Marxists believe. They honestly believe that. They'll say it. Well, you know, whatever value he gave, you didn't pay him, so you stole. Okay. I don't even know if I want to talk about how dumb that is. The part I'll bring up at least is saying this. So then how do I value the labor? What dollar value do I put on it? So if I put 2 hours, whatever that value is, in making a chair, since we see chairs there, and my labor's worth $25, I don't wherever we manage to get that money, that number from, we get 20. So that chair's worth $50. Why? Because I put 2 hours of labor into it, $50. That's the theory of value. So if that's the value. So that chair should be sold $50 and I should get $50. Why? Because I made the chair. No discussion of marketing, no discussion of getting tools, no discussion of training, none. No discussion of transportation, none. Not just that, what if no one wants the chair? What if it's a shitty chair and nobody wants it, but you put 2 hours into it? According to that theory, it's still worth $50, but nobody wants it, $50. It is insanely stupid. It makes no sense. And yes, Superman's correct. And he believes it. So all those things are true. It's insanely dumb, makes zero sense, and he believes it. Correct. Yes.
Men. And for the last century, at least, we've been predicting the end of that. To give you an idea, the term late-stage capitalism has been around for over 100 years. 100 years later, we're still waiting for that to mean we're getting close. Because every time it runs into a crisis, capitalism hasn't died. It's mostly just been tweaked. Take the biggest tweak.
He's not wrong, but it isn't capitalism anymore. That's the issue. Yes, Brona says this moron doesn't know what capitalism is. Color me shocked. I bet he thinks we live in a democracy and democracy is fixing by communism. Effing moron. Okay, I knew you guys would love this. That's why I put it up. I knew some of you want to throw up. Mike is probably throwing shoes at his computer right now. I know. I say this because this is what our youth watches. This is what they believe and hear. This is why I'm trying to talk to them. How can we get them to believe that capitalism is worth anything if they believe this?
We've ever seen. After capitalism went through its greatest liquidity crisis in 1929, the stock market crashed.
Promise I just puked on the floor. Thanks, Larry. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Yes, Obamacare does not equal free market. I know, D. I am aware of this. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Robin says, Larry, I'm not yelling at you about it. More reference to the sad state of generations that think capitalism is. Thank you. Capitalism is a crime. They believe that. Yes, absolutely.
And the world went into a 10-year depression. High unemployment, poverty, a nearly 50% cut in production, and price deflation, meaning wages taking a huge hit. Thousands of banks went out of business, millions of people were suddenly living through much scarier times, and all immediately following the peak of robber baron fortunes. If there was ever a moment where you could say that capitalism should have ended, it was then.
See, he thinks it should have ended. He doesn't explain how at all. It should just end what do you do? Then we just take the money and start handing it out, I guess.
But it didn't. It was tweaked. Keynesian economics took over as the new governing model of capitalism. The primary imperative, keeping the elite as the elite, didn't go away. But now their status was conditional on new things like full employment.
Okay, the point is, if this is true, for the sake of argument, that the plan was just to keep the elite, and now you can't do that, it's based upon employment. Who decided that? When did that happen?
This is where the New Deal, the welfare state...
Okay, that's not how that works. It's actually 1913 when we bring in the Fed. But he won't say that. Right? Because he said after the robber barons. That was 1913, the Fed. Yes. Right? So, but he won't say that. He's going to go right to FDR.
Fordist production model all came into being and brought capitalism back from the brink all the way up until the 1970s. Capitalism.
So his answer is, see, FDR saved capitalism because of socialist stuff, and that saved it till the 70s because then Reagan was evil. I'm not joking. I wish I was joking. If you hear people on the left speak, they often speak like this. Why? They watch stuff like this. So they think this. Of course they
was saved by disciplining the elite, not challenging their status. But that very thing ultimately became the source of a new crisis. 40 years of wage growth became just too much for capitalists who were making profits.
See, capitalists hate workers. And they're sitting at home in their mansions going, these workers are making too much money. He believes that. He just said it. He said workers were making too much money compared to the capitalists. He just said that. So you're telling me that some guy who owns whatever, IBM or whatever is the big company, Ford, is a gazillionaire, and he's sitting in his house going, I think these workers are making too much. Let's go screw them. Right? That is what he said. He believes that. Listen, he says it.
Wage growth became just too much for capitalists who were making profits, just not faster than workers were getting better off.
Can't have that.
From the late 70s on, then, capitalists revolted.
Capitalists revolted in the 70s. Nothing to do with the mass immigration from the 1960s. Nothing with the war on poverty, the war on drugs, nothing with that. Nothing to do with Nixon coming off the gold standard in 71, silver standard in 71. Nothing to do with that. Not that. It's because capitalists were pissed. He literally said that. Nothing to do with Nixon. 1971? Nope. No. 1913? No. Not the Fed? No. It's because capitalists were pissed because people were making money. He actually said that. Again, 2 million subscribers. This video itself, which is brand new, has like 400,000 views, if not more. I don't know how much it is. Super Buttons goes, Larry, you know this guy's never read the book, The Creation from Jekyll Island. Wouldn't read it if you gave it to him. Has never read it, would never read it. Phil, thank you for $2. 1930s, third way economics, like USA, Italy, and Germany. That is a third way. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Absolutely. You're not wrong. Yes. All righty. Hold on here. Kate says, D, I feel that the multi-comment show fires up the brains in comments. Multi-comment shows? Did I miss something? Hold on. It's a good thing. I don't know. Phil says, robber barons, who'd they rob? Cheaper, better steel? Cheaper, cleaner source of energy? Meant people could provide the basic needs with less hours worked. No, but they were making too much money. And then the capitalists got mad. And the Fed didn't happen in 2013. It's mad capitalists. And then 1971, it's just pissed off capitalists. It's not anything Nixon did. Shut up. Shut up. Yes. All righty. Let's see here. Super Weapon says, who needs incorrect history books when you have goofy like this confabulating on economics? True. Yes, absolutely.
Was going to need to get much leaner for workers. And this new era was kicked off with the Volcker shock.
See,
a
that's what it
20%
was.
hike in interest rates by the Fed that skyrocketed unemployment and simultaneously set up the US to elect Reagan, the UK to elect
See
Thatcher,
that? It's because of Reagan. He screwed it all up and trashed everything.
and
Damn you,
Germany to
Reagan.
elect Helmut Kohl. Even countries where socialists were in power, like France, suddenly found themselves forced to change their economic policy drastically. Volcker reminded the world that as long as it's capitalism, the imperative of keeping the rich wealthy doesn't go away. And this time, it would survive on the condition of cheap consumer goods. Neoliberalism was the new name of the game. The welfare
that's
state
the
was
game.
shuttered. The average job started to...
The welfare, did you hear that? It's over. Damn. Bronner, where were you? The welfare state was shuttered. Where you been? Damn, Bronner, where you been? He just said it. You missed it. The welfare, it's over. We've won. Damn, I didn't even know. This must have, oh, this is what Nosy was talking about. We wouldn't know that we already won. Damn, hold on. He did say that, right? Hold on. He did say the welfare state was shuttered, right?
The imperative of keeping the rich wealthy doesn't go away. And this time, it would survive on the condition of cheap consumer goods.
Okay.
Neoliberalism was the new name of the game.
Got it.
The welfare state was shuttered. The average...
Done. Well, I thought he said that. The welfare state shuttered. Bruno, why are you complaining? It's gone already. Got your mouth open, talking trash. D, why are you mad? It's done. Welfare state was shuttered. Reagan did it. Shuttered it. Gone. Done and done. Whew. We libertarians now. Had no idea.
Average jobs started to pay less. Unions got crushed. Everyone started needing crazy debt to get by. And to offset everything else getting worse, the new social contract was held together by cheap TVs.
Oh, there was a new social contract. I don't remember signing that one. That's what happened. I didn't sign the new. See? Bronner, see, we got high. He was right. Bronner said he must have got high that day. We must have got high that day. We didn't sign the contract, and then we screwed it up, and the welfare state came back. Damn, that's our fault. Damn, we messed it up, Bronner. We should have got high that day. We'd have got rid of welfare state.
And shirts for $1. But this, predictably, led to another crisis.
Oh, okay.
You can't have wages decline so much that people's basic necessities depend on taking on huge amounts of debt forever.
Oh, you can't?
The housing market collapse created one financial crisis after another.
The signs were everywhere, but now it's official. We are in a recession.
Major financial institutions have teetered on the edge of collapse, and some have failed.
2008 was another one of those moments where it really felt like this whole thing was cooked.
Yeah, but we already got rid of the welfare state, so well, you care. I understand. Sir Webbin says, I bet you this guy hates capitalism so much, his channel's monetized. Because, yeah, hate those dirty capitalists. True.
Neoliberalism had pushed global finance to chase extreme levels of debt at the same time as wages took a nosedive. Once banks realized this system didn't have the liquidity they thought it did, the crisis started bouncing from one part of the economy to another until the central banks stepped in. They brought the bank's securities onto their own balance sheets, bailing out the banks and leaving the rest of us to absorb the costs. Houses got foreclosed on, jobs disappeared that never came back, and entire generations have now come into the labor market completely unable to match the wealth of their parents and their parents before them.
That's true.
And now that we've been in this situation for a couple...
And it's not because the Fed. Not because that. It's not because we went off the gold and the silver standard. Not because of that. It's because pissed off capitalists. They're just mean.
Decades. What do the elite suggest as a solution?
Ready, select. Tell me.
New tweak.
On
the global stage, the US is starting to pull out of the global exchange and production system and switching to a growth strategy that depends on inflation and price shocks. Wars are exploding all over the world with the chief objective of making oil costs skyrocket, increasing the...
So you were wondering, see, Mike, you don't understand. Mike thinks he understands foreign policy. He doesn't. This guy does. The reason why we're fighting is because capitalists are pissed off that the oil prices are too low. He just said it. I know I sound so retarded saying it. I'm sorry I do, but it's he just said it. He just said it. So Mike, stop. You think you know, you don't. The reason is because the capitalists are pissed off because the oil price is too low. So they're fighting to raise the oil prices. Dummy, don't you know how it works? Listen to them. Tell you what's up.
Strategy that depends on inflation and price shocks.
See?
Wars are exploding all over the world with the
over.
chief objective of making oil costs skyrocket, increasing the sale of American weapons, and bringing up prices for everything else without any hope of them going down after.
That's the thing, Mike. Stop with your security. It's not that. It's because the rich people got mad again. Whenever they get mad, they do this. And there was never any wars before. There was never any wars before. There was only wars now to raise the oil prices. Okay? God, give up the program, guys.
The oil shocks pass. That's on the policy side.
That's
Let's go back to Fink's letter for a second.
Okay, let's do that.
In the face of all the problems he lists, Larry gives us his own solution.
Okay.
Just invest. He says it himself. In the last 30 years, wages aren't growing as fast as returns on the stock market. A dollar in the S&P 500 grew 15 times faster than that same dollar as a median wage. So Larry's advice is, why not just hitch a ride on the one thing that's going up?
Okay, to be forward, who's he talking to? Fink is talking to investors. So to be fair, that's true. Yes. Mike says this moment refers to only modern things last 5-ish years because he's known nothing about causes that affect current economics or geopolitics or that are connected. And he doesn't care. So yes, and he doesn't care. You are correct, and he doesn't care. It's like if you were to sit down and talk to him, he'd be like, stop talking to me because what you're saying makes sense, Mike, and it doesn't fit my worldview, so you're bad. That's what he would do. Super Weapon says, wait till he finds out about farm subsidies, aka welfare, keeping the crop prices high. Okay. Maybe you didn't hear him. The welfare state is dismantled. Okay? Happened like years ago. Where you been? You're not paying attention? God. Okay, just saying. Libertarian, thank you. You are cool with Clint Russell. Please remind him libertarians are not anti-immigration and diversity. I feel expresses soft racist sentiments. I don't really talk to Clint, to tell you the truth. If I see him someplace, we're cordial, but I don't really talk to him. We're not like buddies. He doesn't come on my show. I don't come on his show and talk about me. I talk about him. I'm not like anti, but we're sometimes in the same rooms because we're both in the libertarian world. But yeah, not really my thing. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm being forward, right? Some people I know a lot. I hang out with. I talk to. I'm not mad at Clint. Like if I see me, I say hi. He says hi to me. We're not mad at each other, but we're not like buddies. So just being forward.
Well, you can probably think of why without me having to tell you. In a country where 1 in 4 people live paycheck to paycheck and millions are dealing with huge student loan debt, having money to put aside in savings, let alone financial investments, is just not something that's within reach for a lot of people.
That's
Those
true.
who are most directly targeted by the violence of capitalism are the ones with the least flexibility.
See, he always says it, targeted by the violence of capitalism. Now, what did Mamdani say about collectivism? He said the warmth of collectivism. And this guy just said the violence of capitalism. This is where they get this stuff from. This is how I know what they think. When you guys go, Larry, they don't think this. Yes, they do. I watch this stuff. I hear their words. I know how they talk. This is what they do. Yes.
Ability to do things Larry's way, which I don't have to tell you either. He's only suggesting because it just so happens to be the solution that lines his pockets. The head of an investment company currently trying to get younger generations stoked about investing on TikTok obviously doesn't want that for altruistic reasons.
Well, yes, but I would like people to want to have more property in general. So, yes. Mike says the violence of capitalism needs to define that. No, he doesn't, Mike. He just says shit. He just says it. Who's gonna call him out? He doesn't do anything live. He just puts out videos and says stuff. Ain't nobody corrected him. He just says stuff. So, but if capitalism is violent, that's why they think they can be violent capital. True. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. This is the point that I keep bringing up. Some of you, Mike, you understand this, so I'm talking to others, but you'll get this, obviously. Why does it seem okay for so many people to strike out, fight, and be violent on the left? Why? Because of exactly this. If you believe that capitalism is violence, and he does, if you believe that, then it makes sense that you would want to fight back, right? It makes total, this is right in line. If you believe that, of course you would want to be violent in return. Of course you would. You're exactly correct. That's why they can be violent. Why do you think so many were okay or happy about Mr. Luigi? You know the one I'm talking about, who did that dirty deed in Manhattan. Why? Evil, violent capitalists, okay to be violent. You've hit that perfectly, Mike. Thank you for bringing that up. That's exactly correct. Yes. Notice says, I know it's not an AMA, but would you explain the slogan was used by Bill Clinton and Obama and others, but saying grow the economy? Can you explain what that means so I can put a spin on it? I know this is not AMA, but would you explain this slogan was used by Bill Clinton and Obama and others, but it was saying grow the economy. Can you explain what that means? All right. The other video coming up will explain a bit better, but the concept of growing an economy is as you create more value, you by default create more money and or capital by default because you create more value. If you create more value, then more people can get a piece of it. You grow your economy. That's the concept of growing the economy. I'm not sure if that's what you mean, if that's what you mean by that. But yes, that's the concept, right? If it is a zero-sum game, a fixed pie, which most socialists believe that it is a fixed pie. So therefore, if Elon Musk makes money, you lost money. If Elon Musk gets more money, me and Mike lost money. That is how they think. It is inaccurate, but it is how they think. But if you think, no, the pie is growing, then Elon Musk can get more money and not affect me, Mike, or you at all. Or in certain cases, help us, depending. One of the things we want to recognize is one of the things that Elon Musk has done is because he cared about ownership. Now, I'm not saying I'm a big Elon Musk fan or not. I'm just saying what he did. This is a fact. He asked a lot of his employees in SpaceX and those places to not take higher salaries, but to take stock in the company. And he made, I think it's 400 of his employees millionaires. And you went, well, that's rich people. No, this was like the janitor. I'm not joking. This is like the guy who cleans up. That guy now is worth like $2 million, $3 million. I'm not joking. That's a real thing. Like the regular engineer who like put together how to put a part of the rocket together. That dude who was making $50 an hour is now worth $40 million, that kind of thing. That actually happened because he made the pie bigger. So I hope that's what you're saying. I'm not sure if I answered your question or not.
But beyond the practical reasons why this is BS, advice like this reads more like a confession to me.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that 62% of Americans have money in the stock market? And honestly,
yeah,
that's not a bad thing.
I thought it was.
Have some kind of retirement fund.
I thought you're not a capitalist.
Or something. But
why?
Anyway, stats like these make it seem like a majority of us have something to gain from economic growth. Except about 90% of all stock.
Okay, here what he just said. He said, to see if any of us have any value in economic growth. And he goes, except, the stock market. Okay, the stock market isn't the only aspect of economic growth. If it was only that, he'd be right. But see, what he does, he goes, see, now the stock market is capitalism. That's not what it is.
Stocks are held by just the top 10% of investors. Worse even, the top 1% own about half. Meaning that when the stock market grows, when the economy is doing well, it's really only benefiting the top 10%. And it's specifically doing that at the expense of the 90% that are left. The little money we can get from our investments is
So when Elon Musk makes his gazillion dollars, unless it collapses, it hasn't so far, but if it might, but unless it does, how does it affect me? It doesn't. Brona says, you are correct, Larry. They think the size of the pie is fixed. Moron. True. Yes, that's how they think. Absolutely. So if Elon gets money, I just lost money. How? Shut up. But shut up. You lost money. Why? I had everything. Says Larry, thoughts on Michael Rappaport and Dave Portnoy potentially running for New York City mayor in 2029. This is the opposition. No chance whatsoever. An absolute joke. Zero chance whatsoever. Never going to happen in a million years. It's a PR stunt. It's a PR stunt.
cover for the fact that that money is coming out of our wages. Between 2018 and 2022, after Trump's tax cuts, corporate profits exploded, and instead of putting that money into raising wages or doing R&D, billions went to stock buybacks and dividends. And when Time magazine looked...
Now that part's true. He's not wrong. That's true. But that doesn't mean that doesn't affect capitalism. That's them doing it. That's a system they set up, which I'll cover in a second. Mike says 4,400. Thank you for that clarity. Became millionaires instantly. How many millionaires did AOC and Mamdani make?
Looked at some of these numbers, they found that the biggest offenders not only gave more money to their shareholders, they siphoned off more money from consumers by raising prices. Pepsi laid off hundreds and raised prices by double-digit percentages 8 quarters straight. Comcast rates went up and they fired 3,000 people.
Yes, the rates keep going up no matter what because inflation goes up. They're going to fire people anyway. So the rates are going to go up no matter what. The question is, are they firing people? They are firing people. It's true. And it's happening everywhere.
United Healthcare increased claim denials 800%.
United Healthcare. Luigi. Why would he say that? Why would he say that? This was recent. This is like a week old. Why would he say that? Yeah. So Warpen says, this guy's oozing envy and feeding into his base. True. Nosy, stock market's rigged. Yes. I've always said the stock market should not be, the stock market should be, and I mean this seriously, it should be run by a gaming commission. I'm dead serious. It's just gambling. I'm not against gambling. But the problem with the stock market is we've somehow made it to where it seems to be, I don't know, legitimate in some way, shape. It's not, but it seems to be legitimate in some way. It's just gambling. It's casino. So just say it's casino. Have it run by a gaming commission, not act like this. No, it's utterly rigged, just like a casino is rigged. But like we know the casino is rigged. So have it run by a gaming commission and have a stock market. The fact that there's like an SEC is stupid. Gaming commission. Move on.
And gave their investors $15 billion in buybacks. The whole just invest.
Robin says, so we should have a bad economy to deny the rich from making more money. When I can't get a raise in pay because of a bad economy, I lose. No, you don't. You'll just get more money. The government just give you more money. Robin, stop. How? Shut up. You just get more money. Okay? You just get more money. People need facts. So it's how would you combat his talking points of the left? I do it all the time. I do it all the time. I'm going to show you another video, which is one of the best videos I've seen on it's also a relatively new one on capitalism too, which will cover a lot of his points. I think you'll enjoy it. So yeah, you'll see a bunch of them. I'm about to do that right now.
Strategy isn't a solution. It isn't going to make capitalism work for more people.
Yeah.
It's a cover for capitalism to continue doing what it's built to do.
Just a cover.
Exploit the poor, enrich the elite, and keep that cycle going forever.
That's it.
When Fink says capitalism is...
He actually believes that. He loves this. He's like, yes, this is the whole point. It is just to help them out. That's it. That's what he says. Knows he says it. Get rid of the Fed. Yes. 100%. But he doesn't bring the Fed up at all. Cases you run by the Amish. I love that idea. Cage. Oh, so good. I love that. Yes, absolutely. Robin says, Larry, I don't get my money from a bad economist. Don't want government substance. Then they put you in jail. He's got the plan. Look at that hairdo. That guy's got the plan. So, yeah. So, Mastermind says, no, but casino is regulated. The stock market is game by insert. That's my point. Yes, you're right, Mastermind. So, regulate it like a casino. The gaming commission. I agree. It'd be fairer. It would be fairer. Yes, it would absolutely be fairer. Yes.
Is fracturing. What he really means is that he and his buddies are giving away the game. And he would really like it if capitalist countries would realize they're getting cocky.
So see, the thing is, this guy, he's figured out what Larry Fink's talking. I didn't, he figured out. Yes. Anyway, I just want you to see that piece. I think it's about done. But here is what I think is a decent one, which I think you may enjoy. This was, I thought, actually one of the best, there's many of them, but it's one of the best ones I've seen on explaining capitalism and what it's supposed to be and how it works. It's actually pretty decent. See if I can find it here. All right. This is from a place called Eurodollar University. They're pretty popular too, but not as popular as the other guys. The other guys are more popular than these guys are.
When most people hear the words free market capitalism, they immediately think of Wall Street.
Yep.
Stock traders yelling across a trading floor, quarterly earnings reports, asset prices that are flashing across the CNBC screen. And because that's the image most people have.
And that's why I'm angry at the stock market. We don't think of a casino, but it's a casino. So if we had made the stock market the casino that it is, when we think of capitalism, we wouldn't think of a casino. Like, we know capitalism, Las Vegas. We don't do that. Capitalism, Atlantic City. We don't do that. We go gambling, Las Vegas, gambling, Atlantic City. Capitalism, stock market, same thing. He's right.
They think that when stock prices go up, then capitalism must be doing well. But that's not really capitalism. Capitalism and free markets, something else entirely. It's about commerce. It's about society and economy, not the next retirement account. The picture everyone has is deeply misleading. Wall Street is not capitalism. Financial markets are not the same thing as free markets, and stock traders don't really trade capital. At its core, capitalism is not about money managers moving paper claims around in financial speculation. It's definitely not about politically connected corporations receiving favors from the government. And most of all, free market capitalism is not protecting large institutions from failure when they make bad choices. The capital in capitalism, properly understood, is productive enterprise, not equity shares, not money. It's about
productive enterprise. That's what capitalism actually is. Productive enterprise. He's just explained it. It's not a system that keeps elite people elite and poor people poor, and when they get met. No, it is that right there. Productive enterprise.
People organizing resources, labor, tools, knowledge, and risk into sustainable commercial activity that creates value for more than just business customers. It's about a bakery that produces bread people want to buy, a manufacturer who makes useful goods, a farm that grows food, a plumber who solves your biggest problem, or a software company that builds a product that people voluntarily pay for. That is the essential heart of capitalism. Commercial businesses and commercial enterprise, not financial markets. And the key...
See that? Commercial businesses, commercial enterprises, not financial markets. That's not what capitalism is. That's not.
Ingredient in all of it is competition.
Bingo.
Without competition, capitalism starts to become something else entirely.
Yes, it does.
So let's start with the word capital. In everyday conversation, people often mistakenly substitute the word money for capital. That's because society has become hyper-financialized. We've adopted...
This is what you've heard me say 1,000 times. What is crushing American economy is that we financialized everything. Finance is supposed to be maybe 4% of your economy. It's like 20% of our economy, particularly when you account insurance. It's insane. What's destroying our economy is the financialization of our economy. We make our money just by moving money, which is not capitalism. We're not providing value.
Wall Street's practice to confuse capital for investment funds or ownership claims. But in the deeper economic sense, capital is not money sitting in an account or a stock certificate changing hands.
Thank you.
Capital is productive capacity. It is a collection of tools, equipment, systems, the knowledge and infrastructure, and finally, determined organization that allows people to produce goods and services over time. A profitable commercial enterprise is true capital, not the financial means we use to come up with some monetary value for it, some moment.
Thank you. He's saying, which is what I keep talking about, he is talking about the idea that the financial system simply finds a way to, decide how much money this is worth. Right? That's what, or maybe to finance it, but it doesn't actually do the thing.
Monetary value for it. It's the restaurant that can serve customers every day, pay its workers, cover its costs, and earn a profit. That is capital. Or some trucking company that moves goods efficiently, a machine shop with skilled employees and reliable customers. That is capital. They create the real value in the real world that financial markets attempt to trade. Now compare.
Bingo. That's just an attempt to trade. It is a different issue completely.
That was someone buying and selling shares of a company 10 times a day. That activity may affect prices. We call it value. It may provide liquidity and help financial markets function, but the act of trading a stock is not the same thing as building a business, producing a good, serving a customer, or maintaining that profitable enterprise.
Maintaining a profitable enterprise. He is cooking. This is what capitalism is.
Financial markets can serve capitalism, but they are not capitalism itself. They are an add-on. At best, they help the commercial system become more productive and therefore better at what it does. At worst, they become a casino detached from reality, extracting value rather than adding something to it.
He literally said the thing that I've been talking about forever. When you have a financialized economy like we do, they actually extract value. They don't create value. One of the reasons why America is having so many problems now, there are many reasons, but one of them is we're financialized so strongly. Our financial industry is sucking the power, the energy out of our actual systems. We're not paying for value. We're servicing debt. We're paying people to move money. That doesn't get my iPhone to me any faster. That doesn't get my bread cooked any faster. It doesn't get my Amazon package sent to me any faster. It doesn't get anything better for me. That's the biggest issue. And that's what's happening in America right now. And of course,
if capital is an enterprise, then what is the free market? Well, again, it's not simply a place where financial assets are traded. A free market is a commercial environment where buyers and sellers can voluntarily exchange goods and services, where employers and employees get together and then become Adam Smith's miraculous invisible hand.
And see, he's not even saying he's against unions. He's not. Unions are part of it when you don't add government. Unions are simply free people deciding to get together, right? Getting together to keep people together, to negotiate together. What's wrong with that? Unions are fine if there's no government involved. Labor is a part of capitalism, right? Labor is a part of capitalism. And if labor is expensive, because labor is valuable. If labor is not valuable, it's not expensive. That's how it works.
This exchange is where prices emerge from supply and demand, where businesses compete for customers, and where bad decisions carry consequences, or at least they should. In a real free market, the customer has power. If you charge too much, provide poor service, or sell a bad product, they can go somewhere else. If you innovate, if you lower costs and improve quality or serve people better, you can gain business and gain staying power, all the while elevating the living standards of everyone, whether they're directly involved or not, whether they even realize it or not. If you have a retirement account, and if you've ever wondered whether crypto belongs inside of it, capitalism's so powerful and it has been so incredibly successful, it's almost impossible to describe. Not because business owners are morally superior or that commercial markets are perfect. They are certainly not.
Note, he doesn't say anyone's better than anyone else.
This is and always will be a messy process. There are informational errors and bad judgment, honest mistakes, and let's face it, not so honest mistakes. But because competition forces businesses to serve others in order to survive, the overall system...
He keeps pushing on competition. What stops competition? Government monopoly. Yes. Yes. Andrew says it. We're talking about breaking monopolies. We never about where the monopolies get their power from. We talk about holding Wall Street accountable, but not the structure in which Wall Street stands on. Yes, it's government support. It's government support. That's the entire piece, right? Bronner says it. Government is a monopoly. Yes, they always support it. Yes, I completely agree. Super Weapon says the best way I found of explaining capitalism is farming. The basics of running a farm to then trade on the agora free market is the easiest bridge for uninformed leftists. I like the idea of, because I would say farmers are entrepreneurs. They're the original entrepreneurs, right? Yes, they're the original entrepreneurs. Notice it says monopolies are not run by cartels. It's true. You know, it's a good point. Now we rarely actually have monopolies. That's true. We usually have cartels or oligarchies. That's what we usually have. I think that's right. Sometimes monopolies, but very often it's oligarchies. Yes. Robin says, as a laborer in the construction trades, I know that labor is valuable. I also know how powerful refusal to tolerate management stupidity can make a company lose laborers who are the actual power. Yes, you also know something else then, Robin. It matters on what type of laborer you are, right? If you've got a situation where you've got a ton of carpenters and they don't need many carpenters, your labor ain't that important anymore. But I don't have any carpenters. Oh my God, your labor is critically important, right? So the market chooses that also.
Advances, just not in a straight line. For all the leaps and bounds, there are pockets of, let's call it volatility, not in the financial market sense, but at times when success seems not quite as successful. And in those periods, it's innovation that provides the pathway out of them. A business can't simply declare itself successful. It has to convince customers. It has to earn revenue, and it has to do that while facing alternatives. This is why competition is not a minor feature of capitalism. Competition is the key, the central mechanism. If there is no competition.
And that's the key that most people who talk about capitalism will not even bring up. They won't even bring up. The critical aspect to make capitalism work is competition. If you don't have competition, you have something else, which is what the young other guy was talking about. That's the issue. Phil, thank you for the $1. He says, some people at the high end of the economy hire someone else to negotiate their compensation. Thousands of people chipping in to act as an agent. A union isn't unreasonable if it's voluntary. Agreed. As long as the government's not forcing you to be part of a union, to force you to not be part of a union, as long as just people deciding to get together, what do I care? I completely agree. Yes.
Prices stop carrying honest information. Customers lose choice. Firms become lazy and Sovietized. Innovation slows down to the point it can seem.
Note the word he used, Sovietized.
Like it just vanishes. Costs go up even as quality falls. And businesses, they start spending more energy protecting their position than improving their product. A market without competition is not really a free market. It's just a private power with financial numbers thrown on top.
Thank you.
And that private power can become just as abusive as public power.
Bingo.
So anyone who genuinely supports free market capitalism must also support the preservation of competition, which brings us to an uncomfortable subject for many people. And that's a guy by the name of Teddy Roosevelt. A lot of people make this same strange mistake. They assume that being pro-capitalism means.
I'm pretty sure this video is in the description. I think I put them all in the description. I think I put all the videos in it. I think I did. I think I'm going to put them all in the description.
Means being pro-big business. But that's not true. Capitalism and big business are not the same thing either.
Thank you.
There can be, and there ought to be, large firms in a free market system. That's simply because most of the time, big businesses become big because they serve customers well, they innovate, and they operate efficiently. That's not the problem. Scale itself is not automatically evil or inherent.
Yes, it is if you're a socialist. Yes, it is. The fact that you got big makes you evil. The fact that you did large makes you evil. Yes, that's the issue. Nuna says, yes, Larry, America's worth celebrating its prize of imperfections. Imagine if USA never existed. I agree. I agree completely. I'm not fighting you on that.
Destructive. A smaller firm becoming a big one is where the vast majority of economic growth and employment actually comes from.
But here's the issue, though. Some people don't want to be big. Once you financialize everything, growth becomes critical no matter what. That's a problem. Growth is not by default good or bad, unless you're in a financial sector, in which case you must always grow. This is why the stock market says growth always matters. Every quarter, every 3 months, grow, grow, grow. If you're on a farm and you sell whatever, $1 million worth of stuff every single day, every month, and that's what you're good for every year, why do I care? If making $70,000 a year makes you happy, why am I mad at you? If making $700,000, why am I mad at you? Who cares? But once you financialize it, you have to keep growing. That is the part that makes capitalism suck in our economy. That's the part. It's the financialization of it. And the second piece is, of course, it's the crony capitalism.
The problem begins when large firms use their size, their political influence, or their control over infrastructure to block competition. When companies collude to fix prices, or when a dominant firm uses predatory tactics to destroy competitors and then raises prices once competition is gone, that is not free market capitalism. Big corporations, which can lobby government to write regulations that smaller competitors can't afford to comply with, that's not the free market.
Now, by the way, those regulations is what you find socialists say they want more of. More regs, more regs, more regs. You know what kind of company loves lots of regulations? The big ones. They love them. They're the ones who write them. Who do you think writes these laws? Who writes the regulations? It's the corporate lobbyists. They write the laws. They write the regulations. They can't wait to have more regulations because now nobody else can in any way, shape, or form get anything done. That's the whole point. It's what makes sure that it's called corporate capture. It makes sure no one else can get involved.
Especially when those governments grant special privileges, subsidies, bailouts, or legal protections to politically connected firms. That's moving away from the free market. That's corporatism and crony capitalism.
Bingo.
That's more like a hybrid system where private profits are protected by public power. Teddy Roosevelt understood this distinction better than most modern defenders of capitalism. Roosevelt, he was not against enterprise or success. He championed wealth created through genuine production and productivity. So he recognized that trust and monopolies could strangle the competitive process. Trust busting was not an attack on capitalism. It was an attempt to save capitalism from being captured by concentrated power.
Now, the funny part is you find most people will think, well, Teddy Roosevelt was a socialist because he was a trust buster, so he must be a socialist. No, he was a capitalist. He just knew that competition is the only way you can keep capitalism going. If you don't have competition, it will eventually collapse. Yes.
To rebalance. If capitalism requires competition, then anti-competitive behavior is anti-capitalist.
Bingo.
And that means a serious defender of free markets can't simply say, let business do whatever it wants. Because businesses, like governments, they definitely seek power. They seek protection. They look to write the rules which benefit themselves at everyone else's expense. A real free market position is not big business good, government bad. A real free market position is more nuanced, more realistic.
Yes.
Competition matters first and foremost. Voluntary exchange and open entry.
Voluntary exchange and open entry. How many times do people talk about this when they talk about anything to do with capitalism? They don't. Voluntary entry. That's it. Easy entry.
Public or private, should ever be allowed to rig the game. Now, this is where the conversation needs to be practical. We can't afford to romanticize or ideal.
You hear that, Bronner? Practical. Hear that? He's with me. You're wrong on this one. See that? He's with me.
Realize free markets and free market capitalism. We have to understand people are imperfect. The system itself is imperfect. Yes, it has created more prosperity than human beings have ever considered and had ever imagined in previous.
And the other source wouldn't even say that. It has created more value than any other system. Not even close. Brought more people out of poverty than any other system. Not even close.
Previous generations, but that doesn't mean it's perfect. There is no such thing as a truly free market. Practical experience and pragmatism are paramount here. Even the most market-oriented society still depends on laws, property rights, contracts, courts, and some basic rules of exchange. If someone sells you a product based on lies or violates a contract or steals your property, you need some system for resolving all that. So the real question is not whether government is involved. The question is what kind of involvement, how much,
that's true,
and for what specific purpose.
Absolutely true. Dominic says, I've listened to a YouTuber, Mentis Wave, that this crony capitalism should more accurately be called crony socialism, corporate socialism. Oh, I like that. When he made a video on woke, I like that. Hold on, corporate socialism. That's not bad. Yeah, but then that might make the socialists think that it's good. I'm not sure. They might like that. I don't know how that works. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not really sure. We'll figure it out.
Pragmatic free market approach should aim for the minimum government interference that's necessary to protect the competitive process, because it will never be zero. That does not mean government should manage the economy. Far from it.
True.
We aren't looking for politicians to pick winners and losers. We sure as hell don't want bureaucrats micromanaging every industry.
True.
But it does mean government will have a role in mandating transparency, punishing fraud, enforcing contracts, uncovering anti-competitive practices, and where absolutely necessary, taking action against monopoly power or collusion. The goal.
That's the issue I completely agree with, right? There we go. If we're going to have a government, you look at someone like the Ayn Randers of the world, the objectivists, what they will say is courts and cops, right? And I get that concept. That's the concept that they're talking about. It's the concept he's talking about. You want to have some rules of the game, right, that show you what means what and what. The idea of for those who don't know, the idea of regulation is completely bastardized. When we first came up with these ideas in the 1700s of regulation, it meant to make regular. It didn't mean to control. We've made regulations to control. It didn't mean it was meant to make regular, meaning that the American government would say a foot is a foot, or a pound is a pound, or a dollar is a dollar. So it meant to make regular, not to control. So it didn't say what you could or couldn't do. It was to say, hey, if I say I'm going to give you a pound of sugar, this is what a pound is. And we all agree what a pound is. And if I say I'm going to give you $1, this is what $1 is. It was to make it regular. And if we have contracts, there are regular rules and regulations in contracts, right? That was what it was supposed to be about. And we've made it to now it's control. And it really has wrecked it. There's no way this is what it should have been. I'm looking over at Rumble. CIA Torture Camp says, Ralph Nader always used to rant against corporate welfare. Nader was right on that. Nader was 100% right on that. He was right to hold corporations accountable for scamming people, and he was right for holding corporations accountable for scamming government. He was 100% right. I agree with him completely on that, 100%. So, yeah.
Should be simple. Keep the playing field open.
Yes.
Government should not be a partner to giant corporations or some shield for failing firms. It shouldn't turn markets into political allocation machines. The best government practice is to act as a referee. A referee is very different from being a player. A referee doesn't decide who wins. A referee makes sure the game remains playable. That's the ideal. Limited, transparent, predictable rules that are designed to preserve competition and punish deception.
That's it.
Of course,
punish deception. We don't do that. We encourage deception.
We also realize that giving people power corrupts them. Bureaucracies don't ever die. They creep and expand. So we also have to be vigilant and take action when called for in the public sector. It is always going to be a constant game of watching the watchers.
This is one of the most real explanations of what capitalism should be and could be that I've seen in a very long time. And this is relatively, it's probably within a week or so that he put it together. This is much better than so many others because it just says reality. It's like, look, it's not perfect and you're going to have winners and losers, but that's okay. And government's going to exist. But right now, what you're seeing is crony capitalism.
As much as the watchers have to watch competitive market practices.
You're seeing crony capitalism.
We don't want to give government that first inch, but people are not angels, and free markets will never truly be perfectly free. So we make a limited deal with the devil and never stop demanding limits on both sides, public and private. So where do financial markets fit in then? Well, financial markets can be incredibly useful. In fact, they have been incredibly useful when they don't just take over. We don't become hyper-financialized. They help us allocate savings.
Almost no one talks about the hyper-financialization of our economy like I do and this guy does. We're both on exactly the same page. We are hyper-financialized. I've watched it. Half my clients are in finance. And it's all about moving money around.
They help circulate money and become more productive engines for free market capitalism.
Supposed to.
Financial markets are where businesses go to raise money and expand. Asset prices, they help investors evaluate risks. And these markets provide liquidity, which makes it easier for people to buy and sell their ownership claims. Those are not inherently bad. When functioning well, finance supports commerce. A business needs money to build a factory.
And that's how we've been for a long time. The problem also is it used to be to where really only one or two or three cities, I shouldn't say countries, cities were actually doing finance, right? It was like maybe some city in Italy, maybe London, and maybe New York. And that was like it. Like that was the financial world, back many hundreds of years ago. Now it's everywhere.
To buy equipment, to hire workers, and develop a new product. Money becomes capital. Let me say it again. Money becomes capital. Banks and investors can help provide that money. And in that role, financial markets can make the real economy more efficient and more competitive. But notice the direction. Finance is supposed to serve productive enterprise. It's supposed to be a means, not an end. The problem is that modern financial markets have often become the end themselves. Instead of asking, how can finance help businesses produce more value? The system often asks, how can financial players generate returns from financial activity itself?
That is such a key point. I can't scream enough about this. We believe that if people are making money from financial transactions, they're doing capitalism. They're not. They're not providing value. They're not growing the pie, right? This is, I want to repeat it because that part matters a lot. It's critical to understand that's how it works.
Themselves. Instead of asking, how can finance help businesses produce more value? The system often asks, how can financial players generate returns from financial activity itself? Churn and volatility. That shift matters. When
that encourages volatility. Volatility will happen already. I don't want to encourage it. I want to encourage stability. There will be volatility. Stuff is going to happen. But these markets, they are encouraging volatility. That's the problem.
Finance becomes detached from the commercial economy. It can become extractive by rewarding leverage, complexity, and speculative short-term gains over.
He just mentioned it. It rewards complexity. The system should not reward complexity. It should reward simplicity. It should reward getting the product or service to you as fast as possible. No, once it's financed, it rewards complexity.
Long-term productive capacity. A stock market boom does not necessarily mean the real economy is healthy. A rising index does not automatically mean workers are more productive, that businesses are more competitive, or customers are better served. Sometimes asset prices rise because of cheap credit speculation.
Yes, speculation, all those things.
Government support, or because the world was convinced that equities were the key to everyone's retirement. And once that happened, Wall Street swooped in to cement its newfound central place in everybody's lives by giving them a story about stocks and stock markets. Wall Street says they are capital. They provide valuable insight into Main Street, and it's all marketing bullshit. That is financialization, not free market capitalism. It's a transfer.
And the reason why I bring this up, the reason why I'm going to talk about this, is because the biggest reason, I mean, this is actually a July 4th show. That's what it really is. July 3rd, but July 4th show. Is America worth celebrating? That's what this really is about. Why wouldn't it be? It wouldn't be because it has failed at its promise. That will be a reason why it wouldn't be. Because people are screwing people over. Because it's failed in whatever X, Y, that would be a reason why it wouldn't be. That is why people, particularly young people, are upset and angry and don't want this to work out. And many of them are actually anti-American in many ways. Many of them are. Why? Because the system isn't working for them. Their response and their reason is because capitalism has failed us. That is their answer. Capitalism has failed us. And what I'm saying is, it's not that capitalism has failed us. It's that we don't have capitalism. What we have is crony capitalism. What we have is corporate socialism. What we have is some other thing that isn't really capitalism right now. We're not allowing ourselves to have real competition. In certain cases throughout the world, but surely locally, we have created everywhere cartels. We've created everywhere monopolies, oligarchies. This is repairable and there is hope. And here is the biggest reason why there is. Of all the other nations in the world, if at the top, the leader of the day does not make this change, it cannot change. There is no bottom up in Russia. There is no bottom up in China. There is no bottom up even in Germany. That's not a thing. But can we do it here? Yes, there is. We have a federal system. We have localized people. There is a bottom up. We can make changes here. We can make a shift. That is the hope of America. The hope of America is its people, not its government. If we can break this, we can do a bottom-up change and get us back to the local things we should be at, understanding what capitalism actually is, and moving things forward. But what we can't do is go, well, these people who are youngsters, they don't know any better, and blah, blah, blah. We can't do that because here's the thing to remember. 20 years from now, they're the voter base. 20 years from now, the 30-somethings are the voter base. And if they've decided that the only answer is what the first idiot was talking about with his socialization and blah, 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 they're going to vote for that all day, all night. And they're going to believe all the other stuff is a lie. And you might go, but yeah, I'll be, 70 or whatever. Yeah, but yeah, it's fine, but your family's not gonna love you. It's not gonna work. Now I know you might say, Larry, are you being like pro-American? I am. It's true. Who else could I possibly bring on to be pro-American? Who could I bring on to be pro-American tonight at 10:30 at night? Who would stay up 10:30 at night and talk to me about being pro-American? There's only one guy. The man, the myth, the legend, Michael Voss is here. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. Got some firecrackers going off in the background. My dog is hating that. But what can you do?
Oh, I'm sorry. The con is hating it. Yes.
Well, a lot of people's dogs and those with PTSD, they have a couple of difficulties at this time of year. But for everyone else, it's a great celebration, and it's beautiful because America is beautiful.
So what did you think about me bringing up the thoughts of the youth and why they are so upset and bothered, and why they would go, America's cooked, we got to become, whatever, the Soviet Union?
Well, I've been listening to the whole show, agreeing with a lot, but disagreeing with a few things as well. The youth are the problem for our youth.
Okay.
Going forward right now is they have been misinformed. They have been more indoctrinated than they have been taught.
I think I showed that video, right? I think I agree with you. I showed that video.
I know. But we need to, but here's the other part of that. Because once we first problem is there's a lot of America that's fighting against this. They think, no, the kids are fine. It's something else that's wrong. No, we have ruined our kids. And now we have to work on the next part. One, we understand that, and then let's fix them. We have to get them critically thinking. This is the only way for America to continue to grow and to improve, is that we have
but
to.
Our institutions have failed us, Mike. It's obvious. Our colleges, most of them have failed us. Most of our K through 12s have failed us. So where are these kids gonna? I mean, half of them are learning their shit on TikTok and YouTube.
Yeah, but
so how are we gonna change them when it's TikTok and YouTube?
That's okay. One, parents need to parent. That's the first thing. And the elders around these kids need to treat them like children who need a mentor. We need to be accountable. And that's the biggest thing.
The mentorship piece, I really get that, right? Because even guys like the curly haired dude I showed, that guy to many of them is a mentor. Even, and you brought this up too, Hassan Piker is a mentor to some of these guys.
Yeah, God no. And that means we fail.
But it's true.
I know it's true, but these are the examples of the failure, because what they're saying is so obviously wrong and pandering, and it is politically propaganda. It's meant to push forward an agenda. And that's regardless of whether you like it or not, or whether you think it's correct or not, and has nothing to do with my politics. It is that. Because if you stop it and just look at it for a moment, I was looking at some of the questions in the poll you were looking at, and I know I was looking at a poll earlier today. And if you just read through some of these things, actually just pay attention to the details of what are they saying, like some of the, and this is at the beginning of the show, some of the questions that they're asking, but they're rigging the whole thing because you only have certain specific answers you can pick. It's not my choice on what I would answer. Here's what they gave me. And out of the things they gave me, well, then I have to pick whatever it is that, whatever answer I can get out of that. Well, that's not a whole lot of options. And so then they get to present that as if it means X, Y, Z. This is a setup. We need to step our kids back. And this is why homeschooling has been such a big thing. And it's a good thing.
No, you're not wrong. You're right.
We are now taking the kids. Yes, I agree. We need kids to be socialized, but that means go out and let them play. Let them get in the dirt. Let them eat some dirt, throw around mud, be kids. Everyone who's, 45 and older, we've all done that.
Right.
And we will survive. But we're afraid of that for some reason nowadays. You need parents to adult.
But hold on, Mike. Hold on. I got people right now.
Yeah.
We got a whole nation of people
Yeah.
maybe in the area of say 20 to say 35 in that area.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, they're broken.
Yeah.
They're fucking broken.
Yeah.
They don't want to get a girlfriend or a boyfriend. They don't want a real job.
Yeah.
They don't want to learn anything. They just want to be influencers on TikTok.
Yeah.
They just want to go into debt. They don't want to pay off their student loans.
Yeah.
They think everybody who's over 50 is stupid.
Yeah.
They're either single moms or they don't have kids.
True.
They're not pair bonding.
Yep.
You're talking about, I mean, I think fixing that, and this is going to sound crazy, I think Mamdani and Trump have taught us how to fix it. I think the answer is actually politics. Hear me out before you think I'm crazy.
It's
Hear me
actually
out.
what?
Is politics. And hear me out. Before you tell me
No.
I'm crazy, it's actually politics. Hear me out. The reason is the only thing that actually crosses all of the lines is politics. A guy like Trump, a guy like Mamdani, these personalities, they cross TikTok, they cross True Social, they cross YouTube, they cross regular TV. Everybody else is stuck in their little world and is not going to get out.
No,
but those guys get out.
I understand why you say that, and it isn't a terrible idea, but that's not going to fix it. That's going to create polarization, and you'll have two different groups that will continue to perpetuate that without actually fixing the underlying problem. Because
no, but what if the mentor type, the guy who's the mentor, he's not a movie star, he's not a Tony Robbins type, but he's a Mamdani or a Trump. He's a politician.
No, because politicians are abnormal. It is abnormal to be a politician. Dealing with politics is abnormal. I've been doing it 20 years. It is abnormal. It's an abnormal way of thinking because we're thinking of weaknesses and advantages in a way that isn't necessarily beneficial to everyone. It is always specified.
So how do I get to them?
Well, this is the answer, and no one's going to like my answer, but it's true. Here it is. We let them sink. We throw them into the middle of the lake, and they start to swim. And some of them will choke. Some of them will drown. And we let them. We do not pick them up. We do not save them. They will swim or they will sink. And that's what and that is the only way we preserve this nation going forward. A lot of people don't want to think about that.
So
and
what if
we got to this
hold on.
point?
So you're telling me I got 10 million, 20 million people, whatever that number is, right? And I'm going to say, hey, you 20 million people, you know what? Fuck it. Good luck. And recognize that out of that 20 million people, whatever that number is, I got to have 40 million parents go, okay, I'm not going to save little Susie or little Johnny now.
No.
I'm not going to write. I'm not going to bring them into my basement. I'm going to let them freeze out there.
No.
I'm not going to give them money to pay to get the nails.
You'll never get that. You'll never get that.
That's what I'm saying.
Your daughters, and that's fine.
So how am I going to do that then?
Great. The government doesn't help you. If you want to do it, that's fantastic.
I see. Okay. Step in. So the government doesn't help. Okay.
And that's the biggest problem. The entitlement is the government. The entitlement mentality is completed. That's a loop, and it's completed by the government stepping in and saying, "Oh, your student loan debt? Yeah, we'll absolve that." No, screw you. You made the deal. You said yes. You signed the line. You get to pay it off. If it takes you 100 years, I don't care. You made the deal. That's your deal. But I can't get a job at that. Then you should have made a better. You should have made a better choice in your life, and not picked basket weaving or lesbian interpretive dance. That's not my problem. That's your problem.
I think more people will watch the lesbians dance than they watch the basket weaving.
Probably, but I wouldn't watch either. I don't think either is all that appealing. I've known too many lesbians in my life, but which is a whole other story. Won't get into it anyway. But
so you're basically saying the government just cuts everybody off.
Pretty much. Now we don't let people.
Hold on. If we're gonna do that, then wouldn't the normal thing then say, well, then, Mike, all right. So if I'm the 30-something and I'm getting thrown into the lake, don't I then go, well, then you know what? Get rid of Social Security. I don't want none of the older people getting it neither. Why
No,
do they
screw you.
get the help?
No, screw you. They've already paid into the system. They've actually been productive. See, here's the thing. You're 20, you have nothing. You're not a benefit to the system. You have a potential to be beneficial, but you're not. You need to realize that. And
So what about disability then? What if I'm someone on disability? I've never paid into it if I've been disabled my entire life.
Okay, there's a difference between being disabled and being what we nowadays call disabled. There are able-bodied people running all around. They're disabled because they've got this mental or that mental or whatever. The government, we've opened the floodgates on this stuff too much. Would I let Thomas Queter starve? For the people who don't know him, he's in a wheelchair. He's got difficulties in his life. Fair. He was born that way. No, I'm not going to let them starve. I wouldn't let anyone starve. But at the same time, I'm not going to let able-bodied men and women who have been just claiming that they have dyslexia. They claim it. No one checks. Oh, well, then you're disabled. Okay, fantastic. The whole Somali daycare. We have dozens upon dozens, not even dozens, hundreds of children, even thousands of children who have been labeled by the government as having learning disabilities, which is not true, and was just done to take advantage of a system because the system said, well, we're going to entitle them.
Okay, but hold on. If you do that, you go, okay, I'm gonna all you 30-something, 20-something losers who are really able-bodied, I'm not gonna do any of that. Okay, then they're gonna vote for Mamdani like there's no tomorrow. They're gonna say, go to hell, Mike. We voting for Mamdani.
Yeah, they'll probably say that, and then when it fails, and I allow Mamdani to fail again, the government's not going to bail him out either. When I say no bail,
he is the government. What are you talking about? He's the government.
No, he's not. No. He's the mayor of a city, and he has to manage the city. We bail him out. The federal government bails him out on a regular basis.
All right.
He just got $4 billion from Hochul because he needed a bailout, and he made up imaginary numbers. He said, oh, well, we're going to make $500 million.
No. He didn't make up. He projected.
Well, okay. You can call it whatever you want. What I call it is delusion.
He projected.
It is a delusion. And he said, oh, we're going to make this. We never do. Oh, we projected that it's going to be this much, and it never happens. Why?
Never is.
Because in the real world, I take my money and I go somewhere else.
Yeah, but
every time.
But okay. I'm giving you pushback for a very important reason, Mike.
Yes.
Because Mamdani is popular. And Hochul didn't give him money because Hochul believed in Mamdani. That's not why she did it.
No.
She did it because Mamdani's popular and she wants them votes coming up here in November.
Yeah, and this is and
he's still gonna be popular.
I understand.
So if he's still popular, that means Hochul might give him another $4 billion or another $8 billion or whatever that number is.
Guaranteed she will. But again, we go up the chain.
So he is the government.
No, but where she get the money from? From the federal government. Cut it off.
Yep.
Cut off New York State. In fact, they should have already done it. And I live in New York City. I live in New York State all my life, 50 years.
Yep.
55 years. I've been in the same apartment building. And here's the thing. You cut off. New York State is by default a rogue state. We have sanctuaries. We're a sanctuary state for illegal aliens. Call them whatever you want. People want to call them migrants, or you want to be nice and you want to make it flowery, call them a migrant, undocumented, whatever. They're illegal aliens, period. Full stop. They're criminals. Full stop. The federal government, in response to that, should cut off federal funding. They're breaking the law. There is a
So you're saying because they have sanctuary city status, that the federal government should give the states no money. The New York State no money.
Yes.
Okay. So if this, then should the state then in return be able to say, good, we're going to pay no federal federal tax?
Sure. Go ahead. Try it.
Go ahead. I mean, try it. No. I said should. I didn't say try. I'm saying do you believe it's true?
Let them try that. It won't work. You can try it.
New York
doesn't generate enough taxes. None of these states, California,
none of them do. I agree.
They don't generate enough.
New York gets about an $80 billion every year bailout from the federal government every year.
That's right. So let them. Yeah. Oh, we're going to keep the money. Fantastic. Keep the money. You're still short. You can't even keep up with the interest payment. Go ahead. Keep the money. I don't care. because you're still going to next year come back and go, I need money. Of course you do. So follow the law.
So let's assume that you have someone like a Mamdani and a Hochul, and they want to keep sanctuary cities, and they go, I don't care. And President Mike Voss says, good, you ain't getting no money. And they go, good, Voss, fuck you. I don't care. I'll go into debt. I don't care. And they go into debt.
They can't.
They do. Yes, they can. Of course they can.
No. Without the backing of the federal government, they can't.
Yes,
the
they
only
can.
reason that the credit that belongs to New York is because of the credit of the United States.
What they'll do is they'll just go, we're not going to pay the Medicaid. We're not going to pay Medicaid. We're just not going to pay it. Or we're not going to pay Social Security. We're just not going to pay it. And we're going to blame President Mike Voss when you don't get your Social Security check. So that's what I would do if I'm going to fight President Mike Voss. I'm not going to pay my Social Security. I'm not going to pay Medicaid. I'm not going to pay. And in which case, I've made up my $80 billion. So I'm good now because I'm not going to pay Medicaid, Medicare. And then I go, oh, see, you old man who you just got thrown out in the street. That's President Voss. That guy's an asshole. He didn't pay you Medicaid.
And
he didn't pay you Medicare.
And now that's
he didn't pay Social Security.
Okay, and what you're talking about at that point
has already worked.
Advertising campaign,
and it has already worked. And has already worked.
And the federal government has
seen it happen in Mike. You've seen it happen in New York State. Hochul blames Trump for shit he has nothing to do with.
Yeah.
And the Democrats buy it hook, line, and sinker.
Okay.
They buy it completely.
Wait a minute.
And if that happened, they would just buy it completely.
No, see, again, we're talking a hypothetical world here that I'm allowed to do.
I'm talking real.
No, if you want to talk real, then the answer is that the government has unlimited funds and unlimited personnel that they can dedicate to pushing any message that they really want to.
So what's the message
I can flood every airwave in New York State, saying anything I want, anytime I want. If you're really
so is that
wanting
the answer?
to do that, you can. So Hochul can say anything she wants, except she can't get on the airwaves. Why? Anywhere she shows up, I turn them off. I redirect what's going to be on the airwaves instead. The federal government owns the air. There's an FCC license that lets ABC get on there.
It doesn't own cable.
It doesn't own cable, but you know what?
It doesn't own cable.
Who can pay more? Kathy Hochul or the federal government?
So you're telling me hold on, wait.
If
so
I
now
really want to put that kind of pressure on.
Okay. So now you're telling me that you think the right answer is to go to war with New York State, not physical war, to go to political war with New York State and start spending money on a campaign saying Hochul's bad?
Worse, no, I'm not. I don't even care.
What are you talking? I know we're trying to fix our youth, and you're talking about making Kathy Hochul bad.
No, we've gone through a whole chain of things, which you're assuming certain outcomes, which I disagree with. But yes, I do believe at some point for America, as we go forward past 250 years, we have to recognize, yes, the independence of the states, but also the importance of the federal government. And it's not to be codependent. It's not to enable states to completely collapse. And California's collapsed. New York has collapsed. Illinois has collapsed. And the problem is we keep propping them up and pushing them along.
Okay, no, they have not collapsed at all.
What?
How New York hasn't collapsed? Neither has Illinois. Illinois will soon collapse.
What do you mean New York has?
Illinois is not collapsed. New York hasn't collapsed.
How much?
About 400 billion. About 400 billion. About 400 billion.
And
that's not collapsed. Oh yeah, we're not paying it off, but we can service it, which means we haven't collapsed yet.
We can't.
You don't collapse, you can't service it.
Billion.
We're already servicing it.
We have right now. No,
yes, we are. Yes, we are.
And New York City's making a profit this year.
No, not at all. The federal government's going into more debt to subsidize us. So we haven't collapsed at all. The federal government goes into debt to subsidize us.
The federal government is bailing them out.
Correct, which means we haven't collapsed.
The bailout. Cut off the bailout. The 400 billion is unserviceable. We have to restructure.
Without a bailout.
Huh?
Without a bailout.
Without a bailout.
Yes, but they're getting bailouts. Every state gets bailouts from the federal government every single year. That's why the federal government only brings in $4.5 trillion and spends $6 trillion.
We cut them all off. We need to be as accountable as we expect the citizens to be.
So you think
you and I can't run an unlimited debt?
True. I wish we could. True.
Then why should the state? And this is a Republican principle. This is a freedom principle. It's a basic finance.
I'm not
principle.
fighting you on any of this.
Okay.
I'm not fighting you on the. Yeah, I'm a libertarian. I'm more strict than you are on this shit. So
Pretty much,
I'm
yes,
with
true.
you.
That's true.
I'm with you. I'm just saying this shit's not going to work.
No, I'm saying it's going to be unpleasant. And people think it won't work because we are afraid of the pain. We become so entitled and so soft that we're afraid of the pain that allows us to grow. Remember back when we were in the Marine Corps?
All right, hold
and
on.
we were being trained. And what did they
Yes?
say? Pain,
pain,
is
no
weakness
gain.
leaving the body.
It's true.
As they rebuilt us from,
all right,
we were young men, we were strong.
You just said
they rebuilt
this
us and
is
made it better.
This is me from almost 10 years ago. One of my first speeches that I gave, well, maybe not my first, probably like my first 2 years, probably. I was my 2 years in to giving presentations as a libertarian. Are we good? Outstanding. Good. All right. So we are good.
I have a
I'm at the
question for
Massachusetts
you all.
State Convention here.
Does anybody happen to know what is the largest freshwater lake in the world? Lake Tahoe, right? Caspian Sea, right? Baikal, right? It is Lake Superior. Thank you. Baikal is the deepest, and Caspian is salt. So thank you. Yes, very good. See that? You're going to be amazing at Jeopardy now. Isn't that awesome? My name is Larry Sharpe, and I want to talk to you about something today, which we always talk about, and that's freedom. Now, the good thing about freedom is we talk about it often, and we talk about it because it's so good and amazing, and we give great praise to it, but there's a problem. It's scary.
To your point, Mike.
It is scary for most Americans. There is a lot of fear involved with freedom. It's not just, oh, it's awesome, let's be free. Even though it's clearly a better way to be, a better place to be, it is scary to get there. When you talk to someone about freedom, they have one of two options. Number one is they say, I am free, right? I can go do what I want. I'm free. They don't even think they're not free. They believe that they are completely free. Or the second thing, we talk about things like, hey, wouldn't it be better if you were able to do X or do Y, or government was able to come out of X or Y? The first thing they think of is, without government, then what? We've been stuck so much on government doing so much for us for so long. Not having that makes us afraid. We become afraid of two things. General fear of not having government, but second, fear of disruption.
This is what you're talking
That's
about,
a
Mike.
problem.
I brought this up because of exactly what you just said. This actually was about 10 years ago. I was in Massachusetts at the time when I did it, but I brought up what you were talking about, the idea of fear and disruption. It's why we don't move forward. And what you're talking about now, Mike, is more fear and more disruption. People are going to be afraid.
No.
They're not going to want to act, man.
Okay,
They're going to be like,
there's-
Mike is fucking crazy.
No.
There's no way I'm doing this.
No. There's the fear of inaction, and then there's the fear of action. Two different things. Sound the same, not the same. The fear of inaction paralyzes you. It leaves you trapped, and you suffer because you can't move anywhere. You can't do anything. You're in that same vortex, and you just go deeper and deeper because you're not trying to get out. You're afraid of what happens if you do. You're afraid of action. And if you have the fear of action, what you're afraid of is everything I'm predicting going to happen? Is something unknown going to happen? And will I be able to deal with it properly? There's a difference.
That's the whole point. But okay, we're talking people now who are 30 years old, man.
Yeah.
These guys, they were told that the government's going to be there for them. They were told that Elon Musk going to get him a fucking car. They've been told all these things.
Those are all
and now
lies.
here comes Mike going, yeah, those are all lies and you're screwed.
Well, no, they already know those were all lies. You don't got the car. You don't have the success, and you're never going to get it because you don't earn it. You don't deserve it. You've done nothing for it.
But they've been told by their parents they've been told by their parents. They've been told by their teachers. They've been told by everyone. They've been told by the people on TikTok who they watch.
Okay.
They've been told all that they deserve it all. They deserve it, Mike. You're
No,
the
they
bad guy.
No, they don't.
They deserve it.
They don't deserve crap. No one deserves anything. They deserve nothing other than what they earn, what they are capable of earning. That's it. And to say, oh, well, you deserve
keep saying that.
$50,000 a house.
But
No,
then
you don't.
how? Okay, but we still at the moment. I know Braun is mad at this, but we still at the moment. People vote for stuff. They still do. They vote for stuff. I know Braun is pissed, but they do. That's how it works. So if people are gonna vote for stuff, and here come Mike saying, "I ain't gonna give you shit," they're not gonna vote for Mike. He's not getting his agenda passed. And I'm asking, how do we fix this? Not how does Mike bring down the hammer? That's not what I'm asking.
The way to fix this is we have to bring down the hammer. There's only two ways to deal with that. The most likely way to see it happen is you lie. Many politicians lie already. But when you lie and you gain that power, you then drop the hammer and go, okay, and this, I promise to fix everything. This is the fix. Hate me. Okay. But by the time you get me out of office, it's too late. You still have to survive, which makes America and the world better. We have the resources. We have the capabilities, both in terms of personnel and actual raw goods and raw items. We can achieve. We've just been getting softer and softer, weaker and weaker, both of mostly of will and now as in function. And that is why we have so much corruption, which is impeding everything. We forgot that government was always meant to be small and only to do that which we cannot do ourselves, which is almost everything. You know, you got the federal military, border control, and that's about it, and taking some taxes, small, to be able to cover those things, and not too much else. International trade, okay, but that's about it. Everything else is being done by individuals for the most part. And
let me grab a couple comments off of
oh my God,
Rumble. CIA Torch Camp says U.S. needs to cut some fat at the government and finance end and gain some muscle in productive enterprise. That's for sure. Yep. Humans live on the earth. Did we earn the earth, or was it given to us? Well, I would argue that we probably earned it because we conquered it, so we kind of earned it. I would say that
we survived. The earth is competition. Everything was either, if you want to go back in time, there's two ways to look at that: the religious and the scientific. Scientifically, we were the best at being able to evolve. We
were the fittest
enough, and we did it. We were the fittest. Not necessarily, and fit doesn't mean strong. It just means most capable.
Correct.
And we survived and evolved better than everything else. We earned it. Period. Full stop there. Religion, if you're looking at the religious way, again, we earned it. Why? We got kicked in terms of Christianity.
Toil. That's correct.
And Judaism and also Islam. We got kicked out of heaven. And we have to survive. Yep. And for the most part, God, as soon as we got kicked out of the garden, well, then we had to survive pretty much on our own. A couple of times he came in, gave us a little push here, push there, nudge. You know, didn't let us all die out all at once, except for, you know, the flood, because we screwed up. And so he did a big reset. But otherwise,
but I want to go back to this point, Mike. It's 250, dude. It's 250. I'd like us to get another 250. I think
that's ambitious.
I know, but that's what I want. So I want another 250, and I feel like we have a chunk of our population. There was another poll done which said something like 55%, only 55% of Americans think we can stay together for the next 10 years.
Yeah, I've heard
so
that.
45% say they don't think we can. Now, I don't know what that number actually is or how that was, but it's still too damn high. That's what I would say. It's too damn high. I don't think even 10% would have said that 50 years ago.
Well,
maybe 5%, maybe 5% would have said that. And it was just like 5 pissed off people they happened to catch on the street. Maybe.
Yeah, that would have been the lunatics. But the problem is we have so much corruption. Again, we have softened ourselves of will and therefore function, which is corrupt. And that has caused corruption. And the answer to that is cut out the cancer and survive. It is the harshest way. But we have pretty much isolated ourselves into that one harsh result, we've been basically letting every other option die on the vine. We have to be harsher. We have to live in that harsher environment of actually having to struggle through.
So
that's
what
how
you're
we
actually
made America
saying
the
is-
greatest nation in the world.
Yeah, but
That's how
we
continue.
didn't. But we didn't literally just go. We didn't just lie, right? You're saying that President Mike Voss has to lie and go, "I'm really Mamdani. I'll give you free buses."
No.
And then they
I will
elect
help
you.
America. No,
and
it's
then
not.
you,
It's,
and then you get elected, and you go, "Just kidding. Bring out the SS.
No, the answer is
build the camps." That's what you say.
There's the realism of, hey, I'm the candidate who's going to help make everything better. I'm going to make sure that America will continue to exist. It's going to continue to thrive and be the leader of the world. We will be able to do all these things. I'm just leaving out, like almost everyone. I'll give you a great example. Blakeman, he's running, and he has yet to mention a single policy.
True.
And Hochul's not much better. She keeps saying, "I'll tell you the answer in November" on a bunch of things. Like
Right after the election, I'll tell you the answer right after the election. Right after that,
she's going to decide: should we rename mothers and fathers gestating parent and non-gestating parent? Well, the only way she can do that, or rather, she's going to answer that in November after the election. She should be able to answer that now, one way or the other, which should be obviously.
Right, but there's
mother
a part
and
of me,
father.
Mike, that when I hear you say that,
Yeah.
There's a part of me hearing that you think we're actually unworthy.
We are becoming, I don't know if the word is unworthy or.
Brana said, "Did Mike
Correct.
just call me a lunatic?" Yes, he did. Yes.
I call a lot of people that, but
yes, he did.
We are losing our way, mostly because we are forgetting what is.
Damn, you
the
wanted
way.
a 45%. You think we're going to be gone in 5 years? You wanted them.
The 45. No, I do believe it'd be about 20 to 50 years. America won't exist as it is because they won't be able to defend it. The kids don't want to defend it now. They don't even know what it is.
Defend it
So
from
how
what?
can you keep something if you don't know what it is and it's being chipped away from you?
This is
We're
my
losing.
entire point.
Yeah, but this is how we get it back. We have to, again, immerse ourselves in what it is. What is freedom? What is the Constitution? What is limited government and smaller government and being accountable and self-reliant? We have to do that to be able to maintain that. We've gotten so comfortable where we are the top of the hill. We're the pinnacle. Everyone wants to come here because it is.
We are
better anywhere else.
decadent. We are literally decadent. We are.
Yeah.
It is the end of our empire. This is the end of the Roman Empire when they were the most decadent. We are decadent. You are correct.
And I don't mind that. I mean, we're living it, so I kind of enjoy it. And it's been beneficial because we've lifted up people along the way. But there is a cliff, there is a precipice, and we can fall off of it. Now, most of the people are saying, "Oh, America will end in the next 5 years." That's the people who are going, Trump's going to end America and end voting. That's stupid. That's not going to happen. That's just political fear mongering. That's not real. They're not really addressing what's about America because they'll keep everything exactly the same and just get rid of Trump and put in some Democrat, probably Gavin Newsom, and they'll keep things going. They'll just kick the can down the road, which leads to within 20 to 50 years, everything is falling apart so much that we can't maintain it. And we'll be so politically divided and racially divided and socially divided that we won't be able to maintain what the Constitution is about because we'll all have different, we already have pockets. Many of them are called, autonomous zones in America. There's like 20 of them right now that are every local, state, and federal law are ignored, but they're run because, well, we're fighting back and we're on the right side of history. That's what they said about the Chaz or CHOP over in Portland in Seattle. That's what they said in Portland, they had 120 days of nonstop rioting every single night.
All right, hold on. This is John. He says, President Biden invited the barbarians inside the gates. True?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mass Manawa says, at least Roman bread and circuses were free. Well, the buses will be free some of these days, so I guess that's something. I guess that's something. Shelley says, Mastermind, the lions were well fed. True. Also
That's
true.
very true.
So, but look, what I've been talking about here, though, is the idea of winning hearts and minds. And where can you learn that? Well, you can actually head over to the Advocates. Yes, you can. You can head over to the Advocates for
single
self-government.
commercial until I came on. Okay.
I didn't. I just popped on one. I just because you were talking about this winning hearts, not arguments. This is actually from just this month, talking about exactly this idea: winning hearts, not arguments. Head on over to the Advocates, if you would, please, by clicking the link that's in the description. When you head on over there, head over to the articles and put in arguments. When you put it in, this one will pop up. When you see this in the self-government, which is what I talk about all the time, self-government, read it. When you're done reading it, tell me if you like it or not. I don't care if you're Mike reading it going, that's dumb. Hearts are stupid. Okay, fine. Let me know hearts are stupid. I don't care. Read it, tell me what you think. And when you're done, then share it. I want more people coming here to the Advocates for Self-Government so that people can recognize that if we have a better government, if we have a better community that is not based upon coercion and violence, but instead is based upon mutual respect, we will have a better government, a better community, a better world. The Advocates for Self-Government are about respect. They are a sponsor of the show. So thank you for letting me do my commercial, Mike.
Of course. Hey, advocates are great because a better informed populace make better decisions.
True.
And they lead a stronger, better life for them and for their kids. So that's a great thing. And everyone should want to be aware. That's, again, part of the softness I'm talking about. The average person, they can tell me everything about the housewives of I don't give a damn and the sports team of who gives a crap because, little sport teams, I know all the stats for them. And that's not going to feed you. That's not going to make you live better. It's not going to help your kid be able to survive. It's great that you know that, but it's useless information. Know that it is useless, or it's distracting information, which is useless to people. And that's a problem. We waste so much time on useless. One of the biggest problems for the Black community.
Hold on, but you're saying useless, but isn't someone's pursuit of happiness, if that happens to be, sports or whatever, why is that useless? If I mean, I'm not a huge sports fan, but I do like sports. I'm not huge, but I like it. What if I'm, a diehard Yankee fan? I want to watch all the games. I don't. But what if I do? And that makes me happy. Why is that stupid? I like watching Yankee games.
If you have a balanced life and that's what you choose to do for your enjoyment, fantastic. I'm all for you. That's not what they're doing. That's the escape. See, they don't know anything about politics. They don't know anything about finance.
Okay.
They have used sports to fill up the space that would be filled in part with finance, being able to manage your finances, make investments to grow your money. They are using up some of that space so that they would know what's my political belief. Forget the party's belief. What is your belief? What do you believe? Because you can be in a party, but that doesn't mean you're going to agree 100% with anyone in the party.
All right. I feel like you're ready to burn the place down. Like you're like, we're done.
No, but I am willing to bruise it. Because we do need that. We need that push. And we're getting that.
See, I'm still trying to convert.
What?
Because I believe that the most zealous are the converted. And I think someone's going to convert them. I think history has taught us that someone's going to convert these 20 and 30 somethings who are right now completely lost, right? If you remember, I forgot who it was. It might've been Robin who said he works with a bunch of youngsters and they're all lost.
Mm-hmm.
And that's true. I see it everywhere. I see youngsters lost everywhere, not knowing what to do, how to act constantly. Someone is going to put an armband on those guys. I don't know what's going to be on that armband, but someone's going to put some armbands on those guys, and they're going to start building camps. Okay. And they're going to start doing shit. And that is my concern. So I want to be the guy to put the armband on, and I want it to be a nice armband with like a liberty flame on it. That's what I want.
Here's the thing. They already have an armband. It's called the United States of America. They are already there. The problem is we're letting them go. It isn't that they didn't have that.
You just said to put them in the street to die. You just said that.
I said, let them struggle and let them live on their own, be accountable. Yes. Not the same thing. Not the same thing. What you're talking about is something different than what I'm talking about. I want them to struggle. I want them to understand what it is to overcome.
Well, then they can write a book called My Struggle.
Well, they can write a book about a lot of things. And yes, I understand what you're saying there. You're funny. But here's the thing. But see, it's a very different mindset. It is very much, I want to teach them to fish, and I don't want to feed them fish.
Yeah, but you didn't say that. You said put them in a lake to drown.
Yeah, they'll learn how to swim.
Well, I thought we're teaching them how to fish. Are they drowning or are they fishing? I want them to fish. I don't want them to drown.
Same thing. You can do two things at once. But again, and I'm going to use different metaphors, different analogies. It's to get the point across to people.
Okay.
Yeah. We have to do that so that you can grow. We have too many infants that are 40, and that is not productive for our country. And we have other countries watching this geopolitically, and they are counting down the days till they can walk in and take everything. And these adult infants will let them, because someone like a Mamdani is going to say, don't worry, we'll let you stay an infant. We'll just give you everything. You're entitled for me to take care of you. Sit on the couch, play a video game, smoke some weed, and don't worry about anything. Just remember,
pretty good.
You obey. You obey when you're told to obey. But you'll get all those neat perks.
Shelly's blaming you for this.
What?
She says Mike's show length is rubbing off on Larry, and I'm loving it. She's blaming you.
Yeah, well, it's America's 250th birthday. Now,
John says somebody was doing a good job of converting people, Charlie Kirk, and a liberal assassinated him.
Yes.
You're not wrong.
Very true.
But see, I would rather have a Charlie Kirk style than a Mike Don't People in Rivers. See, if I gotta pick one, if I gotta pick Mike Don't People in Rivers or Charlie Kirk, I'm gonna go with Charlie Kirk.
So would I, except there isn't a Charlie Kirk anymore. You know,
why don't we find another one?
Well, hopefully, you know how hard it is to find a Charlie Kirk type.
I know. I'm not saying it's not easy. And I'm not saying it's easy.
Yeah,
talk throwing people in lakes too.
I don't think
that's hard too.
I don't think it's probable. So that leaves you, and I have to have a contingency. We're military. What's the backup? Well, there isn't a Kirk out there. Okay, then we have to do it a little harder, and we have to be a little bit harsher, and you have to be more accountable, and you have to be more self-reliant, and the government has to be smaller. There isn't a choice about this. Modern monetary theory.
All right, hold on.
Is insane.
What about the idea? What about the idea of like the red pill community? Right, the Andrew Tates of the world who are gonna whip the boys into shape and make them tough guys. What about those types?
Okay, so he's an abuser. He is.
Well, maybe not him, but those guys who are they're gonna whip the young boys into shape, make them men. How about that?
Okay, and essentially what you're talking about are the same people you said were going to put an armband on someone. Again,
true.
And again, they already have an armband. They already have one. It's called the United States of America. We just have to reinforce that.
Yeah, but see, here's the problem, right? There's two problems. You look at Charlie Kirk, and you look at the red pill. I'm going to say Tate, even though not him. I'm just going to say it for the sake of the argument, right?
Yeah.
Tate does offer something, and so does Charlie Kirk.
Mm-hmm.
Tate offers, so does Charlie Kirk. America right now doesn't. And that America armband right now has no value to someone who's 29 years old, particularly a male. Women too, but particularly a male, has no value in their eyes. That's why they listen to curly haired dude from before. That's why they listen to him.
And that's why we have to go through this process to make it have value. If I give you something, it has no value. If I have given you something all your life, you forget that I can take it away and you become dependent. You're a slave. You're an addict. You are useless because you cannot do something for yourself anymore.
No,
we have to get back.
They're not giving anything. What I'm saying is right now, I understand why somebody would rush to a Charlie Kirk because he's offering something. I get why somebody went to Andrew Tate. He's offering something. Why the hell would somebody rush to America when America said, go to hell? Why'd I rush to you, Mike? You going to throw me in the lake. I don't want to go out with you.
Because I'm going to make you stronger and I'm going to make you self-reliant. And that's what Charlie Kirk was offering, because he wasn't offering something for Charlie Kirk. He was offering America. That's what he was offering.
Agreed.
And Tate is offering something completely in that red pill, that far swing. They're offering armbands. Charlie was offering America as America is. He believed very much in the same things I'm speaking about: the self-reliance, the self-accountability, the strength to be able to stand on your own 2 feet and to move forward. Now, there's nothing wrong with saying, I stumbled. Here, let me pick you up. Again, but what I don't want to do is wheel you around in a wheelchair because you don't want to walk. Sorry, no. I want you to fish. I don't want to have to constantly feed you fish. You have to be self-reliant. We have to have that for our country. That's on a state level, that is on a city level, that is on a federal level, and that is on an individual level. We have to embody the Constitution as it was created, individually, as a state level, and on a federal level. It is all of those things, those principles. It's kind of like the art of war. It is something that you can look at in a large scale, like for an army, but it can also be used on an individual scale as a way of life. And many millions of people do.
I don't like that. I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why I don't like that.
Why?
I don't want to use a stick. I want to use a carrot. And what I want to do is I want to show what America can be. I think, and the example I'll give you is Reagan. A lot of people didn't like Reagan, I know. But whether you liked Reagan or not, Reagan was exactly the right guy for the right time for our country.
He was.
He was. And he said, I want America to be that shining city on a hill.
Mm-hmm.
And we said, you know what? We want to be that shit. That's amazing. I want to be that. Yeah, let's be that. He's right.
Did you forget all the sticks that Reagan had and used? Did you forget all the sticks that Reagan had?
No.
Yeah, there was a lot of carrots. He had a lot of sticks
saying that.
too.
He had a lot of carrots, though. I didn't hear one carrot out of you at all. I heard nothing but sticks.
Well, that's because you.
And when I heard Charlie Kirk talk, Charlie Kirk didn't just say, do these things. Charlie Kirk was talking about salvation.
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk was talking about a future for young men, particularly young women too, but he focused on men, right? He was about young men having salvation, having personal pride again.
Yeah.
He was about shit like that. Now, to be fair, I'm not a Tate fan at all, but Tate does offer a similar thing. You'll be tough guy, you'll be big guy, you'll be proud, right? He does that too. All I heard from you is get in the water, you drown, whatever.
That's the only thing you're.
I want to hear the carrot.
No, the carrot is that you will do better. You'll create your own carrot, that you'll be able to have the strength to be whatever it is you want to be. See, I'm not giving something because there's nothing to give. You already have it. You just have to make it happen. And you have allowed entitlement and softness and corruption to get in the way of you doing what it is you do. To find that pursuit of happiness, you're not pursuing because you're too distracted and you've done it to yourself, and others have allowed it to happen. The government and many of the politicians have enabled you to be distracted eternally for their benefit, not yours. What I offer is literally, I'm talking about freedom. And I am talking about, this is conservative, this is Republican, and maybe even libertarian in its ideology and its function, but its function is very different, because sometimes you don't spare the rod because the child needs it. There is a reason.
I'm not gonna fight you on that.
And there's a reason why we've raised children for 20,000 years. And in the last, 10, we've said, oh, no, we're smarter than that. No, we're not. There's a reason why we've always done things a certain way. There's a natural order to these things. And, go back to Thomas Aquinas, if you want to go philosophical and think about the natural laws. But what I believe as a nation, we need that. And we see that push from a Donald Trump. He is pushing the nation to be more self-reliant. He's pushing the country to be more aggressively American, as opposed to being pockets of everything loosely kind of connected to each other, and to actually consider the consequences in the next 5 years, the next 10 years, in the next 20 years. We have to do that. We're not doing that now. Mamdani doesn't know what's going to happen to New York City in the next, I don't know, 3 years. He doesn't care because he's not, it doesn't matter to him. He'll have a different promise.
I think he believes in it. I think he believes it, Mike. I think
he believes
Mamdani
that
believes
he wants more power. He believes that it will help him get more power. That's what
he thinks
cares
his stuff's going to work. He does.
I don't
he
think
thinks his stuff's going to work.
I don't think he's that stupid.
Yes, he believes it. It's not stupid. It's not
It is
stupid. It's
stupid.
brainwashed. It's brainwashed.
When
It's not
everything
stupidity.
that you're offering has been offered in the past, and every version of it has failed utterly every single time it has been done.
He's smarter than the other ones, though, Mike. He's smarter. That's what he thinks.
Okay, that's hubris, but that's
Yes,
again,
but still true.
Okay,
100% he has hubris. 100% he has hubris.
You know, that's why
100%.
he's in politics. I'm a megalomaniac just as much
Yes.
as he is, but I'm willing to understand my weaknesses. Otherwise, you can't succeed. You have to know where everyone has
I don't
limitations.
know.
What is it? Dirty Harry says, man has to know his limitations. Yes. And
Trump
Mamdani
said he don't have
knows.
none. Trump
Huh?
said he didn't have limitations, and Mamdani also said that they both think they have no limitations. They
Yeah,
both
and
got
that's-
hubris.
And they both are They have failures, each of them in different ways.
Correct.
But
anyway, listen to this. Charlie Kirk gave a certain type of young man hope that he could thrive in America. That's the key.
Yeah, the certain type
That
of man.
is Gracie's 100% correct. Men, women too, but we're talking about Charlie Kirk, so it's mostly men. But women too. We've got to have a society where the youth, and I'm defining youth as under 30 or under. That's how I'm defining youth.
Might go
Where
a
the
little younger,
youth,
but okay.
where the youth believe that they are going to have and thrive in America. Gracie's 100% correct. And if we don't do that, I don't see us being successful as a nation unless we go to violence.
Okay.
And look, to be forward, this is the one thing that's good about America in this and our violence. And it sounds horrible, but we survive violence. Like we're like, okay, like we went through the Revolutionary War, we went through the Civil War, they burned our Capitol in 1812. We were like, yeah, whatever. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? And we just kept going. So we could actually take violence and still survive as a nation. We can do that, but I'd rather us not.
See, and there's the difference. You're trying to find a pathway that avoids that.
Correct.
I am absolutely perfectly fine with that. That's not a problem. That's part of the process. I'm not trying to avoid the violence that is inherent in this, because we're going to have the violence either way. Now, we can have the violence as someone takes us over and America ceases to exist.
Who's going to
Or
take
we
us
can have
over?
the violence to maintain America and make it
No, we're
stronger.
not.
Huh?
We're not getting taken over. No one's taking us over. It's not a thing.
Okay, don't believe that.
Who?
Don't believe
Who?
that.
Who?
Many countries. It doesn't happen.
Zero.
the way you think. Wait a minute. No, it does happen, Larry. It's not the way you're thinking of. It's not like Red Dawn, where you're going to have
Correct.
a bunch of
It's not going to happen.
planes and people dropping out. That's not how they do it.
How do they do
That's
it?
the wrong way to approach it. The
How do they do
easier way is what we've already seen, and
Which
we're
is?
seeing it in Michigan. You have basically Somaliland, and not to say that every Somali naturalized citizen is duplicitous. They're not. But there are a bunch, and their leadership is very suspect. And there are more than enough people who are Somalis in America. And I've said this about Japanese in America, or Koreans in America, or British in America. I don't care what it is. The hyphen isn't real. They are that country in America. They're not assimilating. They're not becoming Americans. They're taking advantage of.
So
the
you're
resources
saying
to get
enough
good.
Somalians or whatever are going to move into America to take over America?
No, they're going to take over a part. And we're already seeing this. And it's already happening. We have MS-13 and the Florencia 13 and Tren de Aragua, or whoever it's going to be next, because their leader just got killed. They have huge pockets in Colorado, Aurora, Colorado in particular. They have huge sections throughout California. You've got the Somali movement.
So you're not talking about them taking over. You're talking about the country collapsing into smaller chunks.
Yes, and those broken chunks are that's what takes over America. Think of it as a cancer. Think of it as breaking apart, breaking ice apart. There's a lot of ways to look at it, but effectively, it's the end of America, and that is violent, because some of those, and the very end of that is violence. The last pieces go by violence because there's nothing to defend it. There's nothing to hold it together anymore. So yeah, then I can swoop in. I have enough influence in an area. I swoop in with the last of my people and say, yeah, I plant my flag. This is mine now. And there's no one who's going to stop it. There's no one who's going to fight
a chunk of Minnesota becomes Somaliland.
Essentially. Yes. And this is a process, but the process has been happening, and it's been happening in multiple areas throughout the country. No one stopped it. No one has even looked at it. It took us 9 years to notice the Somali daycare fraud.
So I'm going to go back. So I'm going to go back to what I said in the first place, way back like a year ago. Maybe I'm exaggerating, a while ago. Trump should have looked inside his own house. He should have never tried this shit he was trying. He gambled big, and he should have never gambled.
No, he's fine.
Should have never gambled. No. There's no way this government's going to make a decent peace. We don't know how to win a fucking war. We'll never win this war. He should have looked inside, and he should have fixed the country inside, so that we don't have Somaliland in Minnesota or whatever.
You can do both.
Look inside, so we don't have fucking MS-13 in Aurora or whatever the fuck.
Okay.
So we don't have
ideally. Hang on.
To look at his own house.
No, ideally, you have to do both at the same time. Because if we're only looking in one direction, someone else comes from behind us and hits us over the head because we're looking the wrong way. You have to do both. And you can do both. The problem is we have a lot of people fighting against us. And Gavin Newsom and Gretchen Whitmer and J.B. Pritzker and Josh Shapiro are fighting us just as hard as the IRGC, just in a different way. They're both waging political wars right now, and we have to fight both of those wars. We don't have a choice. They have to happen at the same time because we've run out of options. We've run out of time. We are literally at the end of
there is always one option, right?
What?
Just walk away, and there will be an end to the horror.
There is always the wisdom of Humongous. No, there's always that.
No, that's a dream. By the way, Humongous planned to kill them as soon as they walked out. You can run away so we can kill you. And that's the reality.
There is always the wisdom of Humongous. You could just walk away, Mike.
Yeah, and the Humongous, and then he kills you as you run away. It's the fact is you can't run away. You don't escape the consequences. There are still consequences. So here's the thing. I understand the consequences. We weren't wrong to end, and I don't like the 14-point deal. You know that. I've been very clear about that. But we did need to rein in the IRGC, hopefully, to remove that government and allow the people of Iran to rise up and to take over their government and change it into something very, very different. And pretty much anything you could imagine would be better than what we have right now. We didn't complete that because of the failure of politics.
And you think that somehow this government, America, who hasn't won a war in 50 fucking years or however long it's been, 70 years, was going to negotiate that.
I don't want to negotiate.
Like we negotiated Afghanistan, we negotiated Iraq.
We
can't win a war.
No.
Our military can bomb. We cannot win a war.
The politicians, and you've said this yourself, and you're right, the politicians can't win because they walk in. Hang on. They walk in with the wrong understanding of what victory is. And what they're looking for is to win the next election. They're far too short-sighted. They're far too limited. And what you need, and what the only thing that Trump did wrong, and what he should
was believe those guys. Was believe that they could actually negotiate something. They're never going to do it. That was his problem. He thought, I can roll the dice with these guys. They'll negotiate some right. And I told you about, they're never going to do that. They can't do it. They don't have the institutional knowledge to do it.
he shouldn't have allowed them to. The problem is
Thank
he's a lame
you.
duck.
I said it that he needed to go himself. I said he had to do it. I said that months
he didn't
ago.
need to go.
Yes, he did. He'd have never done it without him. There's zero chance of it without him. Zero.
What you needed is, the problem is that even if he went himself, he's a lame duck. What he needed is an extra term. He should have done this when he was 45, not 47.
I agree with you on that. I agree.
And that would be a very different outlook, because then he could continue the process and make or have a vice president at the very least that is in lockstep with this plan. The plan isn't wrong. And the best way to deal with that is make sure that the politicians understand they don't have a choice. The Republicans should have understood you don't have a choice. I'd rather lose the midterm than lose America. I'd rather lose that midterm election, because it doesn't matter. Because in 10 years, we'll be stronger and we'll be more self-sufficient and the world will be more stable. This is more important. This is our long term. You don't win the next election. Guess what? You'll have enough money.
If that was true, if that's true, Mike, this goes back to my other complaint about him. He didn't communicate any of that worth a damn.
Well, that's true.
His communication, and everyone agrees with me, 2016 Trump was way better than 2024 Trump in communication.
Well,
not even close.
Yeah, and that's because he has more suck-ups around him now than he did.
I think it's I think he's getting slower. I think he's got some hubris.
Of course.
And I think this is affecting him.
Well,
I think it is.
Well, he is 80. So yes, to all of that. To be expected. And he has more suck-ups around him because he is older and because he is a little bit slower. He has more suck-up yes men around him than is actually beneficial. And not enough people challenging and matching up with his actual long-term goal. There's a problem. So that is a problem given. But he's the kickstart. He's the kickstart to the reset, because without him actually doing this and kicking the hornet's nest, we never actually try and fix any of this.
I'm gonna give you and you can tell me if you want to bet me or not. Number one, Republicans get their ass kicked 2026 this year. They're getting hammered.
No.
Hammered.
At this moment, no. We can still pull and probably still will pull 3. The Democrats have done a lot to hurt themselves and to hurt America. The Democratic Socialists that they have, Mamdani's victory is actually his defeat. Those people are poison, not just for America. Well, I should say not just for the Democratic Party, but for America. But in the Democratic Party,
everything you're saying is the same thing Republicans were saying about Trump in 2016.
No.
Literally the same thing.
No.
And Trump solidified everything. Trump controls the Republican Party.
Well, I can see the DSA taking over, and that's the problem.
Thank you.
Mamdani has to deal with is the DSA can and is on the way to take over. They went from 7% to 21% of Democrats, and they're trying to do another leapfrog to 51%, and they can get it. They're dangerous.
So let me go to my first one. First off, the Republicans getting their ass kicked this 2026. That's number one.
No.
Number two, 2027, Trump will walk away from presidency in some way, shape, or form.
No.
There will be a president, JD Vance.
No. You're wrong.
Yes, those are my two. I'm telling you both. $5 each.
I'm telling you you're wrong.
$5 each?
$5 each. You already owe me $5 because I was right about the war. It's over.
Right about the war. It's not over. It's still bombing. First off, we didn't bet on that. We didn't bet on that. But you're still wrong. The war's still fighting.
No,
it ain't even over.
No, there's always it's the Middle East. There's always dropping a bomb here and there. It's the Middle East. That's normal.
Just dropping bombs. That's not war. That's just dropping bombs. What the fuck is wrong
the
with
Middle
you?
East. That's what they do.
No, they don't. That's not what they do. The war's still going on. People are still dying.
Yeah,
people still fighting.
They've been dying for 1,500 years in that area. So what?
So wars never end.
Some wars do, not all. Okay, and I know you're
stop saying you're right. You're not right.
I'm not.
You're not right.
It's just the reality.
No, it's not. The war ain't over yet. Did they sign a peace deal?
What?
They signed a peace treaty? No, the war ain't over yet.
Well, we signed the memorandum. We didn't have a war. There is no peace deal.
Oh, it wasn't a war, even though Hegseth says it's a war, even though Secretary of War. Man, you are talking so much of that propaganda. Absolutely not. No,
it wasn't a war. It was never a war. It was never declared.
What was
a war.
it?
It wasn't.
He called it a 21-day war, whatever the hell he called it, whatever he did.
Call it a whole lot of things, and that's just politics.
Okay, so it's just
marketing.
It's only a war when you say it's a war, and it's not a war when you don't say it's a war. Okay, whatever.
It's
Fine.
not. It's
Anyway.
not a war. Otherwise, everyone.
Well,
would
then you
scream,
still
"We
lost
declared
because
in
you said it's
Congress."
over, but there was no war in the first place, so you weren't right when you said the war was going to end. So either way, you're wrong.
I said the conflict would end.
Oh, the conflict. Okay, sorry, lawyer Mike.
That's what I said.
And it hasn't ended. They're still conflicting.
The
They're still
conflict.
conflicting.
The conflict
Doesn't
is over.
change.
But that being said,
Anyway, let's go to the most important piece.
Okay, go ahead.
Most important piece. 250.
Yeah.
You feel the only way is violence.
Using violence to an extent, yeah.
All right. I'm not saying you're wrong on this one.
Violence
I'm saying I
can
want
be-
you to be wrong on this one.
people
That's what I'm
misunderstand.
saying.
You got to remember, violence can be used to preserve as much as it can be used to destroy.
Not sure I'm buying that one, but okay.
Well, it's true. You know, someone wants to attack you, you can use violence to defend and to hold
Okay.
off things.
Oh,
that
okay.
are
Oh,
trying
that's
to
what you
defend.
mean. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a preservation. I can use the violence to preserve as well as to destroy. That's true.
Okay.
So understanding that is important. We need that. Again, it's a matter of the biggest thing is the strength of will. We no longer have the will. In 76,
I agree with you.
I remember standing in the same building 50 years ago. I was downstairs looking up, watching fireworks go off, having a Carvel ice cream cone, and every neighbor of every nationality, everyone was out in the street, and we were all oohing and eyeing the fireworks and hanging out with each other. Right now, there is the same drug dealers, most of them are illegal aliens, are down on the corner right now, and they've been there for years, and they don't give a shit. And that's a problem.
I'm not saying you're wrong at all. I mean,
And
I
to
was
get
there
rid of
too,
them
man.
takes violence. To get rid of those guys is going to take quite a few cops coming on by, rounding them up, and deporting them. That's an act of violence, according to 2/3 of the liberal mindset, the progressive mindset. That's an act of violence. Okay, that doesn't mean they're dead, but it does mean they're out of this country.
All right. So then give me a prediction for 50 years now. Give me a prediction for the 300.
For America 300, which neither you or I will be able to be there for. That's a little bit.
I might.
than our lifetime.
I'm pretty healthy. You never know. Maybe.
Okay. You go for that. I'm not.
Maybe.
Let me see. 50 years from now, There's two options. We either have, at that point, California breaking off into its own country, which will get subsumed by probably China.
Okay.
New York and maybe the Northeast breaking off to be its own thing, which will be basically subordinate to the EU and that movement, and the rest of the nation kind of working together separately. But you'll lose that West Coast and East Coast. The Gulf of America will become far more important at that point because that'll be the only waterway. But you'll have those three entities on the same where we see now. That's one way. That's the worst case scenario. That's if we keep seeing DSA grow, if we still see indoctrination of our kids, if we do not become more self-reliant and self-accountable and holding our politicians accountable. That's the ultimate. I see that being the absolute way that will work out.
Okay.
If we don't go down that path, if we do become more self-reliant, the United States becomes a bit more isolationist. And we become a little bit more terrifying as well, because the isolation is being bought by our military. People are afraid to, wake the dragon, as the Japanese said back in 41.
Wake the giant.
The giant, yeah.
Yep.
Dragon giant.
Yep.
And we have that fear again in them that they don't want to wake us up. They don't want to stir us into taking direct action anymore. But we are more capable of being able to create the technology we need. We'll tap into the energy that we need, not the renewable crap, because that's just a lie. We'll be using natural gas, and the nation will become more unified in its belief. It's not that we won't have illegal immigrants anymore, but the borders will never be open again. Not like you'll never be able to do what Joe Biden did again. And when we have immigrants coming in, it's because they want to assimilate and to become Americans. We'll cut down probably by half the number of people that are allowed to enter into America. It'll be a lot more difficult for those who are trying to come to America.
All right. I'm gonna give you mine. Let me give you mine. 50 years from now, I think the opposite is true in what you're saying. I think we'll be a massive surveillance state. We'll be such a surveillance state, we won't care who comes over the border because we will know. We will be worse than China. We will know exactly when Pablo's coming over, exactly when he's not coming over. And we'll have drone strikes to grab him and pick him and throw him out if we don't want him, or shoot him dead if we want to kill him, or bring him to the farm, wherever he wants to go. We will not care about immigration because AI will ensure that we will know exactly who's coming when. And if we don't want Pablo, he ain't coming. And if we want to drone strike him, he'll be dead. If we want to bring him to the farm, we're going to pick him up and send him to the farm. Not going to care. We know exactly him and his brother Juan. We will know exactly who is which. We will have facial recognition. We will have all types of stuff. It won't be an issue. A surveillance state will be so strong that immigration will be irrelevant. We will bring over who we want, when we don't want, get rid of them, drone strike them, not drone strike them. That's number one. So we will have a massive surveillance state. Andrew says we're almost there. We're not there yet. We're on our way. Massive surveillance state. And we will happily take it in the name of safety. How do I know that? Because we're already doing it. We're already saying, oh, you have to notify this, notify that, notify this. We will all do it in the name of safety. So we will all be linked. We will be, whatever China is now, we will be 3 times worse. A massive surveillance state.
I don't agree.
And what will be the opposite? You will find small enclaves of people who refuse. Similar to the Amish, or similar to maybe people like in New Hampshire, maybe there'll be the crazies out there or something, whatever. Maybe some people in Colorado. You'll find some people who will rebel and won't do it. And the state will not rely upon violence to do it because it won't care. It will control its own citizens so well. If a couple of the chumps get away, let them hang out wherever they want to hang out. We don't care. That's how I think we're going to handle immigration. War will be very similar. War will be heavily mechanized to the point where most people will not even have to go in front lines anymore. Most people won't have to go in front lines at all. Our frontline troops will be very similar to like the book, not the movie, the book Starship Troopers, where basically our soldiers are basically mechanized Iron Men in mech suits, that kind of thing, to where
Iron
one
Man,
person,
kind of like an Iron Man suit,
correct,
each soldier, kind of
correct. It'll be something like that in that style. That's what military will be, and we won't be invading anymore. There'll be no need to invade. Invasions will end. We will control and dominate the nations through drones, through AI strikes, through cyber tech. There'll be virtually no reason to take territory. There'll be light reasons, but hardly ever. You will see most territorial disputes move away because you'll be able to deal with tech. No. That's what the 50th will be. Will America still exist? I think it will. I think it will. I hope that people like me are able to actually break off into a third party, because I don't know if a third party will actually survive in the long run or not. But a third party does something very important. It gives a valve for people to complain, whine, do things without having to go to violence. It gives them hope to say things. And my example I'll give you is RFK Jr. and him breaking up that third party and then joining the Republicans and getting the Maha movement heard in the Republican Party. If we have third parties, I think it'll do that. If not, I think we will wind up going into violence. And here's what I think violence will happen. I think violence will happen similar to what you're saying with the Somalis taking over so-and-so, but it won't be Somalis. It'll be aggressive Americans. It'll be Americans who say this area is now what real America is. This area is so and so. This area is the free state of Jones or whatever. To be that kind of thing, that will be the violence. And the question will be, when that violence hits, will the states respond? Will the state militias and state guards respond? And if they don't do it well, will the federal government respond?
And that's the bigger part, is when they don't do it well, which they won't, the federal government will need to step in. And how do they handle that? That's the bigger question.
Correct.
Because we already
Will
see
they? Yes.
that they don't handle it well. Look at what happened with ICE in dealing with Minnesota. It's a big mess there.
Yep.
On a lot of different levels for a lot of different reasons. There are elements of what you're saying I can agree with, but not the outcomes. And I think there's many other factors. To an extent, you're being optimistic, and to an extent, you're also not being pessimistic enough. You're not taking into account that the left has been indoctrinating its side with this mantra of a microaggression is violence. And when you use a microaggression against them, that is being violent against them. Therefore, they can be violent to you, and therefore they use ultimate physical violence against that.
Once you have a surveillance state, it won't matter. That is my point.
And
when
anything,
I know,
and any technology,
once I can figure out that when some Antifa guy wants to put a mask on his head, it won't matter, because I saw him 4 weeks ago when he didn't have a mask on his face. Okay. I know who he is. It doesn't matter.
Minority Report is a movie. Great. The book was great. Movie, decent, not reality, for one. And for two, anything that you can create, it's like making the best safe. You can always make a better safe. There will always be a better way to crack it. Anything you can create the counter of. And any security or any AI system that we can make that could be able to figure out these things, we can create another AI to counter it, to be able to hide those things or to break it. So no, I don't see AI.
Do we have that in China right now? Hold on. Is it happening in China right now?
God only knows. Who knows what's happening in China right now?
Thank you.
We've never known what happens in China.
So we did our 350s at 300s, and then the last thing, Mike, is America worth celebrating?
Yes.
Why?
God, because we are a country. We are the greatest country at providing opportunity, and it starts with the freedom of speech. We are capable of being able to have this conversation, to think it through, to work through the logic, to pose our outcomes, our outlooks, our predictions, and to disagree vehemently, passionately, and no one dies. And someone else, third parties, people who are watching and typing away in the chat, God bless each and every one of them that hate everything I've had to say. Guess what? No one died. And we can have that conversation. And someone else can see this or a snippet of this, and they can use that as an inspiration to help them create something to make a better answer than anything we've come up with to solve any of these problems and to make the entire world better, because they're not restricted to a class system. They're not denied the opportunity to use their voice. They have the opportunity of their hard work turning into, if they're successful, to turn into a solution. These things are all possible in a way in America that they are not anywhere else. And we have the resources to back up that freedom. And we have the military to guarantee the safety of that opportunity. We have everything that we could possibly need to have the most successful country in the world. And that's why we made it to 250. And that's why we lead the world. And that's why we can lead it beyond. And that's why there are millions. There are at least 2 million people legally waiting to get into America for the last 5 years. And they'll continue. And there's at the most conservative, 30 million illegal aliens in America right now that are perfectly happy being in the shadows, second-class slaves, because it's better to be a second-class slave in the shadows in America than to be in their home countries That's how good we are. 5,000
Well-
people a year leave America, and we have at least 4 million people trying to get in every single year.
So
we are great.
I'm going to
That
say
doesn't mean we're not flawed.
No, I'm with you. Is it worth celebrating? It is. Of course it is. But it's worth celebrating every year. At the same time, we should be recognizing something. Our biggest failure is still what I always say, the wealth gap. If we don't fix the wealth gap, we're not going to survive another 250. And that has been every single empire, every single great nation on the planet ever. The wealth gap has to be repaired.
There's
and we
always a
have to
wealth gap.
work. No, it's
Can
too
we
big.
address the fact that there's always
No.
a wealth gap?
I say that there's always wealth gap, but the wealth gap is too big. When you have it at a certain level, it gets too big. When that Gini coefficient, that's what it's called, when that coefficient gets too bad, people start getting violent. My biggest issue is we have to change the mindset. The mindset of Americans when they first came in. To your point, when people come here to America, they have something. They have an ownership mindset.
Yes.
This is why immigrants do better than people who live here, because they come, they self-select, and the people who come here are people who have an ownership mindset. To your point, they'd rather be in the shadows because they can own something than to go to their own country where they're not in the shadows, they can't own anything. So they would rather come here. Ownership mindset. This is what we have to change more than anything else. For most who don't know this, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness wasn't the original 3 words.
True.
It was life, liberty, and the pursuit of property. That was the original. Most who don't know that because they recognize that owning something made you special. That was something that only the elites could have hundreds of years ago. Only the very wealthy could own anything back many, many years ago, right? But in America, everybody could own something. Their piece of land, their horse, their whatever. They could own something. They could own something. So it's life, liberty, pursuit of property. I still think that key is everything. Property is everything. Owning and ownership is everything. That's what I would say. Mike, thanks for coming aboard, brother. Really appreciate it.
Oh, no problem. I just wanted to pick up my dog because a little bit of firecracker, so he's been a little bit off tonight. But he loves everybody. Oh,
it's the con. So, brother, thanks for coming. I appreciate it, guys. If you want to watch Mike, you know you can watch his stuff all the time. Please, he is over on Twitter at MB Consult, and he's at No Sound Bites Allowed. The links are in my description. You can check him out on Rumble, and you can also check him out on YouTube, whichever you prefer. And he'll do a 75-hour show every Sunday. He starts like Tuesday and ends like the next month or so. I forgot how long it goes. Whatever. So, yes, he does his show every Sunday. Please. And he also does shows in a week, too. But he does his famous show every Sunday. Mike, thanks, brother. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me here, Larry. And I want you to be governor. I want you to be in leadership because we need people like you in leadership to balance out people like me. I understand.
Here we go. Love that. I appreciate it. Have a good one, man.
Good thing.
All righty. Guys, that was the one and only Michael Voss. You have seen him many times here. Please check out his stuff. Some of you watch his stuff too. I do appreciate it. There was a piece that I wanted to bring up before I do wrap this up, and I'll be wrapping this up soon coming up here because in about 4 minutes, it will actually be July 4th. And this is a little piece I want to show from my the last time I did this. I was just showing you a little bit from this piece. I was talking about how to talk to people.
So all of a sudden someone says, Larry, you know, this freedom thing, I'm with you, but what's going to happen if there's no Department of Education? Who's going to educate my kids? They're serious. What's going to happen if all of a sudden the government's not there? Who's going to protect me from the bad guys? Or the other thing they always say, if government's not there, then the rich will take over.
Yes.
Right?
You hear that all the time, don't you?
What they don't understand is when it comes to all these things, most of it either has already happened or it's not a real fear. The rich have already taken over. Right? It's already here with government for the past how many years, decades.
And I want to let you know that when I said this was like 2017. This was like 9 years ago. 9 years ago is when I was bringing this up, how to talk to people, how to get people to see what they're thinking, how to deal with issues, right? I was talking about that. That is what I've been talking about forever. That piece I've been bringing up forever. I've been very consistent on this.
It's
this
still
is
here.
9 years ago.
It's already happened, but they still fear it. If we tell them it's wrong, they don't believe it. So how can we get them to understand that this is actually a good thing? How can we get over their fear? Remember, we're a third party to them. We're the strange people to them. They look at Republicans and Democrats as the norm.
True.
How can we, as libertarians, as freedom-loving people, get those people to understand it's not scary? There are two things. Number one, discuss the idea of transition.
Yes.
What does that mean?
How does it
When
fit?
someone says, and we do say it all the time to libertarians, we're going to abolish this, we're going to abolish that, we're going to abolish this, we're going to abolish that. We love it. We're like, yeah, all right, yeah.
Ron is loving it.
And the rest of the world says, these people are crazy. These people are insane. We want to start talking as a candidate, as a person, as a campaign manager, as how we're going to make the transition. We have to have a transition. And here's the best, most...
The reason why I brought that piece up is this is why I talk about how things work, how things transition from A to B. This is our 250th anniversary. And I don't think anyone is talking about how we're going to transition to the next 250. I don't think anyone's talking about how to transition our youth into the right spots. I don't think anyone is saying any of those things. And we should be. That's how it will actually work. This was, yes, it was Massachusetts Convention 2017. That's what it was. Yes, 100%. That is a piece that I think is important for us to understand. We have to talk about this. So yes, Minor Threat says, got here late, but good discussion. It was a good discussion. I completely agree. By the way, guys, happy birthday. If you are an American, you are 250 years old right now. We have moved to 250 years, which is sadly the end of most empires, but our empire is still here. And right now, it's actually pretty strong as far as empires go. The question is our empire worthy of staying? Is our empire worthy of another 250? I would argue yes. Why would I argue yes? Because what Mike said up front was actually right. He said there are still millions of people thriving to get here. True. It's still true. They want to be here. People aren't leaving. People are staying. People want to be here. It is our job as those who are here to make sure that people who come here have the best chance of success and happiness. I say this all the time. Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. These three things are what matter. And this is what will make us great or what will destroy us. One of the two. It will make us great or it will destroy us. We have to make sure that we have life, liberty, and a pursuit of happiness. That piece is really important. We have to move down that road, guys. If we do that well, and we use carrots and sticks, and we get our youth right now, our youth is not believing it. Our youth right now in America does not believe they have a right to a good life, or they have a right to pursue happiness, or they have any actual freedom. They think they have no freedom. That's what they believe. And you might go, but Larry, it's not true. It doesn't matter what is true. What matters is what they believe. That's what matters. We act not upon what is true. We act based upon what we believe. And if we get the youth to believe that they can have life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, then we will absolutely deserve another 250. And I hope we get it. Guys, I will be here next Monday and next Tuesday. Monday for a Gov Shack, Tuesday for a Sharpe Way. Then I'll be gone for 5 days straight. Yes, I will be in Vegas at Freedom Fest. That's where I'll be. And yes, I just did 5 hours straight without a bathroom break and without eating. Yes, that's how good I am. And it was all live with no notes and 2 guests. So it was something. I hope it was impressive. I did something for our 250th birthday. I hope you guys respect it. America's still a good country. We've got our issues. We can repair them. With a little bit of hope, we can make this happen. Homework for tonight, for today. I want you to tell me one big change that will happen in America in the next 25 years. One big change that will happen in America in the next 25 years. So if you're thinking it's a big 250th, yep, by 275. What is one big change that will happen in America in the next 25 years? I'll see you all. very soon.